For the Major Series, many of its top competitors have worked across various different racetracks, from ovals to road courses, from dirt to asphalt. But for many competitors, it's the winter time, which means it's time to have a little bit of fun. It's the 2020 edition of the Majors 24 Hours at the Nurburgring, and it's live on RaceSpotTV this evening. Hello everybody, I'm Justin Prince. Alongside the move today is Samil Arora with Hugo Ruiz in the director's seat, with Ismail Balu providing TV cameras for today's action. It's the 2020 edition of the 24 Hours at the Nurburgring, where drivers get ready to tackle the green hell for the first time in a long while. It's been a track with a lot of history, Samil, in terms of event history with the 2.4 hours, but the 24-hour race has always been a staple towards its winter calendar.
It has indeed. The 24 Hours of Nurburgring going on for a very, very long time in the Major Series calendar. It's a race that has often produced so much of drama, and considering the circuit that we are racing on, it was bound to do just that. Nurburgring, probably the most legendary racing circuit in the world when you consider road courses, and almost always whenever you have a race over here, it is bound to deliver. Man, this should be a fun 24-hour race here today.
As you see moments ago, weather is fairly cool today. In-sim day is September 15, 2020, as drivers will have a mix of sunlight and nighttime to race underneath. Competitors are also finishing up open qualifying at the moment. To keep an eye on your favorite teams and drivers, be sure to go to RaceSpotTV/timing2 or follow the Major Series at Majors_series. Drivers will have about 10 minutes or so to finish up their current laps, but let's talk about how this event will work today, with 3 different classes and as well a few subsections for these competitors today. The GT3s will be the main stage for today, with 8 elite teams and 8 premier teams invited from the 2020 season for the Majors campaign. That's from the American, the International, and European splits. It should be no surprise that one of the top road course racing teams is at the top of the charts there. It's Vanival Sim Racing Green. Dominic Ferrar's behind the wheel with an 8:06.7 at the moment. At one point, he was 4 seconds quicker than the rest of the field before Schwindelwagen Racing jumped up on top to 8:07.5. Bombshell Racing Team currently rounding up the top 3 there. Then it gets interesting after that, because it was open registration for the GT4s and for the Audis today, where drivers were split into either a Pro-Am or a Pro class. In the respective organizations, drivers were also given the option to select their personal number if they were the defending champion of the class. Say number 1 for the GT3 class today, GT4s would get 101, 201 if you had won the GTE 2019's 24 hours. Only one of those competitors followed suit with that in Kinetic Racing Motion. Overall, these drivers, though, are getting ready for a bit of a challenge. Most of them have finished up their qualifying ESML, but at the same time, this is not an easy track to tackle.
It isn't by any means whatsoever. The Nurburgring is so tight, twisty, so serpentine in certain parts of the circuit, so many corners that follow one after the other. It is just so amazing the kind of variety of corners that you can get here. Some really high speed ones, the slow speed ones. There's a reason why it's known as the Temple of Racing, why it's known as one of the toughest racing circuits in the entire world. It's one thing to just know in which direction the track flows. It's a completely different thing to know how to actually get in some really competitive lap times here.
2 cars, just 2 have qualifying left to go. And remember, if you have an incident point during your qualifying lap, it invalidates said lap, and it's not the type of track where you want to get one of those. Let's put it that way, since this is a track where it's more than 8 minutes to 9 minutes to get around. Only one team is not set up a time. In Section 8's 9:54. The 2 teams on track at the moment are Bombshell Racing Team P3 with Ryan Mayer behind the wheel from the iRacing World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Cars World Championship after returning his way there this year. The Aaron car currently on track is 11th on the board in Forge Gold with Eric and Tilly behind the wheel. There's some interesting names overall scattered amongst your competitors today, from longtime friends to some of the best in all of the various splits throughout 2020's mill.
There are indeed quite a few top teams competing. Of course, Bombshell Racing, we saw them quite significantly in the Major Series European split that we have broadcasted on RaceSpotTV. Ryan Mayer, of course, driving that car currently. But Fenwell Sim Racing, also the one that you mentioned, Justin, quite a popular team in terms of GT3 endurance racing. So certainly they should be ones to watch out for here today.
Should note that Race Control has informed your current provisional pole sitters that if it sticks, they are in control of the field once the green flag flies with a 10-second gap amongst competitors. Keep in mind that fair share is going to be very important today. While it will not be in the sim specifically, drivers will have their times and stints reviewed over time. Reason being, if you have 3 drivers, let's say, in your organization, you'll have a maximum of 10 hours allowed for your drivers. 4 drivers, a maximum of 8 hours. Then it gets tricky after that, and that's going to be where the rule book's going to come into play for several competitors. There are set teams with up to 7 drivers expect to make starts today, while others, they brought their broadcasting buddies to keep an eye on them while they stream.
Yep, there have been a couple of teams who've got 2 drivers. I mean, one person having 2 different accounts into the server to make sure that the stream gets a different on-track camera angle. So that's one rather innovative thing that we're getting to see here. But that's very interesting that you mentioned right there, Justin, about driving times, that there are a couple of teams with up to 7 drivers, some with 3, some with 4. There's a big variety of things going on, but it's quite clear up to, if you have 4 drivers or more, you only can have a maximum drive time of 8 hours per driver. Now imagine driving 8 hours of the Nurburgring for a 24-hour race. It sounds outrageous, but some of the drivers in the teams may perhaps even do that here today. So fatigue could very well be a major factor towards the end.
Ryan Mayer not able to complete his time. An attempt there made by Forge Gold, not good either. That wraps up the drivers on the racetrack, meaning no one is left on circuit to qualify. They are moments away from rolling towards your starting grid. The last note involving that driving time today: if drivers exceed those limits, they will get disqualified post-race with the calculations of numbers of laps by the driver's average lap time. For the competitors today, things continue to get very interesting to see how things fare out. The drivers once more have already finished off qualifying. Your quick thoughts, Emil, before we head towards your grid.
I think it should be a fun race, although we've got a slightly more smaller grid, let's put it that way, in comparison to what you would normally expect for a 24-hour Nürburgring endurance race. It's still very interesting to see what the competition in the midfield and the lower part of the grid should be like in each of the 3 categories. And of course, it's the Nürburgring, so the drama is always right around the corner.
Drivers are getting all set to go once more. They are currently waiting for the midst of the runoff towards their starting grid. It will be a short pace lap, remember, here at the Nurburgring around the Dodger Ho. Let's take a look at your starting grid. Your top competitors on the board are guest drivers for today. Per officials, Venable Sim Racing Green starts the pole today with an 8:06.7, followed by Schwitzelwagen Racing. They'll be starting in row 1. Bombshell Racing Team starts row 2 alongside TechSense Pitchdeep Motorsports with 5th position, also going to their Arts car. Then it's Funk Total Tech Sim Racing's 999 in 6th, with Grizzly Motorsports by TFR Lab in 7th. Kinetic Racing Surge looks to surge their way up to the front from P8, with Can-Am Racing in 9th. Dog Bear GT Red rounds out your top 10 today with Brian Barnes behind the wheel. Eric Cantelli will start at 11 today in Forge Gold. He was one of the last drivers in qualifying on the circuit. UDots will bring a GT3 to the field today. Start P12 with the Dog Bear Ural and Black cars, 13th and 14th. While the last competitor in the class recorded time, Section 8, featuring several Northwest competitors. Their second car did not set a time, the 9:54, rounding out your 16 entries on that side of the field. Then you have your drivers lined up in the GT4s. Once again, split amongst Pro-Am and Pro drivers. We'll get to the details on the numbers in a split second to keep that in track. Mission Motorsports starts the pole there today with Kinetic Racing Force and Motion, looking to force their way to the front and motion their way towards the top step of the podium for the 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Richie Hearn, the former IndyCar driver, will start in P4 today for Elite West Racing, with Forge Endurance GT4 rounding out your top 5. Hanson Brothers Racing and No Mission Motorsports' Sportsman car will round out your entries on that side of the garage. Then, for your TCRs, they'll be driving specifically the Audis today. It's Kinetic Racing Velocity, starting 23rd overall, and on the pole, it's a 909.5. That sets them at the top of the board. For much of the qualifying session, it had been missed. Apex Formula One's podcast crew that was on that pole. They'll start second instead, 2 seconds off the pole. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab will start in P3 with George Gruber behind the wheel, with Verpesten Spite's F1 podcast looking to beat their podcast foes from the second to last qualifying order. Section 5 TCR rounds out your 27 entrants for today's race. It's going to be interesting to see who comes up on top in this one, especially the mix of the couple teams that have guest drivers in, yes, but many competitive teams who have competed throughout 2020 and throughout the past few years now. Your expectations and keys to victory today as drivers have just 2 minutes to prepare their cars for the grid.
I think a major key for success here, in any endurance race for that matter, is consistency. What often happens is when you get deeper into the race, there often is a sense of complacency. If there's a big gap around, they often tend to think, maybe I can just slack off, maybe I can relax a little bit. But at a circuit like the Nurburgring, there is no point of relaxation. You can't let your focus go, because if it does happen, the walls around the Nurburgring are never too far off, and eventually you could end up facing the wrong way, or worse, with damage. So you've got to be consistent. You've got to make sure that you know your braking points, and adaptability, Justin, is also going to be very, very important, because the race, of course, 24 hours, it goes in a long, long time. Braking points will shift as the temperatures rise and fall throughout the day, and sometimes drivers may not even see their apexes in the night. So just being fully aware, just being very consistent is going to be ultra crucial here today.
Keep in mind as well, we mentioned the differences in numbers and the splits in classes. Essentially, how it works is for any elite teams from the Major Series campaign, they'll be given car numbers 1 through 50, with car 1 being previously reserved for the defending champions if they so chose to enter this year's event. They've elected to defer. Overall, 51 through 99 on the ticker will be your premier teams in the GT3 cars. Then the GT4s today will be the same style of layout for the Majors premier teams when we were talking just moments ago about the GT3s. However, the class winner from the HPD class from last year will end up getting the 101 car. As mentioned, that was one of your top qualifiers in Kinetic Racing Motion. Car numbers will then be sorted 102 through 149 for pro-graded drivers, with Pro-Am will be 151 through 199. The TCRs will see the pro-rated drivers 202 to 249, then 251 to 299. Now, I know that's a lot of numbers, but simplify things. It's essentially the strength of your team in terms of I rating and the overall core. If you have X amount of gold drivers, X amount of bronze drivers, it essentially puts you into the grouping. And that's where some of the competitors have a little bit of splits here and there today as the drives go on today. Speaking of drives, drivers will now make their way towards your starting grid here. And as we get ready for the start of this one, so what are some of the main keys when it comes to surviving the chaos that is the first 30 minutes usually of an endurance race?
I think it's just being aware, honestly. Sometimes it so happens that as a racing driver, you just want to get all the positions in early on. You see your opponents right there in front of you, and you just want to go ahead and trump them. But just being aware that this was a 24-hour race and not a 24-minute race can make a world of difference, because often drivers just end up pushing far too hard and end up making mistakes that, let's be honest, would not even make any sense at all at this particular part of the race. So just being calm, just being completely aware of how much time is left on the board is going to be essential, because at the end of the day, as much as you're competing against other drivers, you're also competing against the clock, and the only time where you can actually get the points is when you actually finish off the clock and when you actually see the checkered flag. So you just gotta have to be calm very early on in this race.
Some beautiful shots coming through from Esteban Bronlu and Hugo Ruiz here as these drivers make their way onto the grid. They have about 30 seconds or so before they start rolling behind the iRacing safety car. Now, when it comes to the early passing opportunities, especially when this is the closest many of the competitors will be bumper to bumper, where do you expect to see some of the biggest passes early on in the danger zones to be able to keep yourself clean for those 30 minutes to start off, or essentially your first 3 laps?
Yep, everyone's going to be pretty close by in the first couple of laps, and Schwedenkreuz is going to be interesting. The run down to the left-hander and then followed by the hairpin. If someone gets a very, very good run out of Flugplatz, that could be one place to watch out for. After that, there are a few tight and twisty sections where it can be a bit hard to pass, but if someone makes a mistake, it's always possible. But expect a few things to happen, of course, at the Dottinger and heading into the GP section. Turn 1, in fact, could be very, very fun.
Depends on what your definition of fun is. Gaining several positions, being flipped over top the Mercedes arena wall. In some cases we've seen in the past with some of these races. But for the start, again, it's Venable Sim Racing Green in control of the field, and it's a 10-second buffer between each of the classes as they take the green flag. The field is in control. Number 44 car for the start of this action. Again, all set to get racing once more from the Nurburgring. Who will take home the victory for the 2020 edition? 24 hours at the Nurburgring for the Major Series. We're about to find out. It's been an eventful 2020. And now, these drivers look for an eventful 24 hours. Final corner heading towards the start zone. Safety car already off the racetrack. Down the starting straight. Green flag is out. We're underway from the Nürburgring. And a clean launch by Venable Sim Racing already as 2 wide in the midst of the pack. The rest of the class is starting to make their way towards the start zone. Who will make their way to the first corner well? No Major sends a couple shuffles in positions as they make their way to the Mercedes arena and off towards the first hairpins. Meanwhile, a good launch coming off and away for the GT4 class as No Emission Motorsports is waiting a little bit longer this time, Samil. A bit more of a wakeful start allows the Kinetic Racing cars to now try and go back and forth side by side for a second to start. Already, Yo Valverde, your 2020 European Majors champion, to the inside for the class lead already. Takes it away.
Valverde sends it in the BMW as we see the DCR category finally beginning their race as well. Each category, of course, having to wait to make sure that there is an ample of a gap between all the different classes. But nevertheless, Valverde in the BMW sending it. And the initial Kinetic car is in the lead of the GT4 category. No Emission losing out on a position. But the second Kinetic Racing car, the Porsche, in fact, is right there on their tail, waiting to get something for their own.
27 drivers able to make the green flag for this one. One of the Sector 8 cars did not make the start after having no time recorded in qualifying. But up at the front of the field, your top 2 curling your nose to tail still. Philip Morton in the Texans Pitstone Motorsports Hades car trying to close up. They've already jumped Ryan Mayer in the line. Several of our teammates and several other competitors trying to mix in. And this is where it's also going to be interesting on your manufacturer choice today. Majority of your front runners are in BMWs. There's an Audi, though, that's running off and away in that class. The GT4s, remember, the mix of the Porsches, as well as the BMWs. And then, with your TCRs, you do have mostly, and mainly, I should say, some Audis for today. Bit of trouble for your second overall place car, the 358. It's Maximilian in Bedignon, who now crashes in the wall. Badion, I should rather say, into the fence early on. Let's take a look at your replay. Again, this was from second. What a time from an early mistake.
The Nürburgring can catch you out oh so easily. In the first section of the Nordschleife, it gets so tricky, this braking point, and he loses it under braking. You've got to brake and turn at the same time at this particular corner right here, and just trying to push the limits, and it just does not work out on the first lap for them.
They've already put it on the tow truck as well. That was one of your guest teams for today in that class. That leaves Venable Sim Racing Green on the run to the front of the field and moves the rest of the line up 1 position. Interesting note, by the way, when it comes to the R2 classes, they're still nearly on top of each other in the GT4s and the Audis at the moment. Where they're near bumper to bumper. Currently at the moment is Kinetic Racing Philosophy, and currently in the lead for the TCRs and Thomas O'Leary. No Emission Motorsports leads in their Porsche in the GT4s. The thing is, they're near like top each other and where they started off their classes this time.
Yeah, they've pulled out quite a big gap for Kinetic Racing Velocity in the TCR category, but let's focus on this particular battle that we're getting to see. Kinetic Racing, of course, fielding quite a few cars across different categories. Now, it's Tommy van der Kut chasing the No Emission Motorsports car, Victor Follaby, as we come through the middle sector. One Porsche, one BMW in the GT4 category for Kinetics, so they're clearly going different ways. And right now they've got a 1 and 3 with a no-emission motorsports car just being, let's say, just being thought in their perfect result as such. But there's still a long, long way to go in this race. Anything can happen. Meanwhile then, what's going on here then? Can no-emission motorsports get the move done, or are they just playing the long game in this case? They've lost the position from the beginning, but they're getting ever so close, Justin.
And you can tell a little bit just some of the slight differences for the manufacturers, where the BMW has been known more so for being good in the straight line speed and good at the first half of runs. We've seen that, say, for example, at the Circus Spa-Francorchamps in a couple different series this year. The Porsche has been known to be better in the corners for comparison's sake, and that's right now where that no-emission motorsports car seems to be gaining up around these kinetic racing machines. And the interesting mark is, yeah, one team running BMWs in preference, the other running the Porsches. So basically, it's essentially the pick of the lot if you're a team. Do you like running the BMW or do you like running the Porsche? Seems you're a European champion for the major series, elect to the BMW. Tommy Vandergaard, one of the top drivers in his respective division, curling P3 in his Porsche, losing touch to the rest of the group. And in fact, leading a freight train with Forge Endurance in Elite West Racing.
They're all pretty close together in the GT4 category, but no-emission motorsports still applying the pressure. As we come across major sections, there's a big battle going on in the GT3 category. The 10X Fitzy Motorsport Aries car making positions up, and from B5, they're already up into B number 3 with their first clean overtake on the bombshell car.
Yeah, they've been scrapping a little bit. The main switcheroo, though, has been really between the 76 and the 311 with some of the error troubles. See already some shuffling amongst these respective competitors. The worst start out of this class of note, keep in mind, has been some of the drivers on early attrition, like Spencer Wagon, mostly everyone else, where they started off. And we have to keep in mind and have to, of course, remind that drivers are thinking big picture. If you're thinking, I can get every position in the span of 30 minutes and win the race, guess what? It's a 24-hour race. Anything can happen in 24 hours. And that's where I think a lot of these drivers need to wait for the right passing moments before they really pounce in it.
You're absolutely right, Justin. It's a long, long race. You can, of course, make the moves at this particular stage of the race, and you will be compelled to, because everyone is as close as they'll possibly be at this particular part of the race. And, of course, we don't even have full course cautions in this particular race, so that makes it even more prominent. But that said, you just don't want to get over energetic. You don't want to make those tiny mistakes that could compromise you in the long run. And yes, there may be one side of the argument saying, let's push hard, let's go for it in the first 30 minutes. Let's try and get as many positions as possible later on. Even if we make a mistake, there is ample of time to make a recovery. But in a field that can be so competitive at times, would you really want to do something like that? And the mistakes are always around the horizon here. There's over 150 corners at the Nurburgring, so you're always close by. So just being at just pushing at your 90%, doing the Alain Prost strategy of trying to go as fast as you possibly can while driving at the 90% of your ability, I think it's just going to be the way forward here in this particular race.
And you also kind of have to, especially even early on in the race, basically leave your emotions at the door, if that makes sense. Because say you have something bothering you, it's the same for a lot of different industries, mind you, and a lot of different battles such as this, where say you let negativity build in, say you let anger build in, it can affect how you drive and handle said battle, and you don't really want that as a team, because say you get angry, you might try and shave off somebody's front bumper or really be aggressive on the block early on. Drivers behind you don't like that. Or say you are feeling sad or anything like that, or have anything personal going on. That can cost you half a second because you may not be pushing as hard because of everything on your mind.
That's very true. There are so many corners at the Nürburgring with so many different racing lines, so many different approaches into each one. That's honestly a very good point, Justin. If there's something going on your mind, let's say if you're not able to concentrate completely, not only can you make those simple mistakes like heading into the grass or just simply missing your braking point, you may not be able to carry as much speed as you possibly can and could end up losing so much of time. I mean, even in qualifying, we saw Vendeval Sim Racing Green have around 5 seconds of a gap to the teams in third place. So there's clearly a big gulf that can build in if you're not concentrating enough, or perhaps maybe if you've got something on your mind, if you're distracted for that matter. So just being focused is seriously going to be very, very underappreciated here. It's a very undervalued tool at a race like this one, as we now see the no emissions motorsport car get ever so closer to the back of the leading Kinetic Racing Motion team. And now the Porsche has a bit of a disadvantage at the Dottinger-Ho, of course, because it's not as good as the BMW on the straights. The reason why it's able to keep up is, of course, the draft. Here it comes.
And a move to the left side here, trying to retake the class lead on the first lap. Heading off to the final corners, can Victor Philby get clear? Just about and does. Change back for the race lead, and was about to say, in some cases, we've seen drivers in that section elect to wait and save fuel down the straightaway. Not the case for the class lead early on in this one, as they end up finishing their first circuit around the track.
That was a long one for the GT4 category, sticking with each other and going for a long and interesting lap of the Nurburgring. But what's going on in the TCR category? They're already quite distant against each other, and the Sectify TCR team, Brian Bennett behind the wheel of that car, closing in, coming towards the Grand Prix section, and in fact they are chasing the Verpasten Spitze F1 podcast team. So there's a battle going on for let's say the second to last position in the overall grid. But nevertheless, even though a battle maybe for the lower positions, the intensity and the excitement is just about as high right here.
X-Apex, a popular Formula 1 group, has been one of the staples of the series, especially for the second half of the campaign. Has been doing really well, we've seen in several races, especially when they made appearances on the dirt back in the summertime. But for Brian Bennett, the driver who's trailing behind, he's one of those drivers we talked about with a lot of experience, from the Northwest specifically, Samil. We talked about this before around the Brickyard 400 or Indianapolis 500 time, I should rather say. Or if you look in the history books, names like Bennett, like several of the other Northwest regional-based iRacers, are deeply rooted in the history of the Major Series, because that was the region the series started in.
Yeah, Bennett has been around for quite a while. He knows the series in and out, and it'll only just be an advantage for him. But in a race like this one, it all just levels off towards the end. It's all just about how you can do in this particular moment. We've got so many drivers with great pedigree in other different forms of the Major Series, and the best part is the Major Series goes everywhere and it does everything. I mean, we had dirt track, dirt oval racing, we had Indy cars going on, we had GT3 racing, LMP2s going on in the Major Series as well. So it's all just a case of adaptability and knowing as much as you possibly can about the series. Well, in a race like this one, it kind of levels out, but it's always good to know that you've got the pedigree behind you and you've got a bit of experience in this championship that can, perhaps in certain cases, propel you to the very top with all the experience that you've got in the bag.
Here's a look at the battle for P3, meanwhile, in your GT4s. Richie Hearn, we talked about him a lot throughout the years. GSRC commentated various different races for IMSA throughout the summer and fall time across various networks. Also remember, is a race winner in the history of IndyCar back during the IRL/kart days in 1997, specifically at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. He's always been very competitive in a lot of the different races, particularly in some of the road course races. He's been somewhat consistent.
Yeah, it's good to see a driver like Richie Hearn participate so consistently in the Major Series. We've seen him time and again do somewhat of a decent job in the road courses, and considering all the IndyCar history that he's got, you would normally racing drivers look down upon sim racing. They say, oh, this is not real, this is not why I fell in love with the sport with. But Richie Hearn has been very open to it. He may be 49, but he's really taken up to sim racing in a very comfortable manner. He's joined in, he's raced a lot in the Major Series, and it's genuinely very refreshing to see him compete in a race like this one and do somewhat of a decent job. So quite a fun thing to see him here.
Now, he's always been a threat for, at the very least, the top 15 in some of the various events. Right now, we can see, though, that the Forge Endurance car is really struggling, it seems. And we've seen a couple of competitors miss a lot of these apexes, and that is where you can lose so much time, right? Because these cars are not easy to turn. They are very heavy on the steering columns, and keep in mind, the GT4 is fairly heavy. It's even heavier, say, if you're in the Audis and the TCRs right now.
Yeah, for the GT4s, clearly, they don't have as much air assistance as well, so not as much as downforce. So you're really relying a lot on your mechanical grip, and the GT4s, as you mentioned, Justin, very, very heavy cars. The Porsche, still, very heavy relatively, let's put it that way. And around the Nurburgring, you've got to maneuver your way around, know the exact turn-in spots. You just can't go blindly based on your judgment. You've got to know exact markers for every single corner, and they differ big time depending on what car you're driving. So practice will of course play a huge role for all these drivers, and just making sure that you hit the apexes. It's a classic racing driver philosophy. It's a classic cliche in terms of racing. If you don't hit your apexes properly, you just end up losing too much of time. Even more so at the Nürburgring, where one corner immediately follows to the other one, then the other, then the other. You just have to carry the right line in. And in technical sections like the one that we are seeing right now in the second sector of the track, it makes even more sense in this case.
And the good point brought up by one of the viewers following along involving this team currently trying to hold on to the position is there are 2,800,560 corners being taken today throughout the course of 24 hours. On top of that, keep in mind there is more than 1,000 feet, that's 300 meters plus, of elevation changes from the highest point of the racetrack to the lowest point. So it's basically riding a roller coaster back and forth, back and forth. There's a reason it's called the Green Hell, as Jackie Stewart once called it that way.
It is indeed. It can be so challenging in so many places. And a mistake can come in at any point of the track. You've got corners flowing one after the other. You've got such high-speed sections. Flansgarden, the section that these guys are approaching in a couple of minutes, that's going to be so interesting as well, because you're jumping off, your car's literally in mid-air, then you've got to land in and try and maneuver the next corner in. It's just an extraordinarily hard circuit. It's hard to remember which direction it flows in. 154 corners. Now, of course, then you come to the carousel, the one section that we're seeing right now. Got to use the banking and the camber to your advantage. Every single corner has its own specific challenge, and mastering it all can take years, if not decades, for some drivers.
Absolutely. And based on personal experience, can say there's a reason, say on the oval side, there's the phrasing, you have to turn 1,000 laps to learn the track. They aren't kidding, because you have to turn 3,000 minimum for the Pro Series races alone to get your cars ready. Speaking of car ready, back on track is Schnitzelwagen Racing, I should rather say, after they had a 12-minute and 5-second tow. They are finally back on track, but they are almost a 1 2/3 of a lap behind. It's going to be one where they somehow need to magically unlap themselves and somehow gain 6 minutes. That's not likely happening early on, unless you have a ton happen.
Yeah, clearly a very bad start for them, and recovering that time at a circuit like this one is going to be so hard. But remember, 24 hours still left in the race, so anything can really happen. Towards the end, it could end up being a race of attrition.
Taking over the battle for second now. This is amongst respective team corporate cars. Of course, you have Aries currently the car behind, where they have the more blue and white livery. Then you have Hades, respectively, because, well, one of the main sponsors is Demon Tweaks, specifically that you've seen on some of the banners there with that yellow and red text. Those two drivers right now are already 8 seconds back of your class lead and already have a bit of damage, because keep in mind, these curbs, if you hit them too hard, can damage your front nose hard.
Yeah, big time. GT3 is incredibly low. The cars, the lower they are, the stiffer the suspension is, the easier they are to maneuver around, and that's one thing known for the GT3 machines. They're very easy to drive in comparison to the GT4s and the TCRs we have on show right now. So the curbs, if they're high enough at times in certain places of the tracks, you can really scrape your way through, and it may not make a huge impact right now, but eventually, of course, could compromise on the straight line speed, and sometimes damage that may seem cosmetic can have a huge impact on the way your car drives throughout the race.
Speaking of how these cars will drive, you have to keep in mind they eventually have to pit. We talked a little bit about some of the strategy before tonight's race and tonight's action, where class you see here is expected to go about 10 laps. The GT3 is about 7 laps. TCRs usually go a little bit further. There is no BOP for the rulebook from what we can tell for today's race. In other words, the fuel runs are going to be a bit more than an hour plus for these respective competitors today as we take a look at the Richie Hearn pack.
Yeah, BOP not quite coming into perspective in this particular race, so drivers are not having any fuel restrictions per se that would come in with the BOP regulation change, so they can go longer than an hour, I think around 7 or 8 odd laps with GT3 cars, so yeah, should be fun. But look at this battle going on right here. It may be for the final position in the DCR category, but God, these two teams are putting up quite a show. The Baston Spitzer Formula One podcast team defending incredibly hard as we approach the final couple of corners of the track. And man, this is the kind of intensity you want to watch in an endurance race like this one.
Every position matters, right? Especially when you're having fun, especially with organizations like this. That is Brian Boomstra, who's behind the wheel, by the way, that's trying to hold on at the moment. We already talked a little bit about the car behind. This is a group once more with podcast featuring talking about Formula One that has several different hosts like Richard Spanners Ready, Matt Trumpets, Chris Stevens, amongst the respective organization members. And they've now, of course, ventured out to the sim racing side of things, especially with the growth in 2020, like several different brands have throughout the year.
Yeah, sim racing has been the place to be in, and once, of course, the global lockdown was in place, everyone came here. Let's talk about that a little bit later, though, because this Texans racing team, the Fitzy Motorsport Aries car, is closing up and to the second place machine right now. And both of them, of course, teammates. So the Hades team defending against the Aries car, so that's number 69 and 76, right next to each other. Let's hope that they don't collide each other. That's going to be the #1 rule in terms of motorsport, be it endurance, oval, whatever it may be. But coming back to the point about lots of brands expanding into sim racing, Justin, and it's very, very true, because with global motorsport coming to a temporary halt, everyone's just found it so accessible to come into sim racing and showcase what their brand is about, what their quality drivers are about, on a global perspective, on the global scale. It's really amazing, and to see the kind of respect that sim racing has gained in the last few months, it's amazing. Now, honestly, a few years ago, sim racing was just considered as a video game, but your steering wheel, you come in, it's a bit arcadish, you have fun. Now, the way even regular motorsport fans are looking at it with such great respect is really heartwarming, to say the least.
And it's also good to be able to have a chance to get practice in or laps in when you're racetrack locally, or the track you're going to be racing in if you're in a big event is on the sim, and you can just jump into your sim rig and immediately start preparing for your race then.
Exactly. I mean, I remember Adam Custodulo, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 factory driver who was racing in the 24-hour esports series endurance race that we also have on RaceSpotTV. And he just said that the car just feels slightly different in iRacing than it does in real life. So while we didn't have any GT3 racing at all, he was heavily reliant on iRacing, was consistently racing there, consistently practicing. And once he was back on track, he didn't feel too out of comfort, he didn't feel too out of zone. So it really does help you out. And as a casual motorsport fan too, how often do you get to sit in a racing car, let alone drive it or even race it for that matter, with a sim? And it is relatively far, far cheaper. You get the opportunity to get in there, drive all these races at the racetracks that you love and dream about.
Yeah,
it's just perfect.
Big change for position. We just seen Bombshell Racing back up to P3 after a bit of a scuffle amongst the teammates we just seen there. One went up the track and part of the banking. Well, Ryan Mayer was able to get the pull in the past few moments or so to get by the other car. So, just like that, Bombshell Racing team now dealing with a dive bomb. Going to make the move is Mike Thiessen to go on by, and just like that, it's Fox Auto Tech Sim Racing that gets right on through too.
Positions are changing at this part of the race. Drivers making few slight mistakes, and everyone's right there to pounce on them. Let's take a look at what happened. Oh my goodness me. Bombshell Motorsport hitting the car. Hopefully the steering column is alright, because that did seem to be an impact at quite a decent speed. And then, of course, losing 2 positions in one shot, Justin. And they're slowing down.
Yeah, they have a little bit of damage on the left side. Doesn't appear suspension is damaged. But the question is going to be, how will that car run on the long run? That's now 2 drivers inside the top 6 with damage in their respective class. That's also allowed Joshua Wolf to move into range to fight with them. Again, we talked about the start of the season how Torque Freak Racing and Grizzly Motorsports partnered up for the Major Series and are now working together. And since it's expanded to the TFR Lab, that is a new brand for this organization for the end of 2020, as they now are checking up a bit to be a bit patient here in this group.
Yeah, Grizzly Motorsport taking their time, doing exactly what they should. They're right there closing behind on the Bombshell car, and they would want to make that move, knowing for that matter that Bombshell are somewhat struggling. They made that mistake early on. It's surely been knowing that Bombshell have fallen down quite a few positions, and now that we're back on the docking a hole, the draft will be on their side. Look at them closing up. Where do they go? Outside or inside? Outside it is. Putting together. And it could be it for Grizzly Motorsports come the first kink.
And it's not even close, too. Bombshell Racing Team is going to be in a little bit of trouble here now with that damage, because, well, the suspension's okay. So now, as we just seen, if you're aerodynamically compromised at a high-speed track for a high-speed section like that, it's going to really cost them. And you've seen as well, Wolf already 20 meters deeper in the braking zone just about to be able to break off and away and get to the next drafting pack. Keep in mind, 2nd through 6th are now separated by about 4 seconds. The lead is up to 13 seconds, and Ryan Mayer is in. Ryan Mayer is coming in for a pit stop.
The damage certainly is getting bigger on the Bombshell Motorsport car. They realized that they were going to lose far too much time, and they've come in pit quite early on lap 4 in fact, so clearly not a scheduled one. It's just that the damage was too heavy, and they had to just go and change it off. They had to repair it.
And there's no fast repairs in this event, so essentially they'll have to get it repaired as they try and go a bit off cycle here. So we'll lose them a ton of time for obvious reasons on the racetrack. So make it now 4 cars. Yeah, from 2nd to about 5th on the racetrack. Keep in mind as well that at the moment, the choo-choo trains continue to see several different things happen. Richie Hearn, for this lap, had gotten shuffled out from the start of the main Formula 1 circuit. Back to P number 2 in the class. Then got shuffled out again, or rather shuffled back from P3 to P4. Then Kinetic Racing Force forced their way on through after a big mistake from Richie Hearn. Now, Kinetic Racing Force trying to make sure they don't carry too much force off the racetrack here we see on board.
Tommy Vandergood trying to push hard in the early stages of this race. Of course, closing up in the GT4 category, the Forge Endurance GT4 car. Ethan Osowski is behind the wheel of that 175 machine. Look at Kinetic Racing getting ever so closer as the Forge Racing Endurance team makes a couple of mistakes. Not to send over there by Tommy, of course. That would be a bad place to send it at the smaller carousel. But yeah, Tommy realizing that he has to stay behind and then use the good run at the final corner and then the draft to get an easy move done at the Dottinger hole, which comes in right about now. Should be an easy bait for him in the Porsche.
You can see that toe right now, Richie Hearn trying to attach once more. And this is going to happen several times, and some teams may elect to try and save, but as we've seen today, you're taking the chances to say, you know what, I want to take that draft, I'm not going to let up. It's the similar thought of either you send it towards the back end and save, or you can take the run back like this. Forge Endurance with the draft back now to make it side by side out of the Dodger hole. Final chicanes before the start and finish line, and Ethan Osowski able to hold on for now.
That is some good, hard racing there by Ethan Osowski. He lost the position early on, but he made sure to use it to his advantage. Because the Dottinger hole is so long, you can lose a position then gear it back again, then go side by side and still keep it as you approach turn number 1. So that was some really smart driving that we saw from him right there. And the Kinetic Racing team, they have to wait even longer. Tommy Vandergood, though, sends it down to turn number 1, door-to-door racing between both the Porsches, but he does not get the move done still, and instead runs wide.
Not looking too good in the first couple laps now with some of the rhythm, give or take, for Tommy. But we keep on mentioning the history with some of these organizations. Kinetic Racing has always been one of the main staples in this series. Several champions, several times, their drivers have swept the series championships in the International, American, and European splits. This is a very storied program, to say the very least. Currently at the moment, Tommy Vandergut still trying to hold on to his current position, 18th overall on the racetrack. Of note, by the way, currently, Kinetic Racing Philosophy is still in the lead now for the Audis, trying to hold on to that position over Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. Then there's the missed Apex F1 podcast car. Currently the Ritz in that top 3. Keep in mind, No Emission Motorsports leads this respective class, currently separated by about 6 seconds amongst the grouping. The second place battle as this all shapes out. Philip Morton still holding on in front of his teammate. Currently leading a 4-car choo-choo train just about, with Joshua Wolf trying to reattach himself to it. Can-Am Racing is an hour 7 seconds back of this fight.
We expected the drivers to distance out a little bit in the early parts of this race, considering how big the gulf in the field was, but it's not happening right here. The 10X, both the teams are fighting against each other. The Aries car closing up on the Hades machine. And Mike Tewson getting ever so close on the bumper, pretty much of the Hades machine, but Philip Morton doing a good job to defend. Of course, this is not exactly the place where you want to go to make a move. Not the best part of the circuit to make a move on, but Mike will clearly be wanting to tag along, wait for the right moment on the track, and then power out, and then explode, and get the move for himself. But remember, it can be so easy to make that mistake and end up with both the teammates colliding against each other, as Mike makes a mistake himself and drops a position. A bad exit on the carousel, Justin. That is far from ideal for them.
That's one of your top teams from Europe in terms of road course racing, iRacing, especially with this track and its history and several different events here. They were able to take advantage of this mistake as they overran the banking, as Elvis Bonello drives right on by to retake P3 on the racetrack for now. The question is, for how long? Keep in mind, there's still about a full minute or so before the Dodger hope for a chance to drop back.
Exactly, they just have to tiptoe along on their way through and make sure that they don't make another tiny error like that one. But that mistake, Justin, such an easy one to make. It's such a delicate corner, the carousel. You just got to feather your way through the throttle. Some drivers prefer to leave the throttle, then put it back on. Some prefer to keep it constantly. And just turning out at the right time is the key to getting a good exit, but they just missed their marker right there, and the steering wheel veered straight on, and there they were, losing an ample of time. It's so easy to lose time over there. And apart from time, they also ended up losing a major position. So that corner can catch you out so easily, and it clearly has claimed its first victory today.
Absolutely. Currently, by the way, the Texans cars currently 2nd and 4th respectively. They finished P3, for reference sake. The International Pro Team standings in 2020 as really falling off still. It's Mike Grierson trying to hold on with that damage. At this point, it's going to get trickier and trickier, it seems, because any sort of bodywork damage, it seems early on, at least the sample size is, you basically already sitting duck for the biggest passing zone of the racetrack and could potentially lose up to 2 seconds there.
Yeah, big time, big time. The draft plays such a huge role in GT3 racing on its own, with the cars being so aerodynamically reliant. And when it comes to a straight as long as this one, with a combination as fierce as we've got right here today, the draft can just end up propelling you so easily like we are seeing right now. It just seems like a big boost from behind. There's barely anything you can do to defend, unless of course you can just slip back in. In fact, concede the position early on and you could use the draft once again to your advantage to defend that position like we saw in the GT4 category a couple of laps ago. So that could be one way out of this situation.
So back and forth, teammates now second and third once again. Still early on, 171 estimated laps to go for this respective class, by the way. So we're about an estimated 30 minutes plus our first pit stop window for this event today. Your biggest mover so far, the biggest overall, has been Forge Endurance in the 175, and the GT4's up 4 positions. Several other teams have gone up +3. Bombshell Racing, after getting damage repairs done for a minute, is the biggest dropper on track, still 10 positions back, outside of Schwitzelwagen Racing, 25 positions back, who is still currently circulating about a quarter of the way in for the leaders. Here's a look, by the way, at biggest mover still, and still Ethan, the 16-year-old, continuing to keep these drivers at bay and trying to break away from this grouping. The tough part is, the next grouping is already about 9 seconds up the track.
Yeah, how can you close up on such a big gap? Well, the good thing for them is they've got a long time for that. And in terms of pure driving ability, I think it's going to be very hard for them to close up that kind of a gap, because although there are many corners at the Nordschleife where we can gain time, it's just that they've lost so much in such a short span of time that it feels hard for them. It feels hard that they might be able to get back all those lost seconds so easily. And in fact, when you're in a battle like this one, like they are right now, it can make it even harder for you to drive at full speed and then claw back all the lost time. So Forge Endurance GT4 and Kinetic Racing Force, the only idea, for the only possible chance it seems right now for them to get a win is if the drivers up ahead make mistakes and end up losing time. Otherwise, they'll be in a hot scrap with each other, as they are right now, and it's turning out to be quite a good one.
Bit of a dive that time for the Kinetic Racing Force machine. Keep in mind, Kinetic won a couple team titles this year on the pro side. That time your contact leads to the blinking lights. That was a little bit optimistic there, to say the very least, maybe.
Yeah, Kinetic Racing Force getting slightly impatient, sitting behind the Forge Endurance car, and they've been sitting there for quite a while. It's been 5 odd laps since they've been right there, and they want to get the position in. Tommy van der Good, clearly we saw him trying to attack a couple of laps ago too, but it's not materializing, and in this case, your temper often spills over and you can end up making mistakes that you shouldn't really do. So I think taking deep breaths is going to be quite an important thing for Tommy right now, just to make sure that he keeps his calm and does not make an unnecessary, unforced error while trying to get P3 for himself.
Absolutely. You can also see just how many bumps and hits these suspensions are going to have to take throughout a campaign, right? You can see flares and clatterings of some of these bumps and bangs. And this is an organization, mind you, that throughout 2020 had several competitors race in sportsman class, but Mark Stevenson lead the charge of the pro side, where he had some really good, strong points finishes and was a championship contender throughout 2020. We'll see how his team, however, deals with this. Remember, Ethan used the draft last time to pass back at the air end of the Donninger Ho. Tommy van der Gut this time drives right on by. Will it be a slipstream move? There is an attempt, but not enough time to try to reach back, so move Kinetic Racing Force up 1 more position.
At last, Tommy van der Good gets the move done, and this time out, the Forge car cannot do the same thing they did the last time out. They cannot use the draft once again to propel themselves back up. Instead, they'll have to get something done at turn number 1. But in fact, if they make a mistake, they've got another team right behind them. So it's a matter of high stakes. It's Elite West Racing with Richie Hearn right there. What's Richie going to do in this case? Outside or inside? Is he going to attack? Well, not quite, it seems.
Well, let's talk about some of the ways you can save fuel here, right? Because fuel can be a little bit interesting because, you know, fuel is time, essentially, in the pit stops, right? So what are some of the best ways, in your opinion, to save that gas throughout a run like this? Because I think that might be partly what's inflicting Richie Hearn to say, you know what, I'm electing to just stay behind all this.
So there is a big advantage of the nature of the Nordschleife and the way the track is created, that there are ample fuel-saving opportunities without losing a whole ton of time. So, considering all the undulation changes that follow in the circuit, considering the nature of the circuit, we have one corner exiting straight into the other one. There are many places where you can just lift off and not lose too much of time, because the track descends downhill, because in certain cases you just have to brake and turn at the same time, so you might as well just not go full throttle, just relax, lift off the throttle, I beg your pardon, and then end up braking far later on. So too many places. In fact, the early couple of sections all the way through the Hoheinen section, Hudson-Bach, that place comes to mind. Schwedenkreuz could be one place where you can do that. Then you come up to the section of Ardner Frost as well. I mean, literally every other corner, every major braking zone before that, you've got spots where you can just relax, ease off the throttle and not lose too much of time while saving so much of fuel. And that's just the nature of the Nurburgring. You can't quite do that in many other circuits, but because it's such a roller coaster, because it's so tight, it's so narrow, it's got so many flowing corners, you can just do that without losing too much of time. And that's what the drivers are doing. But when you're on the straights, when you're on the Dottingerhoe and on the GP circuit, it's just a case of sticking behind in the draft, and before you get to your braking points, just getting on quarter throttle, maybe on half throttle as well if you're daring enough, and just ending up saving fuel behind. So I think fuel saving should be quite an easy thing to do in relation to all the other endurance racing circuits that we usually tend to go to, Justin.
About 40 minutes or so into the action so far, as some dirt starting to get kicked up. Keep in mind, no incident limits for today. Just an important thing to keep in mind for these competitors. So in other words, it's not like Spa, of course, where it's, well, an incident point fiesta. It's a track where you have an incident point, you're likely smacking the Armco.
Yeah, exactly. There are certain places, of course, where there is more grass than Armco. And you can clearly see it right now, but it's never too far off, and the grass at the Nürburgring is especially slippery. And it's almost as if you're penalized instantly, like instant karma. That's what the internet term is for that. So more often than not, if you make a mistake, not only do you get an incident point, you're smacked straight into the barrier, as we did see with the Bombshell Racing team a couple of laps ago, and the damage can be too big at times. It can damage your suspension, you could end up with a broken steering column, and maneuvering it 154 corners away can be a real pain in the backside. So for these drivers and teams, it's just about being so careful, so aware. Because when you're on the grass, if you try and smash on your brakes, it's not going to work out. I mean, one incident that came to mind is, in fact, in this season's Porsche Esports Super Cup, when we had Maximilian Benecke and Joshua Rogers going side by side at the final couple of corners, exiting the Dottingerhoe near Tiergarten. They were going wheel to wheel, they were going side by side. It's that one section of the circuit where you've got more grass instead of the Armco. Benecke got caught on the grass. He tried to defend by trying to put the brakes on, but it's just so slippery, Justin, that you have barely any traction at all. So if you're not being smacked around by the Armco, the grass will make you spinning around, will send you spinning around, I beg your pardon, and you'll end up losing more time than you could possibly have gained without making that mistake. So whatever goes, this track will punish you really hard.
Keep in mind that there's, of course, iRacing talked about potentially the future of grass a few months back. It's still something that is going to take a long while, of course, because, well, there's a lot of grass on the iRacing service. Let's put it that way, for one. But for two, Ethan is starting to really drop off since that switch with Kinetic Racing Pools. This is not looking pretty right now all of a sudden, because here's one of the main things, too, with the rhythm of the track. Say you're a group of drivers. One of the main key things as a team you have to be able to calculate on top of your fuel marks, your strategies, your substitution/driver change rotations is you of course need to build a setup. Majors Garage provides a lot of that, yes, with their major support for various drivers to be able to purchase setups as well from various competitors in this series. Once again, for information, go to the website, PacificMajors.com. But the main thing is for the teams, let's say, that go on their own without a baseline like that, or their own baselines, is if you don't make the right setup calls, it can cost you throughout the entire race. We've seen in the past where teams in various classes can choose the wrong type of aerodynamic setup or aerodynamic angles. A lot of that can't be changed once you set everything in stone with the green flag.
Yeah, and you've got to keep in mind how the race evolves. So considering right now that we're in December, we're going to spend more time in the dark than we are going to in the daylight. So naturally, with cooler temperatures, a lot can be adjusted in terms of the tyre pressures, in terms of what kind of aerodynamic elements you want to put on the cars, subtract them off. And the drivers and teams will have to keep that in mind. And that's a very interesting point that you mentioned, Justin, right there about setups. Of course, you may not end up losing as much as you can on an oval, because the driving abilities are a lot more concentrated in the ovals. There's not a major gulf in terms of driving abilities, but at a circuit like the Nurburgring, where you've got 154 different corners, all completely unique, there's a big gulf that can be created in terms of the driving. And the setups, yes, they can change things a little bit. It's more about how you can make it work, to be honest. What kind of setup is really comfortable for you as a driver. And the best part about endurance racing is that drivers who often come in from single-seater racing, they have setups clearly defined for their own style, for their own approach. But now that you're coming in with 3, 4, maybe even 7 different drivers, they've got to share things off. So the setup may not often be the most comfortable one for you, but it's all about how you can make it work in a case like this one. And that, I think, can be the defining factor towards the very end.
Give a quick correction once again. In Sim Day is September 15th, Samil, where the description for the series was they wanted to be more nighttime than, say, a June date for this racetrack, but not 50% plus of nighttime like you just said for December time. So that's why the in-sim date is September the 15th. But to piggyback on that point as well is there are so many teams which require you to know a lot about setup knowledge, because really, if you want to compete with the best of the best or have a chance to be able to have a crack at it, you need to know what you're doing in the car and not just piggy up back on someone saying, here's a setup, go ahead. They need you to be able to adjust and make it faster than share with everybody else too, possible, depending on your team philosophy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very fair point as well, because often what happens is, as a racing driver, when you see other drivers do an extremely good job, you often tend to blame it on the setup, that I've not really got a good setup, so you know what I shall do? I shall completely copy the setup that they've got. But is it the one that works for you? Because the setup is much like a glove. It depends on how it fits completely on your hand. One glove may fit another driver well, one glove may fit you well. So often just copying the setup of a really successful team or driver does not work. And even more so when you've got 5, 6, 7 different drivers in the team, may work for some, it may not work for others. In fact, some drivers prefer to have a tighter car, some prefer to have it more loose, more frisky by the nature of it. Some prefer to have more downforce, some prefer not to have that in their advantage. It's clearly a case of driving styles and sharing, managing it all out. It's like trying to ride one horse between 7 different people. Some may be able to, some may not be able to, but it's all about how much you may not lose. Damage limitation is the word I'm looking for in this case. I just got slightly confused by my thought process in a couple of seconds ago. But yeah, damage limitation, how much you can adapt in, how much you can't lose in a setup that's not comfortable to you completely.
Where do you find these 7-person horses that you're talking about?
No, this reminds me, back in the old days in Mongolia, now this is completely off the topic to what we're seeing on screen right now, as we see both the 10X Motorsport cars battling against each other. To get their message across as quickly as possible, they used to have different horses and different riders coming through. So one person riding on one horse and immediately not taking a break, jumping on a different horse altogether. And then once that horse is tired, they get jumped up to the other one. So it's happened before, let's put it that way. A couple of centuries ago.
Still right now, extra teammates are working together well in terms of the fuel mileage. Still, we are about an estimated 20 minutes or so for the first pit stop window. Keep in mind, though, that Albus Benell is still keeping them in check. Joshua Wolf is still in this train. And there is a bit of a gap between them and Claude Melval, who is 6th right now overall on the racetrack. Keep in mind as well that it could be tricky for some of these competitors since they're eventually expected to reach lap traffic. And one thing to keep in mind is that it's been made clear by race control when that does happen that they do not want to see the race outcome impacted by team cars from some of these slower cars / lower classes. Because, well, You don't want the leader being wrecked by traffic, obviously, for one. But for two, drivers have been warned where they have to keep in mind it's an endurance race, where there are situations where lap cars can be fast or faster than the cars ahead of them, yes, but the rule of thumb was, as stated in the rule book, you can lap yourself and pull away, you can do it. But if you can't pull away within a lap or two, you should allow the car that's a higher position to repass and follow them, essentially dicing the people laps ahead. If that happens, that may be protestable, to say the least, if you dice up the field with the people, with laps ahead.
Yeah, it just comes back to the basic knowledge and ethics of endurance racing. We've got to respect the other categories and realize that they're racing in a completely different race altogether. And they may be sharing the same piece of tarmac as you, but they're not in the same battle, so it's better to let them go. And especially if they're a faster machine. At the Nurburgring, there are places where you can do that, some easier than the other ones. But clearly, as a slower machine, you've got to make sure that you let them go very easily. I mean, I remember watching the Petit Le Mans that happened a couple of months ago. There were so many instances of slower cars causing so much big trouble to the faster machines, and faster machines sometimes coming in, bumping the slower cars and just saying, oh, it was their fault, they didn't move out in time. And it's just a clear case of lack of respect between both the categories. And the Nürburgring being such a long track, it can frustrate some times. But meanwhile, move in the GT3 category for P number 2 here, Justin.
Yes, indeed, side by side with the draft, and once again the teammates lane shining past each other. This continues to try and help their marks, but keep in mind, the race leader, Vendeville Sim Racing, does have 2-minute 11-second, or 8-minute 11-second pace rather, and setting purple lap times. These cars, unfortunately, into the 815s rather so far, but keep in mind, these are the best of the best in terms of the major series competitors from 2020, with their respective drivers, etc., and their organizations. 5 seconds lost for the overall lead, but in regards to the lead for the major series representing organizations, it's currently a 1-2. If you look at the positive side. Near peak from behind from Fox Autotech Sim Racing there as a near bobble off the corner from the 69 and Philip Morton, by the way. As these drivers get ready to head their way back out of the Grand Prix section of the circuit before heading back into the Nordschleife.
This Grand Prix section, of course, used in Formula 1 that we recently saw a couple of months ago. And it's been around since 1984, with the first race around this particular section that we're using right now won by none other than Ayrton Senna in a touring car race where all the Formula 1 drivers of that time were racing Mercedes, and Senna, who was in Tolman back in the day, ended up beating Niki Lauda and Alain Prost clean on that day. And since then, the Grand Prix layout has been used in all the endurance races. We've seen so much of drama, and in real life, of course, when the Nürburgring 24 Hours takes place, it can get so cold out here, so icy, that the track surface around the Grand Prix circuit, which is far, far smoother than what we have at the Nordschleife, can just end up being a literal ice rink with drivers not getting any grip at all. Thankfully, no rain on iRacing so far. Hopefully we get to see that somewhere down the line, but still very grippy, but still just about as easy to make a mistake here.
We'll talk later on throughout the action today about some of the new iRacing's officially announced inclusions, because there is a lot of key ones, including some of the stuff we've hit upon today that can be impacted, mind you, on how drivers approach their racing. But for these competitors, we're approaching 1 hour of the clock, and keep in mind, one of the main things is this track is so massive. You can have clouds at this end of the racetrack, but it can be sunny at other ends. Right now, at the Grand Prix layout section of the track, it is currently overcast. Currently, all the way in Sector 2, it is still beautiful and sunny. Not to say overcast can be not beautiful, but still, clouds are clouds.
Thankfully, the clouds will not pour down, so yeah, it's not going to be raining, as it cannot on the iRacing service for now, but nevertheless, that's a very good point, because in certain parts where the clouds are in there, the track temperature is going to be cooler. Then you come up to a different part of the circuit which does not have clouds, and suddenly it's hotter, and it could be by a couple of degrees Celsius as well, so you end up having lesser grip. And so you naturally have to tinker your braking points, have to make sure that you're more cautious, because You can just send it and be more reliant on the cooler track temperatures in certain parts of the circuit and just don't have the same type of grip at all in the other part. It's amazing. And we say that Spa is a long circuit. When you put it in comparison to the Nurburgring, it just seems like a small little baby.
Guess that's the way to put it. But still, you can see just how tight this grouping has been. They've been on top of each other the entire race. And this is to be expected, Ryan, where in endurance race format, you normally see a grouping of 2 to 3 to 4 cars you are usually with throughout much of the night or throughout much of the race. This seems to be the grouping that, as long as they don't outbreak themselves or make a mistake down the pit lane, may be together just in this entire run. The interesting mark's going to be how they plan out the strategy, because some teams do have the potential option, depending on their class, to double stint their tires, especially with how cool it is today in this race.
Yep, GT3s can double stint quite clearly. They do have the advantage, and we saw that in the 24-hour series Sebring race as well. Of course, set around similar times. That was also set around September. And with the Nürburgring, again, there is a certain school of thought that if you try and push a bit too hard at the Nordschleife, you can just eat out your tires a bit too early on, and so eventually double stinting becomes far harder towards the latter part of the second stint, with too much time being lost. But if you're just cautious enough, if you know the right slots to lift in course, and if you're not turning in so viciously in certain places, you can double stint, because the temperature is on your side. It's not as hot as one would normally expect to be in a summer day, because of course it is September right here, and Septembers in Germany are pretty cool, mind you. So the drivers can just take it a bit easy right now and try to mix things down. But then of course there are other teams who often end up going for a single stint strategy and then end up sometimes even going for a double later on. There is a lot of variety that can come in this particular race, so should be interesting to see how things go. But normally the standard way would be a double stint. What's going on here though?
Richie Hearn, he's been getting a little impatient the past lap or so. He took a couple peaks last time by. Finally drives by the Elite West racing car. He goes. So the Forge Endurance machine has just seemingly fallen off the table the second half of this run after being the quickest out of their group. They're now starting to really drop pace. Some of the cars are seeing fall off totals of about 2 to 3 seconds. For Forge Endurance, they're starting to really slip back, but at the same time, Richie Hearn not wanting to slip back. A position and contact, clipping the grass at Ina Shosky. He's off the track as Richie Hearn gets spun around. Both get going, and that could have been worse.
That could have been so much worse. Absolutely, Justin. An absolute catastrophe for both teams. Trying to send one down the inside of turn number 1. It's a tricky downhill braking section, and the 175 just catches a little bit of grass on the exit off it, and it can just turn the car around so viciously. And that is exactly what you saw right there. And man, he just got clobbered in.
And Richie Hearn got a significant amount of contact to left rear. The Forge car went way wide. Both cars appear to be having straight steering columns. But with this being the estimated pit lap for a couple classes, this is going to be painful. Take a look. Clipped it with the left side tires hard to the right side of Richie Hearn's car.
And what do you even do if you're Richie Hearn? Not much in that particular case. For the Forge team, they'll just have to accept the blame for that one, even though it was just a minor driver error of getting on the grass, and with the GT4 machines, there's just no grip on the grass at all. You just snap on the brakes in that particular part of the track and it will spin around, and all of a sudden you're just like a targetless torpedo. Not much you can do to save the car. If you're Richie Hearn, just hope that the damage is not as significant. Ouch.
Ouch indeed. Now, looking back at that grouping for second over on the racetrack once again, they haven't had too many hits so far, to each other at least, but to the track itself, all of them have at least a little bit of damage, it seems, in their bodywork, either on the front end or, for the majority of them, on their back end of the race cars. In other words, they've taken a lot of hits in this drafting pack. The thing is, Elvis Bonello has not been able to get close enough, I don't think, to be able to actually try anything here in the best passing opportunity. Here in this, as here comes Philip Morton with the slingshot. This time moving to the center of the racetrack as Mike Magnuson once more going for this fuel save strat. Elvis Bonello, will we go with the fuel save strat? Can't get there in time either way. It looks like he'll do that too. And a massive, massive early break that time to save gas from Philip Morton. Oh, and something's wrong with Morton's car. Morton just checked him the whole group. What is going on with Philip Morton? Did they run out of gas? I think they ran out of gas, Samil.
That is bizarre. They did not save enough fuel. We expected the fuel window to be around 7 laps for the GT3 cars, and they just ran out right at the very end. I was just trying to comprehend what was going on, and right, Justin, they just ran out of gas. Maybe we should just take a look at the onboard and get a better sound of it. And they did, yes. Oh my goodness me, that is crazy.
The fuel window's 7 laps. They only made it 6.9. Take a listen. And that's from the car behind who had no idea that the car in front was out of gas. Morton is still crawling into the pit lane too from that.
It's such a sinking feeling when you're running out of gas. But even more so, if someone up ahead of you runs out of gas and you clobber right into them and end up getting damage on your front diffuser. iRacing will box you, and iRacing will make sure that it repairs the car. They could very well end up losing time in the pit lane that they didn't even ask for in the first place.
Yep, there it is right there. Look at the gauge. Going back and forth. Can't get any full throttleness. About only 30 miles an hour into the lane. And right there, it completely dies on the fuel.
Oh,
what a time to run out of fuel.
Well, I said fuel saving is going to be somewhat easier than Nurburgring, but clearly in the first turn with drivers getting the aggression levels up, trying to see their direct competitors right in front of them. The fuel saving, well, it was just sent to the back of the queue, and it's come back to bite so many cars, Philip Morton in particular.
Morton already losing a ton of time. Pit stop. Seb's seen everybody except for Elvis Bonello take tires, by the way, in the class. Fox Autotech machine. I'm going with the double stint to gain about an extra 15 or so seconds on the rest of the pack. Speaking of the rest of the pack, it's a lot more closer and interesting now because among the drivers jumping positions, Lyndon Swaby will jump in front of Philip Morton. Claude Beauvau also taking advantage of that, and Ryan Mayer among those competitors. Rest of the field separated by about at least 20 car lengths in that class.
Yep, coming back to this particular battle in the GT4 category with Elite West Racing, who got hit by the Forge Endurance car. Interestingly enough, Ethan Osowski, the 16-year-old driver, he's not quite given the position back to Richie Hearn, even though he made that mistake, so that's going to be something interesting. Of course, live race control, not really here for this particular race, so all the major decisions will be judged once the race is done. Perhaps the penalty could be on their way, unfortunately, for the Forge Endurance GT4 machine, but yeah, clearly he's not quite given the position back into them, to Richie Hearn's car. So Richie Hearn might be just slightly frustrated. I mean, you hit me, and you're not even giving the position back to me.
Yeah, it's a gentleman's rule, so to speak, that you're referring to. And that's why I think as a driver, you'd be upset, like Richie Hearn, with the experience he has. We talked about for many years, sim and real world. And apologies, by the way, over the radio coming from running out of fuel from Philip Morton, so there is remorse on that side of the garage as well from what just happened after what was the most intriguing part of this race so far yet.
Yep, there's been a bit of drama happening in the first half of the race, but that one clearly defining all the drama that can happen in an endurance race. You can't run out of fuel at the wrong moment, and if you just do not save enough, and it sounds like the most boring thing in the world, doesn't it? Fuel saving, lifting and coasting. Sounds like a very dull way to drive a car, but these dull ways and this sort of, I wouldn't say pain, but just the kind of sacrifice you make in terms of a lap time on an immediate basis can help pay you back so much towards the end of your stint. And for Philip Morton, it just caught him in the back, big time.
Absolutely. We're just past 1 hour, by the way, on the clock. So the drivers who made it 7 laps did essentially make it 1 hour on the clock. Keep an eye on how many more laps to go here. Again, drivers reported about 10 later today for this respective class, where Keep in mind, some of them don't have drafting buddies unless you're Kinetic Racing, Motion, and Force. Yes, the names I know line up perfectly for this. You have the defending winners in the HPD class for this event last year. Then you have their teammates running on behind. We've talked about the importance of this. How important, in your opinion, is the communication between groupings such as this, even with the different cars, to make sure you're on the same page for this type of race?
I think it makes it even more important if your teammates, like the Kinetic Racing Force and Motion teams are, so they'll clearly be remembering rule number 1 of motorsport, that is not to hit your teammates. But yeah, I think at this stage, some teams we've often seen in endurance racing, they swap around mutually. I mean, as rare as it may sound, some teams can end up doing a few laps. If there's a big gap above and behind, that is, some can stay up ahead and eventually take the advantage of the track position, but the other car in behind them is actually the one winning big time, because then they can just stay in the draft and save fuel. But the Kinetic Racing Force team clearly not going by that approach. They're attacking the Motion car, and Awal Valverde in the BMW has fallen back into P number 3. So is this just a case of both the teammates swapping positions to make sure that both of them get the advantage of fuel saving in the draft? Or is that just the Motion team losing out to the Force team, who end up using this as an advantage and try to use track position to their advantage in this case?
I think it's more so, again, like we just talked about. Use the cars and friends around you to save, and you, again, don't want to be what we just seen in the GT3s. Look, again, drivers expecting to go in air 3 laps, as we talked about, to remind you one more time in that grouping. By the way, some drivers have already had to cut through overall positions. We mentioned the issues with Schnitzelwagen Racing earlier on today. They have already gotten themselves around 22nd overall on the track. They're approaching your overall TCR class leader right now, and that being Kinetic Racing Philosophy. They've already had to come down twice, including that tow period we talked about. It's still a tough hill to climb, but this organization not giving up early, to say the very least. If you're Heiko Kruger, the broadcast stream view has probably been very entertaining on their side of things. Speaking of entertainment, change for P9, Forge Gold shuffled out to 10th.
This particular part of the GT3 field was particularly quite early on, but now the Dog Bear GT Red team moving up ahead. Brian Barnes finding opportunity and trying to put his foot in the door, and eventually getting P number 9 in the BMW. Of course, the BMW having a clear straight line advantage, being quite the car in the straights, and being, let's say, quite stable as well, which is something that you would necessarily need at a circuit like the Nurburgring, where it's so easy to get out of control.
And the importance of selecting the right car for you to run in a race like this is so crucial, right? Because the positives and negatives. Big mistake from Adam Halleck behind them, just overran a bit of the banking in the middle of the chicane. So he lost an extra few seconds. So the separation now starting to build up with these respective cars, and want to go back to the 35, because one of the main things just a few weeks ago when it comes to Mercedes is their sister car, essentially one of their sibling cars, rather, the AMG GT Black, ended up taking to this real-world circuit and setting a fastest production car record for the Nurburgring, reaching speeds of more than 300 kilometers an hour with a time of 6 minutes 48 seconds, .047. That was with Marcel Unger behind the wheel, back in November the 18th. This is the perfect car, I believe, to try and follow along with our first fan immersion for today's action. You're watching RaceSpotTV for the virtual Nurburgring. You're watching the major series, 24 hours at the Nurburgring. Torch Gold you've been final on board with for the RaceSpot fan immersion. Top 15 in the points this season was Adam Howick's positioning in the pro standings for the Americas for the Major Series. Justin Prince alongside Mel Roar. Hugo Weeks in the director's seat with cameras provided by Esteban Paulo. And to also have Nolan Rempel join us later on today. The fight for P4 and 5 has been one of intrigue after contact earlier before. Forge Endurance still holding on to this battle with Elite West Racing. Also Venable Sim Racing recently making some lap moves at the moment. The last time these cars went around this section, tensions were very hot to say the very least. So, as these drivers approach their pit window, Richie Hearn, will he elect to dive? No. That means, with that safe move from Elite West Racing and your bumper, why don't we take a glance towards your top 8 real quickly throughout these drivers as things continue to heat up around the racetrack in several different packs. Once again, it's Venable Sim Racing Green in the lead right now for your GT3s, with Frank Auto Tech Sim Racing in second. TechSense Aries card rather is in third, with Grizzly Motorsports by TFR Lab in fourth. Bombshell Racing Team fifth. Tandem Racing TechSense's second car after a massive mistake in the pit lane and running out of gas is in seventh. Connect Racing Surge is in eighth. Then this class you've been following along with here. No Emission Motorsports leads by almost 30 seconds already, with Kinetic Racing, Force, and Motion working together about 29 and 34 seconds back respectively from the leader. Then there's this battle, 49 seconds back. Forge Endurance and Elite West, which does have traffic, starting to play a factor and separate this group out. Then it is Hansen Brothers Racing quietly in sixth in their BMW, while No Emission Motorsports Sportsman rounds out the entrance for that side of the garage. Then, when it comes to the Audis today, the OMS machines currently see Kinetic Racing Philosophy lead by 20 seconds, where Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab missed Apex F1's podcast is in third, with Sector 5 and Repassion Spikes F1 podcast rounding out your top 5. One DNS for today's Section 8's 954 call for today's action. So, interesting race so far, to say the very least. We've had some mix of intensity, but also sense of calm as drivers reach their strategy marks.
All the sense of calm will be lost if they do not continue fuel saving, as we did see in the GT3 category. Philip Morton facing a bit of trouble with the fuel, and he just ended up finishing his fuel tank in 6.9 laps, and the GT3s are expected to go 7 laps in that department. So yeah, clearly there is a sense of calm midway through the stint, and it can be very, very long stint, because the Nurburgring, of course, 14 kilometers, 154 corners, and there's too many of them to navigate. So while you're just going along, it can be a case of tunnel vision at times, where you just end up following through from one corner to the other, then the other, just like a roller coaster. And it doesn't even feel like you're driving. It just feels like things are happening all on your own, and that can be the beauty of the Nürburgring. But mind you, as beautiful as that may sound, it's that period of tunnel vision that when you're at the most vulnerable, because you're driving almost as if it's your second nature. And even the slightest drop of concentration can see you end up in the wall, or worse, in the grass and then in the wall. And with many places of the track causing enough damage for you to go back in the pit lane and stay out there for a long, long time. So clearly drivers have to be on their toes at all the points of the time, as compelled as they may be, to drift in and enjoy the circuit. And honestly, it's a heavenly one, isn't it? But that just reminds me, Justin, what has happened to the Bombshell car? Remember, they had stopped early on, midway through their stint due to the damage. They currently are in P number 5, so it's been quite a decent recovery by Ryan Mayer so far, even though he just had to pit out of schedule.
That's in regards to your GT3 cars, by the way, but the tough part's going to be for drivers who have had to take that repair instead of, say, trying to chug it along like we've seen with the Forge Endurance GT4 car. Is they're going to be off cycle much of the race, and sometimes it's worked in the past, where you're able to come away with a strong finish after being very off cycle late in half a stint. Other times, though, the numbers don't line up. For the Bombshell car, they have to pit this upcoming time by expected for their second pit stop already of the race, compared to these cars, let's say, who are still yet to even make their way, of course, to the pit lane and are approaching their 9th lap. So it's almost like a preference of, do you want to take the damage now, or would you like to take the damage as the race progresses until then?
I think normally teams would prefer to take it as later on as possible, because the gaps, they do tend to build up in these categories, in these fields. So normally when the gaps are bigger, that's when you'd want to bite the bullet and end up sacrificing some time, because right now they're all pretty close to each other relatively. As the race goes on, you could expect to see these gaps become even bigger, and that's what, ideally, when you want to bite the bullet and then end up sacrificing that sort of lap time, realigning yourself in essence.
100%. By the way, speaking of drivers having to go 100%, should note Glendale Sim Racing Green has started to lap some of the TCR traffic. They currently have only a couple more cars to clear 3 specifically. They've already passed by the last car in the class that's on the right side of your screen. Up the road, that is John Lane, who was one of the stronger second half performers of 2020 in the European side of the Major Series. Him coming along with several others, starting with the dirt racing over at Knoxville. Just see how quick that traffic just zips on by.
It's outstanding, isn't it?
Go ahead.
It's outstanding, isn't it, to see how GT3 cars can just pierce through the field and all of a sudden just have such a big gap to the DCR cars, and especially in a section as tight as this one, how amazingly they can go past without hitting each other. It's fantastic.
Still that battle on the left side of your screen. You can see a bit of trouble again, and this has been a trouble spot I've noticed for endurance GT4 cars starting throughout this race. With Ethan he seems to hit the lip of that banking. It's not an easy type of banking, mind you. It's not like, say, a Las Vegas Motor Speedway or even a Dover Delaware. It's one where, yes, it's concrete, but at the top lip is still asphalt and flat. Though there's only essentially one groove of banking, I mean, you lose position to said banking, it puts you in trouble.
It does. There's so much of time to be won and lost in that section of the circuit. You've just got to feather your way through, really make sure that you balance things out, because if you don't, eventually you could just end up getting out of the banking halfway through and end up crashing on the wall, as we have seen earlier on this race as well.
We have indeed. You have to give credit still, though. The pressure that's been held on for this group for a while. Should note that there's been a near grouping now, once again building up for second overall, too. That battle has still seen a bit of intensity because Mike Tyson trying to get the run through this corner section. Complex, not able to build it up, though. One lane, essentially, for this part of the track. They do have the speed, though, if they want it and they get it. That time let right on by. Not usually the section you see a pass like that. Too often. You can get the speed, of course, but not too often the pass.
Indeed, that was a bold and risky one coming at this particular section of the track. Good to see those moves being made already. Drivers are not lacking in their intent, quite clearly.
That was the section towards Torstal versus Torstal versus Strecke, rather, I should say. Apologies for my German, but still. This car, quick and fast. Keep in mind that the Focht Autotech machine was the only team to double stint.
Now, ideally, with the kind of conditions that we have here at the Nurburgring, double stinting should not be a major problem in terms of tires. But Focht Auto clearly turning out to be the only team going down that route, and it'll be interesting to track their progress as things go out. Of course, a long time to go now still until we get to see another GT3 pit stop, but nevertheless, Focht doing a decent job in P3. But how are they lapping? Well, looking at the live timing that we've got here and RaceSpotTV/timing too, which you can also go and check out for yourself. Focht currently seem to be doing a decent job. My time machine has just stopped for a second. I'll quickly refresh it back up and
yeah. was going to say, pit stops are, by the way, underway for one of the GT3s. Good mention of, which went away again off the cycle. But Forge Endurance pit a lap earlier just now for the GT4s compared to Richie Hearn and Elite West. That's an interesting decision with the damage here, so they've elected to go with the undercut call early on in this race with the window open.
Now they'll have to make sure that the tyres are just about fine when they come on. They'll be cold for sure. And there are certain places in the track where you can warm them up very quickly, but for Forge Endurance it will be challenging to get them back up into temperature as soon as possible. And now Richie Hearn has to put in quite the lap to regain that position. Now, ideally Forge should be handing that position back to them, but there's nothing for granted here, it seems.
By the way, a driver swap you may have noticed there, that was Daniel Davis jumping into the cockpit for that car. It was 12th in 2020 for the American Sportsman division. This year for that respective division. This team getting a lot of TV time, to say the very least, and they're having a hard time starting up the car. That is something that is tricky if you don't have experience. Getting the car going for the pit limiter is, if it's so easy to stall it out if you don't perfect how you get out of the box.
There is so much time to be won, or rather lost, in the pit lane, quite clearly, with these tiny mistakes. And now Forge, it'll all be weighing down on them. If, of course, they end up behind Richie Hearn's car. That could very well happen, mind you. Coming back, of course, on the far car, the double stint doesn't quite seem to be working out for them. They're clocking in lap times of 8 minutes 19.950. Whereas the 10X team, let's say they've been faster. Okay, in the last particular lap, the FARC team clocked in at 8 minute 25. The 10X team clocked in at 8 minute 19. So it could very well be a case of drivers conserving fuel and tyres, but clearly for FARC there is a major gap, and their tyre performance does not seem to be as up to the level as other cars such as Vendeval and 10X. Of course, a big gulf between the cars in this particular field, but nevertheless, that is a mighty big gap right there.
It is, absolutely, and it's a gamble you at least had to see somebody try, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they were expecting to lose that much time, because remember, they started around 20 seconds. Then it seems everything's just gone backwards since then, to say the very least. Keep in mind that we mentioned the need to make sure with driver rotations how things playing out. There's a couple teams who have made driver swaps. Bombshell Racing Team just put in Kirk Crum, for example, down the pit lane. Some other cars have had some interesting moments here on their scattered about, such as the UDOX GT3, where you see now that Bombshell car off in a pit lane for their scheduled stop after the off-cycle moments, or running their second pit stop because of that damage. The point I was trying to make, though, is sometimes you might have, say, a driver fall asleep. In the case of the 190, apparently, Ross Banfield was scheduled to start the 190s race today for his respective class in the GT4s, believe it is, pardon me, the GT3s. Guess what? It's one of the cars for one this car is going to have to battle, but for two, he hit the snooze button. They were lucky to have a reserve driver, from what Ross Banfield says.
Well, what can I say? I guess sometimes in the winter, you really want to stay for longer.
I mean, it is early on in the morning if you're in North America right now. He is Virginia's based regional driver. It was an 8 a.m. start time, Eastern time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific for some of the Northwest-based drivers, let's say.
No, you're often compelled to hit the snooze button and enjoy a few more hours of sleep, but when you've got a race coming in of this sort, you can't quite do that. But let's say he'll be pretty awake when he comes up to drive around the Green Hill. Once, of course, he's driving in Banfield. Well, that's a rather unusual mistake, but it can happen quite often in endurance races.
I think he's awake now. Let's put it that way. Question is when he jumps into the car. You can see a lot of cars being let go. You can see there's no one car without a front hood there we just see. This is in the grouping with the Grizzly Motorsports by TFR car. What in the world is going on with some of these cars? Hold on one second. That is Daniel Davis who has ended up losing his hood this lap. So Daniel Davis must have had a problem this lap. Yes, He did have a problem in the first sector where he ended up getting around in some of the curbing. It spun his car around into the Armco barrier and lost several seconds after taking, from what I can tell, a bit too much curbing on the exit of one of the corners.
Talk about having a big first lap. We said that Forge Endurance will have to get a great one to make sure that they stay up ahead of Richie Hearn, and clearly that one putting them all the way back. A big mistake by Daniel Davis in his first lap of the Nordschleife here today. It's just that kind of a circuit that can catch anyone out at any time.
See, no cover on that car. Let's take a look at your RaceSpot replay. Here's the exact incident.
Ooh. Oh boy.
So easy to do that here.
Yeah. Just overcommitting. Just trying to get a bit too hard, and eventually the grass just attracts you and spits you back out.
Speaking of drivers trying to spit their way into P3, yes, I'm going to try and make that a saying, I guess. Grizzly Motorsports by TFR Lab, let on go. And so, Elvis Spinello's strategy not looking like it's gone as well as they hoped, with them losing so much time. Compared to some of the other cars, they're up to 8 seconds slower a lap already.
And even though it may be a 14-kilometer circuit, 8 seconds is a lot. Gives you a good idea about just how big the split has been here today, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unreal. I don't think we expected the doubles to backfire that hard. Especially for a team like that, where they've done it fairly well in the past, that strategy call. Give credit to Joshua Wolf, though, because he's kept his car clean. He's up into P3. That's a +4 for his team from their starting position. Just see how much Wolf is trying to work his way around. He had a solid season in 2020. What are your thoughts on him and how he did on the European side?
Wolf was entertaining. Let's put it that way. Wolf was really fun in the Major Series European Championship that we commentated on for RaceSpotTV that we had all year. And, he was quite decent in the ovals, and in the road courses, I think we did see signs of some big results, because the motorsport were fairly impressive, mind you, throughout the most of their drivers, and to see them finish so high was quite a representative one. So yeah, he was competing quite higher up in the championship, and it's good to see him here in an endurance race like this one. And drivers like Wolf have been able to adapt to so many different cars across different disciplines of motorsport. I think that's the best thing about the Major Series. You may not be the master of any particular car, but you can just adapt so quickly to so many different ones. It's amazing to see a driver like Wolf right here, although you normally expect to see him with the Indy cars usually.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind, Torque Freak Racing, which is, again, the group that partnered with Grizzly Motorsports this year for the Major Series, has always been one where they have been fairly quick in some of the major events whenever they have made it towards the top split competitions. They have a good driver roster, to say the very least. Compared to that, say to right now their TCR car, their TCR car's in second right now. They've made their way the past few laps or so past missed Apex F1, so for example. Or rather, you can see some of the air cars in these groupings too. Brian Bennett, for example, in his respective 212 among the air scrapping. So things are continuously shuffling around like chairs on a pool deck, to say the very least, with the different number classifications. Ryan Bennett still holding on to that spot as we take a look at P6 once more. Hades, well, they've dragged their car out from it to be able to try and get back to Claude Belval for a P5, or I should say 4/5, as the Can-Am car goes wide, able to save it from the Armco. Similar mistake to what we just seen a moment ago from the GT4.
Belval was doing a decent job at that stage, and then again The carousel can catch you out on the exit. You just got to be so precise with it. And Bellard wasn't.
I was talking about this with a couple people when trying to get into the local side, or driving laws, not commentary laws, I'm talking about driving laws. One of the main things I've been told is with these cars, especially say you have a front-wheel drive car in some cases, it means you hit the gas, it's going to plow tight compared to, say, if you're coming from, say, open wheel or oval racing where it's more rear wheel drive, I should rather say. It makes things very tricky to get used to the handling of the car.
Absolutely. The philosophy of the car is completely different. GT3 is of course rear wheel drive, but with a lot of aerodynamics. They're proper monster GT machines, but when you come to the TCRs, they're front wheel drive. So the front wheels are essentially doing most of the work. They're braking, they're turning, they're accelerating, the power's being laid down through them, so they get chewed up a lot easier. And because they're doing all that work together, the rear wheels are essentially much like Iron Robin, the Dutch footballer's right leg. It's just there to keep him straight, just to make sure that the car is properly balanced. And so naturally, understeer becomes quite a big factor when you've got the front wheels doing so much in a TCR car. The car does not turn as much, it's not very responsive, you've got to drag your way through in, and you turn in points a lot early on. For the GT3s, of course, it's far more responsive in relation.
Speaking of TCR, the Audis are in the pit lane getting service. Some of them have taken driver swaps just now. Kinetic Racing Velocities put Matthias Magnussen, one of its top competitors, in their car. Sector 5, who had cycled back up to P2 with the pit stop window, that's why you see them in second on the ticker moments ago, I should say, is just put in Chris Sherburne. Not Sherburne, Sherburne. There is a difference there. That's why you seen James Ewens, we've seen moments ago, come in and out of their pit lane, and in turn, for a cut, gets them back into the position. So just like that, they're back to P2 like moments ago mentioned. Sam Harper, by the way, is also behind the wheel of Miss Hit Missed Apex F1 podcast car as well, who's already taken the service. The Bertzman Spice F1 podcast car is also in. They have elected not to take a driver swap. So a mixed flambe of strategies from this side of the garage for these cars in this class.
They're all spaced out in the TCRs, and usually in all the top endurance races that we have here in iRacing, TCR cars do tend to be bunched up together, try to fuel save in the draft train. And when we approach the fuel window for the TCRs, it's a very interesting thing about the TCRs that their fuel flow machines are not as developed and as advanced as the GT3s and the GT4 cars, so they take a lot more time to fill up the fuel on those TCR machines. So naturally, saving fuel on the track means a lot more to them, because eventually the fuel takes a long time to get filled up into the tank when you go in the pit lane. So for them, it's all about staying in those draft trains and trying to conserve as much as you possibly can. Lift and coast and turn in at the right time. With the DCRs, you can really do that because it's a front-wheel drive under-series machine. Just before the turn-in, you can afford to lift off without losing too much of time, but evidently, that doesn't always work off.
And the funny thing is, when I was asking a couple drivers through the main Discord general tab for the major series, there was Mark Stevenson, who keeps on finding his way to get his name brought up, who mentioned the fuel numbers. He basically posted a photo of a gigantic hose spraying about, I'd say, 10 feet thick of water in terms of diameter out of a hose for the GT3s. And then someone tapping a hose, trying to get water out as the GT4's fuel injector.
It's pretty accurate, isn't it? It just defines the differences. Quite clearly.
Yeah. You can see the Can-Am car, by the way, is reaching Richie Hearn in some of the hour traffic here. So this is to where it's now the patience part of the race. It was not as crazy as a start of the race you may normally expect to see. For these competitors, keep in mind, this is also their one potentially major event left on their calendars, in some cases, before the new iRacing build, Samil, where there's going to be a lot coming in. Some of the announcements over the past few days or so include After more than 10 years of work, Long Beach finally done. Yes, finally completed detailed everything. That has now been amongst your announcements with the full video previews the past few days or so. That track has been highly anticipated ever since it's been a tech track where it's been wondering, when is it going to become the full circuit? The 2020 being 2020, the perfect time to finish it.
And I'm so glad to see Long Beach on. It was literally on the tech track folder for such a long time. And imagine all the multi-class racing that we can get there, Justin. Imagine IndyCars racing at Long Beach, finally on iRacing. I think we're going to have a vast majority of the IndyCar circuits in the real world on here. We've got Detroit, we've got Long Beach at last. I don't think we have St. Pete. No, we don't. But still, quite a few of the circuits that we have on the real IndyCar Championship coming onto iRacing, and just Long Beach adding in there should be amazing. GT3 racing, much like what we see in IMSA at Long Beach, should be fascinating too. And another special car by the same people who have made the IndyCars, the Dallara IR18.
Yes.
They have come up with a gem.
The IR01, as it's called, essentially, how do I phrase this? It's a concept car that iRacing approached Dallara about to design a future race car, so to speak. It's already been announced, especially planned to potentially cultivate, if you look towards the press release, for its own World Championship Series in 2021, which has been talked about for some time, to say the very least. It's unprecedented because it's essentially saying this is the future of racing. We want to put it to pen to paper. It's from what has been said throughout the iRacing forums, going to be more so focused on the road course side for its respective official series. This has been his work as far back as May 2020. This car has been worked on. And of course, this is after working with Dallara for the P217 LMP2, which has become a staple for endurance racing and debut in September. Essentially, the way it is going to be formatted is it immediately slots in for the start of the new season, the 2021 Season 1 calendar, as its own Formula IR series for its premier car. And as mentioned, it can lead to championships down the line for drivers to compete in. It will be huge. It's something new, to say the least. In other words, to say what I think we all both want to say is, say what you want. This is something where it's an idea I've thought about in my head for a while, where if you want, as a company or as a series, a chance to test a concept car to the open market, why not try it on iRacing?
Exactly. And the camp has been split up a little bit. Some people are saying that, of course, it isn't a real race car. iRacing is all about real race cars being simulated back, but it is. The Dallara have made that concept. Dallara have made sure that they can eventually, I mean, not made sure that they can eventually. I'm just rambling on just a little bit. I'll recompose my thoughts. What I mean to say is the designs have been made. It's a real prototype, the real blueprint that was designed to be made in the real world based on the 2022 Formula 1 regulations. It's very similar with a V10 engine. So that car exists in real life. The blueprint, the design, it's designed to be a real machine. It's only that it's making its virtual debut on iRacing. So instead of being put on the track first, it's being put on the simulators. And it's amazing. But of course, it also has given birth to another school of thought saying that, hey, iRacing should have put a GT World Championship instead of a single-seater car for one that doesn't quite exist yet. But what's your thought on that, Justin?
Again, I think I've heard rumblings of this, to be quite frank, for a while. This was not quite the rumblings I was expecting. But to say it's interesting and opens up a lot of doors is an understatement, because there's a lot of change expected for the 2020s in motorsports, right?
Yeah.
It gives people chances to test it in a simulation how the car may factor in or react to, and allow fans to say, okay, I like how this drives. I can't wait to see how my favorite driver does in it. It opens up a lot of chances. Dog Bear car is now funny, by the way, on your screen. This is for 11th on the track in the class and overall. And for these competitors, they may get the chance to say slingshot, draft, pass, and battle at a couple new European courses, because later on December 3rd, essentially iRacing made clear it's 4 tracks in the pipeline for Europe. For drivers such as Ray Partridge and company, they may have the future of going to the Hockenheim Ring, the Hungaroring, the Red Bull Ring, and here's the interesting kicker, the Knock Hill Racing Circuit in the future, all been announced via press release to be in the process of being worked on.
Well, it's a bit of an odd one off. We've got 3 rings and all of a sudden we've got a park. But all the names aside, it's good to see iRacing expanding even further on into European road course racing. There's clearly a big market. Oval racing, of course, and most American circuits were what iRacing initially scanned out, and naturally expect that because iRacing is an American company with American investors, so that was bound to happen. But to see them move eastwards and see them scan more circuits and come up and expand to a bigger market is something really honestly very gratifying and very pleasing to watch on the whole. Let's hope that they do more for Asian circuits as well. The Asian motorsport fanboy inside me will get really happy by listening to that news, but it's all turning out to be very positive, to put it that way, Justin. But coming back to the World Championships, what do you reckon the IRO one will be like? Because it's a car that's been designed by Dallara's real-world engineers, not keeping sim racing in mind. They've designed the car keeping the real-world regulations in mind. It's similar to the 2022 Formula 1 cars, and I think it could attract a lot of casual interest into iRacing. Yeah. Because, of course, we could have big broadcasts for the World Championships, hopefully through RaceSpotTV, we're the best. But, but I think it's just something that really attracts a lot of normal motorsport fans into sim racing, because it's a car they see and know and they can really recognize, because it looks similar to what they will see on the Formula 1 screens.
Who says it only stays virtual, right?
Exactly.
So that's kind of my thought process on it is, as long as the car drives well and realistic, I'm happy. And that's looking like a lot of the testing is coming to play with the right people in place for that. Speaking of drivers looking to go in the right places now, Bombshell Racing Team, again off cycle, trying to battle with Forge Gold at the moment. And the interesting mark, we talked a bit about the needs of selecting the right manufacturer and car and etc. and the importance of doing that through testing comes into play for groupings such as this, because the Mercedes is one where you normally don't see it too often. The BMW has become one of the more popular GT3s in 2020 on iRacing. Emil.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, Justin. I just ping spike for a second. Can you just repeat what you just said? I beg your pardon?
To repeat once again, Mercedes, of course, we talked a bit about its history here in recent times, track, but of course, there's the importance of selecting the right manufacturer overall for a race such as this. The BMWs have looked to be king outside of the one Audi leading the way. Mercedes haven't started to slide back a little bit as this race has gone on now, a couple hours in.
We saw something very similar in the 24H Esports series as well, that the Mercedes is not favored as much normally, unless of course the BOP comes in and changes things out for them, as we see the Forge Gold car trying to move up on the Bombshell Racing Team, who are, mind you, out of strategy, out of sync, let's put it that way, to the others. So, yeah, recently when the BOP was adjusted to favor the Mercedes in the recent 24H Esports endurance race, that's when it was able to compete with the Audi. And because in that series the Audi was more prominent. Here, we've got more BMWs in the dominant fashion, and because we've got no BOP, the BMWs clearly seem to be the high-performing ones.
You have to also keep in mind, too, you have to be comfortable with the choice, too.
Exactly.
In the case of that group we're referring to, they're going to come out and say, and I believe one of their drivers is saying that specifically, they chose that car for comfort.
Exactly. The Mercedes is a lot softer than the BMW in certain places. You can really ride it along very easily. Although the Z4 is known for its stability, the Mercedes is just about there, if not right behind. Whereas another car like the Audi would be really friskier in the fast to medium speed corners of the Nurburgring. It will be very easy to lose control. And a lot of teams often go by the choices, I mean, the one thing I remember, the 24 Hours of Spa this year, Team VRS and Sim Sport went for a completely left field choice and ended up winning the race in a McLaren.
Yeah.
That kind of thing just really happens. Some choose it based on the comfort of their drivers. That'll usually happen when the I rating is relatively lower and the drivers have slightly less experience. But as you move on to the pro races and the bigger events with the bigger splits and everything where the competition and the prize money is bigger, that's when the teams really start to go analytical and focus more on the performance side of things.
And the interesting thing about that story we talked about a lot at the time was McLaren had just gotten updated for the first time in a long time. Big drift, meanwhile, just now for Matthias Magnussen in the 283 for Kinetic Racing Philosophy. They just drifted their whole way through one of the corners, just was able to save it from avoiding some of the Armco barriers. Talk about four-wheel drifting, they just had that right now.
In a TCR car of all machines.
Take a lesson right here.
Matthias Magnussen, that is a phenomenal save. Honestly.
Yeah, that could have been disaster. Here's the look from the outside. And you talk about the need for driver control to tracks such as this and comfortability. There's no really better way of driver sensibility than that.
Fast and Furious Nurburgring drift.
What a drift for Magnussen to keep it off the fence and keep his car rolling. Again, the class leader able to keep it going. By the way, of note, Daniel Davis has found his way to the pit lane for the past 9 minutes or so. His car demolished, as we've seen from the reasons before. He's still in the midst of damage repairs. No other cars are down the lane, approaching 2 hours into the action. Well, one of the main things to think about, too, is we mentioned a lot of stuff about racing, and open wheel racing. What about the stock car side? Are you a fan of one of the predecessors to iRacing where you could go to a certain beverage-shaped and sponsor, or rather beverage-sponsored racetrack? Guess what? Your dreams are true again, because the Coca-Cola Super Speedway finishing up some construction, quote-unquote, from the videos.
Yeah, that was fascinating to see, the kind of crew and the number of people that iRacing have to take along.
Talk about that in a second. As you can see, I believe this may be scheduled pit stop now in for Elvis Bonello, but is a 6-lap stint. I wonder if they've seen what happened last time and realized they weren't going to make it and had to come in this lap early. They've been on their own this whole run.
Yeah, that double stinting did not quite work out well, and they're in quite a while earlier than the scheduled stop, so what's going on here?
I mean, again, do you want another Texan situation like Philip Morton, even though they've recovered a 4th? Running out of gas at any point of this track, especially the long part of the circuit, at least half a circuit away, can cost you 8, 9, 10 minutes, as we've seen already with the tow truck lane. You have that happen, your day may as well be done early on, even though it's 22 hours to go. You're essentially having to catch up a full lap.
And that full lap is not a full lap of a 3 or 4 kilometer circuit, it's a full lap of a 14 kilometer circuit.
Off and away around this racetrack. It's about more than 3 miles. That track was just referring to, Samil, and I'm not sure how much experience you have in terms of Coca-Cola Super Speedway, where it's a super speedway that is essentially shaped to describe it a little bit like a mix of Homestead and Martinsville, maybe, a little bit in terms of straight line distance and cornering, with banking of more than 35 degrees. Big track.
I need to have a look at it now. You've got me intrigued, Justin. Now, I've been wanting to get into oval racing for quite a while on iRacing. Of course, studies coming in the way and not quite allowing, but man, this looks like an interesting design, to say the least.
Yeah. It was a fan favorite back in the day because here's the thing, one of the predecessors to iRacing had several fantasy tracks. Coca-Cola Super Speedway was the one that was included on the disc. They eventually patched in an additional set of fantasy tracks. That doesn't include the modded track community where you had tracks Well, let's put it this way. Imagine you're driving an NASCAR stock car, you know, the Generation 4 cars, and you have to make it 25 kilometers around a track. Guess what place you can find that? Their predecessor, to say the very least. It has an interesting amount of history, let's put it that way, with the community, to keep it quite simple. Speaking of drivers, though, trying to keep themselves on track, Forge Gold loses a spot, that time to the cars who just pit.
Yep, Fark making positions up after their pit stop. Clearly their double stinting tactic did not quite work well at this part of the day. Eventually later on, who knows, it could come into perspective as the temperatures get cooler. But yeah, Elvis Bonello, the new driver in the car, just getting to grips with the circuit, getting to grips with the conditions, and can be quite the task, that, let's put it that way, considering what circuit we're coming to.
Everyone else in the class is expected, for the most part, who is on cycle to pit this time by. And I'm intrigued to see if anyone else is going to be tight on the gas, because everybody else in the top 7 is looking to stretch it 7 laps on the gas. So
7?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go after you, no worries.
So in our words, again, easier said than done, right? But it's even harder when you don't have someone to draft off of to save.
Exactly. They've been so far distant to each other that they're not quite able to use the draft train particularly. Oh my goodness me. Is that the missed Apex car? Missing their Apex? And Anil Singh, that's the first time I've pronounced an Indian name on any iRacing broadcast for that matter, just ending up missing his braking point and going extremely deep in at turn 1.
Going last car running in their class, yes, but doesn't mean they can bring adventures and scare Stephen Paulison, who is on the right side of the racetrack. Just able to avoid the other Mercedes on the racetrack. We haven't really mentioned Paulison, by the way, who, again, is one of the veterans from back in the day in the Major Series. Also runs in various different sim racing series, including something called the Northwest Racing Series, where many of the drivers who compete on this side also race in ovals against one another. Paulison, one of the drivers of the playoff bracket, who is competing in that side for a championship in the Cup Series, for example. One of the tough parts is trying to cross over from oval to road, because there's a lot who are talented from the get-go, some natural talent. But if you are, say, brand new to it and say, oh, I'm going to avoid that, I'm going to not touch that, really, with some of the license changes coming up this upcoming season for iRacing as a whole, it changes that to where if you're an oval driver in oval series but at a road course, it now goes to your I rating and safety rating for your, as in it impacts those, for your road course license and vice versa.
I'm slightly perplexed with that, Justin. I haven't quite been able to catch up with that. So, is that a case of if you have an error in your old races, it impacts your safety license of the road courses as well? Is that what you mean?
What I mean that is originally, up to this week and up to really the end of week 13, drivers could say, run the oval side, or they can run into trouble. No Emission Motorsports, you just seen, that was your class leaders in GT3. They have a massive problem. Something must have happened where they broke something and forced a tow earlier on the lap. You see damage on the left side. That's Jacques Show. A big blow for No Emission, who is having a stellar race, one of the best as a group all year. It obviously happened in that sector for it to completely demolish the left side of the race car.
And they've taken the tow back. If there's any silver lining, it's that we still have 22 hours left, but nevertheless, you just want to eke out mistakes like this one. Just want to make sure that nothing of this sort happen. And Jacques Show, a regular in the Major Series, has just ended up making this huge error. Yeah. And he's had to tow his way back.
You know something, I'm looking at this towards my end, and I think once you potentially see it on your end, they had help in this, possibly, in that Brian Barnes, one of the other Northwest cars, door checked them into the fence. Here it is right here. The Dog Bear car moves to the right side of the track to lap him, and boom!
Ooh.
Not a good spot, and that demolishes your class leader.
I remember speaking half an hour ago about the respect between the TCRs, GT4s and GT3 cars, but that sort of respect, but when the going gets tough, it often wears out, and we see that happening with the no-emission car bumped off. But here are our leaders, Vendeval Sim Racing Green. Dominic Ferrara is finally in the pit lane for the second stop, the scheduled one. No driver change. They're back out, nice and clear. I assume it's going to be the case for quite a while for them.
And keep in mind, again, we mentioned them being invited for this event. Juani Lopez is currently on the box now, watching along for this stint. So it's not going to be easy to catch up, let's say it that way, because Juani Lopez also talented in his own right. Everyone else in the class is still in the pit lane. That's how big it is, their lead.
I mean, they could go in, have a nice buffet, have a good time, chill, relax, have a few drinks, return, stretch their legs, go for a small walk and come back, and they'll still be up ahead, it seems, at this stage. Finally, I think it's the rather troubled GT4 car that we saw right there, the Forge Gold Machine. No, not the Forge Gold Machine, I beg your pardon. The Forge Endurance GT4 car, Daniel Davis, who got back out of the pit lane. Why was Daniel Davis in the pit lane, though? That's something that baffles me.
Remember the crashes.
The crash, exactly, yeah. My apologies.
Yeah. We have received word, by the way, that their team principal, Mark Stevenson, did issue an apology directly to Richie Hearn for the incident not succeeding the position when that happened per driver etiquette. Still, though, with that incident no omission, it opens up the door for Kinetic Racing to try and win two different classes, because it is Tommy Vandergog who is in the class lead now by a significant margin. Here's the gap, 23 seconds. The Porsche right now outrunning the BMW. Keep in mind, the difference in manufacturers has the difference in some of the pit stop times. 38 seconds for the Porsche. It was 34 seconds for the BMW. Some of the other drivers have seen pit stops up to 44 seconds in the lane, as more drivers are still in it, by the way. Crash just now for 13th overall. Just now, that is Udox, who has just crashed in the lead up to Dodger Ho in the 190. They went a full 360. Heading towards that section after they hit a little bit of the lip of the banking. They're back and going, with Ola Sornquist trying to continue to at least finish up this stint. Here's a look. This is through the carousel, one of the most difficult portions of the track, and watch right here.
Oh boy. The car just bottoms out really, really badly. Nothing you can do at that stage to control it when it's reached right there. Just have to hope for the best there.
Tough break, but still off and a rolling. Currently, again, 13th, and they are expected to come in this time by the Udox machine. Just past 2 hours into the action for the majors, and it's 24-hour action here at the Nurburgring, as there's the scheduled stop. Among the air cars expected to come this time, just about everyone's completed said service. Pit stops wrapping up just now with this service for the next 30-plus minutes or so across the racetrack. To reset currently your top 8 at the moment, Vendeval Sim Racing Green is in the class lead by about 53 seconds over Texans. It's the Motorsport Aries currently the overall lead. Then Grizzly Motorsports by TFR in third. Texans is Hades Cars in fourth with Can-Am. Kinetic Racing Surge, Dog Bear, Red, along with Bombshell, your top 8 at the moment. Then it's a Kinetic 1-2 after a mishap with lap traffic in the GT4 class. The Porsche currently leading over the BMW for Kinetic Racing in that class by 24 seconds. And Richie Hearn's squad, Elite West Racing with Michael Thompson now behind the wheels in third. Hanson Brothers Racing in their BMW. A quiet run for Mike Gott so far, and a clean run. He's at 19th overall. That is fourth in class. No Mission Motorsports, though, is not going too happy, as their car's now 5th and 6th after being P1 and P7 an hour ago. While Forge Endurance's GT4 is already a lap plus down after their crashes. For Kinetic Racing Philosophy, They are currently in the midst of a strong run too. They have picked up 10 seconds in the past hour of Turfrick Racing by TFR Lab, with the differences. Miss, hit, missed. Apex F1 Podcast is in third. Then you have the Sector 5 TCR machine in fourth, and then for Best and Spitzy F1 Podcast, rounding out your drivers on track again. 27 starts today. All competitors still going on the racetrack at the moment in some way, shape, or form. So overall, your thoughts on this action so far? It's been a coming time for some of these competitors today.
It has been. As we see more pit stops coming in the GT3 category, it's been a bit of an interesting one so far. A few moments of drama, of course. In the GT3 category, a couple of cars running out of fuel, GT4s having their own battles. TCRs, well, they've been fine, to say the least. Not much drama and entertainment being put forward in their category, but nevertheless, there have been a few action points, a few fun things, as the Missed Apex F1 podcast team have Sam T. Harper behind the wheel of that machine. It's been fun so far. It's been a bit of drama. It's been interesting. But what should be more fun is to see how the strategic elements pay off. We saw a couple of teams trying the double stint. Doesn't work out. But on the whole, there is still a long time for this race to end. And as the temperatures get cooler, double stinting could become a more regular thing, usually for all these drivers. And we could see more drama. Some drivers have made mistakes, of course, but on the whole, the driving has just about been pretty fine, to be honest, Justin. Let's hope for more entertainment in the next part of the race.
I'd still say it's entertaining so far. Why don't we go to RaceSpot Fan Immersion, as here's the No Mission Motorsports Sportsman car that is now jumped above their pro car. We're watching RaceSpot TV, major series, 24 hours at the Nurburgring. Stick around. between P5 in the GT4 class. Major Series 24 hours at the Nurburgring. RaceSpotTV's coverage on the virtual Nurburgring in the North Line. Justin Prenzel on says Milroy, Louise in the director's seat, expecting Nolan Redford to join us later on throughout the evening. It's been an interesting one to say the very least, as things have gotten calm for now. Question is, for some drivers, how things may pick up. One of the teams we were following along with is having a very solid day, to say the very least. When it comes to Joshua Wolf and his squad, P3, one of the bigger movers in his class, he's up +4, given away Travis Henderson. Joshua Wolf now joins the broadcast booth. Joshua, how are you feeling, first of all, after what was a very successful first stint, it seemed, from our perspective?
Feeling good. Kind of just getting through the first 2 hours, trying to avoid anything. I did have that first lap little issue once we hit the Nordschleife, but yeah, just kind of trying to get through the first little bit and see where we're at towards the end of the race.
What's kind of your mindset coming into a race such as this? Well, there is 27 cars. It's still one where it's a way to let off steam, race for 24 hours before a brand new build on iRacing, a brand new calendar year.
Yeah, when we saw this come up last year as a 24-hour race, we were kind of excited about it, but we also haven't had great luck running around here, so it was kind of wanted to build a setup that everybody was comfortable with. May not be the fastest, but hopefully we'll survive for the 24 hours and come to the end of the race and see where we're at.
Now, when it comes to the partnership between TFR and Grizzly Motorsports, it's now been the full 2020 calendar year. You guys came together as talked about for the major series. How has that partnership blossomed as the campaigns have gone on, and now it's essentially towards the end of the year, about a year-long partnership, or so far it's been 1 year?
Yeah, it was kind of like I've been with Torque Freak for a couple of years now, and started racing on iRacing with the Grizzly guys. I was just kind of looking for a little more pace and help on the setup side or driving side, so I kind of went over there and did that. It was kind of just after last year when it was just really me under the Torque Freak banner. That was kind of where it came about, is I was looking to go for the Constructors Championship and race in this 24-hour race at the end of the year, and we got a little help from some of the guys early on. Torque Freak kind of hasn't been as big in the major side as I was kind of hoping. Maybe, but we'll see. There was a little excitement with the next year's calendar, so there might be a little more involvement, and there are some discussion with some other teams of possibly merging and make a bigger team for next year.
Well, that's interesting to keep an eye on here. Let's talk about the race itself a little bit. Now, I want to change towards the direction. Apologies there, but still. Let's talk about, first off, the grouping we're following along with on screen is 5th and 6th. And the car that's in P6 ran out of gas at the end of their first window. When you seen that happen, what was kind of the reaction, knowing, oh boy, there's cars nearly wrecking around and behind me, and in front potentially?
Yeah, I was, through that first whole stint with us not having a whole lot of rubber on the track, I was trying to take it easy. Our car, as I stated, is more stable, so it's a lot more understeery around the track. So I was kind of taking easy from what we'll see probably later in the race, where our car tends to come in a little bit better. So that was definitely not fun, but I was already kind of prepared for it. I had already been kind of lifting and watching what was going on, and saw that we were catching that, I think it was a 69 car. And I saw them catching, so I knew they probably were in fuel issues, so I was kind of already ready for it. Didn't appear that the 311 was ready, and that's when they made the contact, and with me being prepared, looking out for it, it didn't really make it that big of a deal.
Since then, though, your team has now taken off from that grouping by at least 20, 30, 40 something on seconds or so. How has it really been been like in terms of the mindset discussions, etc., since that moment, and since your car essentially taken off and ran away to try and catch up to the next grouping if it can?
Yeah, I had done some runs. We were kind of back and forth on who was starting the car, mainly because there was work possibly involved, but I found out that I was going to be able to start the car, so I ran a run yesterday and saw the tire wear. I think the main reason we gapped them is, one, the damage to the 69, and then the 311 did not appear to take tires on the first stint, where we did, and I kind of was prepared for that because I knew where the tire wear was going to be at, with not having the rubber on the track to start out with.
Switch for position, by the way, as Philip Morton, that car who ran out of gas and driver who ran out of gas, just took away P5. But the driver behind the wheel of your respective car at the moment is Travis Henderson. And you mentioned being racing against drivers from Grizzly Motorsports. Henderson, one of those drivers that was the mainstays over there on that side of the partnership. Your thoughts on Travis Henderson and how he will do for this respective stint?
So far in this week, he's actually been pretty fast, and he's also been fast in saving fuel. So as long as he can keep it in the white lines, I think he'll do pretty good here. I'm out of the car for quite a bit now, so they're gonna. Hopefully, we'll get through with the next couple guys. We'll be able to have the car in one piece and see where we're at come daylight.
So overall, what's the strategy now look like from here going off towards, right now it's middle of the day on the racetrack, towards nighttime, to get everything all set for back when it's daytime again, when the GSRC crew takes over for the closing stages?
Yeah, it's kind of all, we're all American drivers, so unfortunately somebody's got to get the hours that don't work well for many of us. Luckily, David tends to be a little bit later in the stint whenever we run these, so that kind of helps, and I kind of drew the short stick on that one. So I get the 1 o'clock in the morning my time stint, and kind of finishing off trading with David a little bit. So
anything else you'd like to add, or anything you want to say that we didn't ask about, or anything you feel the fans should know about this race going on?
No, it's kind of early on, and we didn't have a super great turnout, but we did get a few cars that we added in later on. Kind of see what happens. It's this race is all about attrition, so I kind of just wanted to get our car to the end of the race and find out where we're at then, and not worry about like Vendaval, who's got a really good team. So kind of just see where we're at and go from there.
Thank you very much for your time, Joshua.
Thank you, guys.
That was Joshua Wolf once again from Grizzly Motorsports by TFR. Their car is in P3. And as that was going on, Samil, in the closing stage of the interview, something was catching your eye, I believe.
Yeah, the battle was going on between Fark Auto and, of course, 10X Fitzy Motorsport Hades, the one that you're seeing on track right now in a GT3 machine. But something that was very interesting that Joshua mentioned right there was, I think, just having the respect for the teams up ahead, like Vendaval Sim Racing. It was very clear that he mentioned that they knew they were the faster opposition and they respected that. But even more so, a very good point that he mentioned was that this is going to be a race of attrition. Even though we have a lower turnout, the nature of this track, and just the nature of any endurance race for that matter, is just that it becomes a bit too hard sometimes to survive the 24 hours, because eventually you can only compete with the others if you finish the race. So to do that, you've got to fight against the clock. So it's a very brilliant points mentioned by Joshua Wolf right there, who came in and just pretty much defined what are the major keys to success in an endurance race.
Take a look back now towards a battle starting to brew. Remember Hanson Brothers Racing? They have had a very quiet day that's now turned into a bit of a rumbling, to say the least, to try and take away a podium position early on this racetrack, to say the very least. Put this in perspective, by the way, some of the team members from some of the organizations saying they want to punch their headlights out in terms of their own cars, so they don't see them coming. That still weighs out. But Hanson Brothers Racing, they've come from silence to become a very loud point in this race.
Yeah, they've made their way up into the top 5 in the GT4 category in the BMW. And they are carving their way up, clearly having a bit of an advantage. And in terms of the lap times as well, lapping 3 seconds faster than the Elite West Racing car, with Michael Thompson now behind the wheel of that instead of Richie Hearn. So clearly the Hanson brothers are eking out time very, very quickly. I mean, look at it. 0.4 of a second loss already in the last 3 corners. So they've clearly got a big, good package under there. Or it's just that Elite West Racing are struggling with their tyres right now.
Yeah, Elite West was ahead by at least 5-10 seconds or so before all this. For Mike Gaunt, he's been someone this year who's had some good moments, but some really rough ones. This is the cleanest race I've seen from him yet this year, to be quite frank.
Yeah, Gaunt, let's say he was caught up in a few accidents in the major championship in the full season.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, quite a few drivers were. I mean, one race that comes to mind was the couple of dirt old races that we had right there. And it is just so easy to get involved in such a big pack. Here, the pack is smaller, but the track is even more dangerous. Let's put it that way. Let's hope that he keeps it clean towards the end, as, of course, Wolf coming in and mentioning that attrition could eventually be a big factor towards the end.
We already seem to be a factor right in this class, where the former class leader is still in the pits getting damage repair for the past 20 minutes. So, for Mike Gaunt, needs to be smart when he plans this out. Right now, these respective competitors looking towards the intervals are still at least a good 10 kilometers away from the Dodger Hope. But they are approaching some passing zones where they're having a couple drivers who've been optimistic. This has been one of them. Gaunt looks to the left, jumps off the ground, late brakes, nearly hits the back end of him.
Not at Schwedenkreuz, not at the left-hand kink right there. That place can end badly, but now, in fact, Gaunt does find his way past to the inside line at Amberg corner and moves up a position. That left-hand kink, taking it right away, single file, can be a tricky one. Going side by side there and trying to get it down the inside. Tricky one, wasn't it?
Yeah, a nice clean pass overall, though, and I think Michael Thompson, when he's seen that coming, said, you know what? I better let him go. Again, big picture moves. That was described for the race procedures in from drivers' meeting talks prior to today's race. The question's going to be, will Michael Thompson be able to keep up with the draft for a good 3/4 of a lap? Now, keep in mind as well, some of these drivers and teams expected as talked about for 2021, and there was the mention of excitement for the schedule. That was announced back at the start of November. It has a lot of the staples, like the Daytona 2.4 and Daytona 500, but there's something new to 2021 for drivers that they'll have to be able to compete against. It's called a wild card round, Samil, where there are going to be essentially for the 3 divisions, 3 different types of races. The international classes, for example, for the March 13th and 14th wildcards, they get to race for 2 hours at Bathurst, as they had never done the Bathurst 12-hour before. So they elected to go for that route. But for the Europeans, they'll be having the Masters of Formula 3 race, which was something that was a stepping stone race and for something that was held back in the 2008 version of Zolder. Then you have the American side, where it's the 1979 Grand Prix of Long Beach for the Americans. So in other words, that comes into play several times throughout the campaign, on top of new races like the Muscat 250, which would be one of the biggest modified races in the world, where it's basically modified Daytona type of a race and a couple others mixed in. So some interesting dates coming in for the fans when they follow along the various networks next year.
I'm quite intrigued by this. It should be quite a lot of fun. Because, of course, now already we have quite a bit of diversity in terms of the major series calendar. But to see all the other championships and splits going for different cars, different championships, I think it's going to be quite fun. I'll just come back to that in a couple of seconds, as Eric Mickey from the Bombshell Racing team, of course, out of cycle, remember, they had to make an early pit stop because of damage accumulated on their car. They're in the pits right now. But coming back to the point, usually what happens is certain splits have an advantage in terms of the others. where they can watch the racing in the other championships and they can just understand what to expect. Not anymore in these wildcard races, it seems, Justin, with everyone having a different one.
Well, they have the same type of theme, so to speak, from what I can tell. But the main thing is they aren't the exact races where you can say, oh, this worked perfectly for an international team. Let's now use it for the European race and vice versa and down the line.
Exactly.
Now, you essentially have, for example, second wild cards. You have the Chili Bowl, we've seen in the past be very insane. We have the World Rally Cross going to Norway for the Europeans, but then the Crandon World Cup, which, of course, Crandon International, one of the new additions to 2020 to the service. It's where the sample size is not going to be big, rather, compared to, say, in the past, where you were essentially trying to build 3 different setups for one round for essentially your organization. So all your separate parts of the team had to work basically full head on in their separate groupings. As 13th is now joined a grouping. Stephen Paulison has reeled in a car finally. For the first time in hours. No offense to them. No offense.
Yeah, Stephen Paulison in Section 8 Motorsport. Let's be honest, they've had a bit of a quiet day so far. I think the only real time when they were on screen was involving a TCR lapped car, but now, of course, they are coming closer to the UDOX GT3 machine, who've had their fair share of issues early on. But now, this battle, although for a lower position, it's fun. I'll be honest, Justin, the one thing I've learned from competing personally in iRacing is that even though a battle may be for a rather lowly position like 13th or 14th, which could very well be very close to the final position in the category, as a driver, it never feels like a small battle. Even if it may be for the last position, even if it may be for the last position in the slowest category, it feels big. So I think the same thing can be done for us as viewers and as commentators as well, just that not to disrespect any battle, because it may seem small to us in terms of the context of it, but it's huge for them.
The reason why I said finally is, well, one, I've commentated in the past, so he's someone that can be a bit lighthearted, but the second and more important and main reason is they were as least 30 seconds behind the closest car in the class at one point. Section 8 was. This is incredible for them to be able to reel them back in, yes, with the help of some attrition, but they've been finally able to close back up to respective competitors here. This is 7 minutes behind the race leader already, by the way. And you have to keep in mind that Matt Gelder, who's driving that car for UDOX since that trouble we seen a little while ago, is driving a very wounded race car. And that means, again, the suspension likely demolished. Paulison looking to try and find a hole. Cannot find one yet. Starting to get a little impatient, it looks like. He's been trailing behind him for a quarter of a lap.
Yeah, that's when the racing driver inside, if he really starts to take over. You see a car, you have to pass the car. That's when you've got to take control and realize it's a long race and you've got to sustain the attack. Not go for one big lunge and end up missing out on it in the long run.
Exactly. They are approaching the Danger hose, so as long as Paulison remains around this distance, can realistically make the move, he just needs to remember the Danger Ho is right around this carousel. And he almost botched the carousel. Ran too high, loses some time. That might hurt his chances this lap.
And he will just be too far off. He needs an excellent exit of these final couple of corners to get something off. But no, he does seem to be too far off. No run, it seems. Again, another long run of the circuit without getting a position in.
He might have a chance to get close. We'll have to see as they approach the castle. Yes, you heard that right. There is a castle towards the right side of the racetrack from where Paulison and company is. We're just along the tree lines. They'll pass by some of the older buildings and some of the modern structures. For Paulison, though, way too far back to even reel in really any draft. He didn't pick up a single mile per hour that entire straight in the slipstream in the car in front.
Yep, too far behind. Just that mistake at the carousel not allowing him to get that position in, and he'll have to fight all over again. But here at Tiergarten he has closed up, so now he could be getting the slipstream. Justin, now could come the move at turn 1.
Paulson be willing to risk it? He has in the Cup cars for the Northwest Racing Series been more on the conservative side. There it is right there, more conservative. Just waiting again. Thinking about big picture because he is on a 2-lap offset to the car in front. Another mistake again as Paulson nearly ran out of the back of Matt Gelder, who is struggling through that section. It looks like at least the left-hand turns is where that car is really hampered for UDOX right now.
Yeah, they're really losing a lot of time, and Section 8 able to capitalize. Look at this. UDOX getting a bit understeery, but Section 8 seem to have a more pinpoint car. They're able to get their racing lines a lot better in relations. So, yeah, they do have the advantage quite clearly. It's just a matter of when, and if they don't make a mistake. Look at this once again. They just got cut off at the exit. Had no space to pass right there. Got to take a bit of a shallower line. Did not pay off in the end for them.
Michael Schumacher rests once again as they pass by the other side to the Mercedes arena. And again, this gets to the point where you need to be patient, right? And that is why spin for Paulson, able to save it. There goes that battle just like that, up in smoke.
That one mistake that we were speaking about lurking in the offing, well, it's just burst out of the curtain and reminded everyone that it's never too far off. As a racing driver, when you're in situations like this, it is so easy to lose your focus, to lose your control, and end up doing something quite like this. And the end result, the battle that you worked so hard to make sure was a reality, snaps away and disappears in a matter of seconds.
For Paulson, he's going to need to close back up about 3 seconds as a result of that slide. Have to see if he's able to do so. By the way, we talked a little about the Hansen Brothers racing car. They are still within rest of straws. The car closing behind still if they make any mistakes. Thompson. Currently, your race lead separate 52 seconds. Currently, the thing is that Hansen Brothers car is really starting to struggle to go towards that section for Mike Gaunt because he's been plowing the past couple of laps. And his BMW, that's the 89 I'm discussing right now. That has been plowing the 89 car. Still Paulson, for his reference, doing well. Here's a look at that. It's still 3 seconds, but it's been shrinking. He had a major off track this lap, and since then, he's kind of been really smoking the back tires, you see, and really struggling under braking. That was 4/10 with that lockup just about.
Michael Thompson in the Elite West racing car did not seem to have the pace early on in the stint, where Mike Gaunt in the Hansen Brothers racing car just steamrolled his way past and got the position for himself. But here, the case seems to be different. Perhaps they've pushed too hard, perhaps they've outlasted the amount of grip on those tires, and all of a sudden they're losing it, making mistakes, making those lockups, and the tide is turning towards the Elite West car.
Like we said, Porsche has been known to be better in the corners. In the first half of the runs especially. Now that we're towards the second half of this run, it seems, again, car's starting to fall back a touch. The matter is, can they keep the buffer right now? Can they keep the buffer? The big thing they have to think about. By the way, the Section 8 car we were talking about moments ago is back within slipstream distance just about of UDOX. That's how wounded the UDOX car was on the racetrack. So that's
UDOX
currently going out one end and the other, Samil.
Yeah, UDOX clearly seemed to have some trouble with it. I think they really did not have any grip at all with that machine. Not really understeering all the way through. Had bad lines as well through the corners. Something clearly wasn't going right for them there.
Yes. Let's see right now that again that damage just continuing to hurt them. And they do have traffic ahead on top of that. And kinetic racing velocities come. Theus Magnussen has been having a quiet run. The head of the field. Unfortunately for him, it's about to have a loud battle approach him. I think some of the drivers hope they can somehow turn on stealth mode and hide in the bushes until they get clear, maybe.
Oh, it's been that sort of race, hasn't it?
Especially if they reach them at the wrong time. We've seen already what happened to one class leader.
It's the classic strategy, isn't it, if you're the faster car? Just blame the slower machine. Just say they were on the wrong line.
Oh, and he checked him up. He's trying to hold the racing line. Matt Gelder cannot get by. This is not a passing section. This is a loud Paulison on the back bumper. Now, finally, moves to the side of the racetrack. That was about half a second.
And in a flash, the battle that we spoke about disappearing, is back on. The pace is there, and with unfortunate incidents like this one, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. Udox now have Paulison back on their tail. He will not let go, Stephen Paulison. And he will want to use every single one of these chances, because the last time he was fair and square against the Udox machine, it didn't quite end well. Now, he's got the chance once again thanks to the kinetic TCR machine. It's just been facilitated. He was always going to catch him, but it's just been accelerated at this stage.
Seems like it. Let's talk about Magnussen, where he's been through a couple different regional class time zones, or class time slots rather. He's always been competitive, a top 10 competitor for kinetic racing, and a big part of how they swept essentially your team titles in this year in terms of competitiveness and how fast they were.
Yeah, kinetic racing were quite impressive this year in the major series. It was fun to see them do what they did, and across disciplines, to be honest. That's the interesting thing. In fact, I would love to know your take about it, Justin, in terms of all the different types and disciplines. How much effort do you reckon each of these teams might need to put in just to find the right setup? Because, of course, the Majors Garage comes up with some excellent setups for all the teams and drivers, but nevertheless, you've got to tune it to your liking, and some are experts in ovals, some in road courses, but then to go to the wilderness of dirt ovals, then to LMP2s for a certain amount of time, then the Formula 1 Grand Prix cars. It's quite an amazing achievement to be a team of that stature, isn't it?
It is, and honestly, again, like we talked about, you're expected, for if you want to be the best, and if you're in a high-level organization, it's basically 10 to 20 hours of testing. There have been some teams I've been with where, in the past, the main setup builders would be doing practice runs and testing throughout the night. I'm talking from maybe up to 4 a.m. Eastern time.
Goodness.
To be able to tune everything for the upcoming week. And once the week comes up, and here's the big thing that separates the good teams from the great teams from the best teams is you also have to be able to fine-tune it every time. There are some who fine-tune it between every race if they get beat to try and fix it, to make sure they're faster the next time out. So in our words, the job's never over. For the Udox car in front, big bobble through the grass into the final chicane, big checker for Paulison, letting them recover.
Udox under pressure once again. They thought they had the monkey off their back, but now Section 8, Stephen Paulison once again closing in. And you kind of expect this to happen. Hopefully this time it is cleaner. But then just coming back to the point about teams putting in the effort and everything, and it's so relevant. It may just seem like a video game to the casual observer watching outside, but the kind of efforts that each of these teams put in, it is outrageous sometimes, not sometimes, most of the times even more than you can and you usually would in the real world side of motorsport. Because you've got the access, because you've got the sim sitting right there in your bedroom or your drawing room or whatever it may be, you can't just go in there, try to practice on your setups, and it's always a fact that blows my mind. Brian Lockwood for the Porsche Esports Supercar putting in 60 hours worth of practice for one round. 60 hours! That's more than what people work full-time in a week. And that kind of thing, of course, so you can't expect drivers to put 60 hours for this particular race, as we see Udox once again under pressure. But nevertheless, seeing the teams put in the effort, put in the hours, just tinkering, just trying to find the last dent. It just shows you the commitment they've got in store.
Yeah, great point there, absolutely. With this battle, by the way, real quick, you've seen a bit of a mistake from U-Dogs, able to give some space against Paulison. The interesting point is there is a cat on the back bumper of the U-Dogs design car, where the interestingly, remarkably canny thing about that is one of the drivers scheduled to take part in Paulison's car is probably watching and saying, oh boy, stay out of that drifting car's back end and off that cat. James Vining was attacked by a cat during one of his races in the Northwest Racing Series with Paulison and company. He didn't finish that race. He's now known as the Cat Man. So it's interesting. You have a car with a cat on the back bumper with the driver chasing behind who's later going to be having the Cat Man drive for him.
But man, that save right there, Matt Gelder, that was incredible. I literally shot up from my seat and my eyes were popping out of my eye sockets. I was fascinated. The BMW is a stable car, mind you, but that was just pushing things to the limit.
Eventually, Paulison's going to have to say enough's enough. I've got to make a pass before this guy spins out, though.
Exactly. Hopefully someday, because it's the third lap he's been following without making the move? It's a bit tantalizing for him. I mean, you can see it right there, but...
I think he's just, again, wanting to make sure he doesn't have any incidents. He's rarely driven off the track outside of the couple of mistakes we've seen in these past couple laps. By the way, to add on to your point involving the amount of time, a great point brought up by Isaac Snyder, who drove for Bombshell this year, where, especially for these types of events, say you have to do a 3-hour stint, Samil, you have to do the whole practice for the stint. You can't just do it for 5 laps and say, okay, it's done. You have to, for every change, you have to run the full length of what you expect.
That is an absolutely brilliant point right there by Isaac, because the reason behind this quite clearly is because the track, the car, the tires, and even the driver for that matter, evolves as the stint goes on. So early on in the stint, the setup may look fine with fresher tires and with a heavy fuel load. But what about later on? As the fuel gets lighter, as the fuel tank gets lighter, I beg your pardon, as the driver gets fatigued, as the tires start to chew up, is that the right setup? Because that is when you could end up gaining or losing more time depending on how well you manage it. That is a brilliant point by Isaac Snyder. You can't just test 5 laps and realize, okay, it's done. Because in a John's Racing, more often than not, you're driving with a wounded car and literally chewed off tires and a half-empty fuel tank than you are with perfect tires and perfect fuel.
By the way, that was Venable Sim Racing lapping them, but yes, absolutely. And once more, the more you know, the better, as we've said. Right now, these drivers having some more space as a result of some of those mistakes and some of that traffic now, as Section 8 has now really lost touch with the U-Dogs machine this sector. Approaching 3 hours into the race. Who else has caught your eye in terms of team performances, in your opinion? Especially with, well, yes, it's been a calm race. It's been one where some of the top drivers have had to spend up to 30 minutes in the garage getting repairs done.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a problem. That's been a bit of a problem. But Stark Racing with their strategy caught my eye initially, going for the double stinter. How it didn't work out was eye-catching, but not satisfying for the team, let's put it that way. But otherwise, Kinetic Racing have been incredibly good. Tommy van der Good, he was there about at the start of the race, fell back a couple of positions in the GT4 category, but the composure with which he's held the lead has been very interesting for Tommy. So there's that. But of course, later on in the TCR category as well, yet again, it's the Kinetic Racing team, Matthias Magnussen, holding off the lead. So Kinetic Racing clearly have been incredibly good, but in the GT3 category, of course, well, we've got one clear dominating team who recently just lapped the Section 8 car a couple of sectors ago, as we saw on the screen. Vendeval Sim Racing, they have been on a mission. today.
I mean, that shouldn't be a surprise with the pedigree, right? So no, you're saying.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you kind of expected this to happen, but to what extent are they dominating at this stage? Well, to put things into context, 10X Fitzy Motorsport Aries, the number 76 machine, they're clocking in lap times of 1 minute, 1 minute, I'm sorry, that's just the force of habit. 8 minute 14.962. Vendewaard Sim Racing, 8 minute 12.362. And it's not a couple of tenths, it's 3 or 4 seconds per lap. Jaw-dropping.
It's incredible. And keep in mind, that sense, they race in some cases against teams like Vendewaard in some of the top split endurance races. And this is just night and day. But you have to give credit again to the regulars for the major series for how they've performed as well, because they've kept some interesting groupings. They've kept some of them clean. And in some cases, they've found their way back on the racetrack after completely demolishing their cars. Like, once again, the No Emission Motorsports machine you see right here. This was your GT4 class leader before contact with one of the Dog Bear cars.
I remember using the phrase cloudy with a chance of contact in one of the major series races. I think it was the Indianapolis 500 that we had right here. It is going to be quite relevant here today, I suppose. I thought it would be more relevant in the first half an hour, but we still saw somewhat good driving. But later on, of course, as drivers get fatigued towards the end of their stints, that could very well be the case. I mean, I can barely do 3 laps of the Nurburgring without crashing. In fact, every time I come up to the first couple of corners, I almost always end up misjudging my braking point and then crashing into the wall. But again, these drivers, far more experience, far more practice, far more speed. And now, at last, Stephen Paulson could make that move, Justin. Okay, now how about a bet? Does he do it this lap, or does he have to wait yet another one for this?
Well, you basically answer your own bet within 1 second. So yes is the answer. Paulson to the right side. He tries to make the move a little bit quicker in the straight line, but earlier on the brakes. Paulson preferred line, but the elevation change still gets it.
Well, let's say it's been a long time coming, that one.
He's been running in that spot, 14th overall. Paulson has this entire race until now. Finally changes that tune, while Matt Gelder and his car continues to slide backwards.
Just how gratifying might it be to line up a move for 3, 4, 5 laps of the Nordschleife and then get it done? Honestly, maybe frustrating for a while, but Stephen Paulson may be feeling so satisfied with a really big grin on his face, and perhaps even a sigh of relief. But now, you might be wondering, okay, that's done for the Section 8 car. What's next for the Section 8 team? Who's next? That's the Dog Bear Euro team? And, to put it simply, they're a long way off. 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yes. So, not impossible. It's just going to take your entire, about at least 6 hours, I think.
To put it simply, yeah.
Now the interesting mark comes into play with, say, teammate on teammate fights, where Dog Bear GT Red has now been reeled in by Dog Bear Black. Dick Moore, we've talked about a little bit before. That's right now a little bit ahead of these cars that you're following along with. It's going to be one of the air groupings. Say you're one of these cars. How do you try and plot this about? Because we talked about the fuel strategy and trying to use each other to save. They can try and do that here, but these cars have been running alone this entire stint. Do you think it's going to be Bell time, especially with Bob Beltrami behind the wheel?
Things could spill over. We've seen this time and again. It's just a case of maintaining your cool, taking a few deep breaths and remembering that the car up ahead is your teammate. Now, normally in endurance racing, we've seen time and again teams work together in terms of staying in the draft one car and then swapping around to make sure that everyone gets their fuel saved in, so that instead of fighting against each other and losing time, they can reel in the cars up ahead. But where are the cars up ahead? Bombshell Racing are 29 seconds ahead. Now look at this, the move being made the dog bear black team moving up ahead, the dog bear red one. And now they can just work together, stay in the draft, make sure that they can save fuel together, and then allow the faster car to attack.
Yeah. We're still about 20 seconds back, but you are right on that one. Pit stops underway. Fox Auto Tech is now into their pit lane. Roberto Hancaldi is now jumping into the 311 right this moment. We'll have to see how they are down the Dodger Hope for the grouping we're talking about here. Not close enough. The slipstream on by. I think there's the pace difference they felt like. So drivers are coming into pit. Keep in mind, some could only make it 6. This is a scheduled stop for the 311 machine. I should rather say the car we were looking at moments ago, apologies, what for no omission, was the sportsman car. Of course, we were talking about the 109 who got bumped around, who's in the all-orange car. Off and away. It's the 311. They take tires this time. The double stint did not work.
And it's got to be concerning for the Fark Auto team as well in terms of the fuel, because I think that's the second consecutive pit stop they've made without reaching the R mark,
That
which
was
we
7.
thought the GT3s.
That was still 7, though. Remember, they were a bit off cycle.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not impossible, because all they need to do is stretch an extra, somehow just a little ounce bit each run. And the more you can do that, the better you can get back lined up. It's not impossible, of course. There's a reason, say, on the oval side, say you're running what is called the NASCAR iRacing Series, and you're running the Daytona 500. If you're with a team, there's always the numbers repeated to you where you need to hit X lap per run to be able to make it on the fuel. You have about a couple pit cycle window to play with. Then, if you miss said window after, say, 3 pit stops into that race, you basically have to regroup and say, we got to save extra hard. So we'll have to see what they have to do and play out if it's similar to that.
It's interesting how many similarities we can pick out between oval racing and endurance racing on road courses. And that's a very good point. Fuel numbers are going to be critical regardless. Of course, not a sprint race this one. They're racing for 24 old hours. That's an excellent point right there.
It's crazy how big this gap has gone between these two. Remember, Dog Bear GT Red was the one who made contact with the GT4 leader. It's already 3 seconds.
Yep, they've flown past.
Oh, and something's got to be going on with Bob's car if he's falling off that much. Look at the cornering. I almost wonder if that hit may have broke something's suspension. He's just realizing it maybe now with the pace drop?
Or is that just his tires completely chewed off?
I mean, there is a Dog Bear on the hood. Pun intended, but still. I don't think that logo is chewing up the tires. Again, the best, they can have maybe about a couple seconds fall off at the most. I've seen times similar. Some other drivers could have fall off up to 10 seconds, and it could be important to have a fall behind buddy. Stay rhythm car in front of you.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they level up. I wonder why this is really happening. I mean, of course, you have to put these into perspective. You've got to realize how slow they're lapping, and they'll be realizing that they're not going completely quick right now. And the Dog Bear Black, I for a second thought that it was just them being unleashed and allowed to attack the car ahead, but they're 30 seconds ahead, that car. It's just the case with the Dog Bear GT Red machine not quite having the best of performance, and I wonder why that's the case.
I'm more so curious at this point as this gap continues to grow quickly. Not I'm talking about what is a dog bear? Seriously, what is a dog bear?
Perhaps a crossover between a dog and a bear, so maybe it could have the body of a bear, but with a... I don't know, I'm just guessing. But then again, it breeds the question, which breed of dogs? I mean, having a... I'll go after you.
There is a breed called a dog bear, or a bear dog rather, so there's that. There's a couple apparently, like a Finnish bear dog, like Karelian bear dogs. There's also the bear dog. Oh my god, Spare Dogs, which of course was Charcuterie carnivorous, belonging at one time to California back in prehistoric times. So there is historic relevancy to this somewhat.
Just one that we had no idea about coming into this one. It's a good learnings. Endurance racing teaches you a lot about not just how to drive your car, not just how to save fuel to your tires and the nature of circuits. Sometimes even fun stories like this one.
Or they chose Dogbear because it sounds cool. There's that.
I mean, let's be honest, it really does, doesn't it? Sounds like a really edgy, really cool name. It gets you to feel that the team is ultra fast.
Yeah. Overall race leaders pit. So they've hit 7 laps on the dot. So expecting majority error cars to come in, including some of these drivers we're just following at this time by. And as you can see, that is Juan Lopez's music. He's now into the car. Travis Henderson has just also had a problem potentially tech-wise. We also may have had a crash for 25th overall on the racetrack at the moment. That car slipping and sliding is looking okay, but it was the for Past and Spite's F1 podcast car at the same time who lost several seconds. A lot of busy moments. So the 299, they went off into the grass. And that helmet probably describes a lot.
Watching some of the gaps today, that's the reaction.
I think that's a Lego man with a screaming emotion face.
That is. Oh my goodness me. It's been a while. They're having fun. So they take home a trophy as it stands again. I'm going to do the classic endurance racing commentator thing and say anything could happen, which it really could. But they also get to do that with that helmet. Tradingpaints.com, here I come. I want that machine. I want that helmet.
Juan Lopez. Someone who might be someone who might benefit from that crossover, runs in both O and road, about 5,000 I-rating for reference sake. Also as a driving coach with VRS, so it's an experience in that camp. Off and away went Lopez. Everyone else stuck it in. These cars expected this time as well. It's to the point though where Dogbear GT Red has fallen right back towards the clutches of the 311. It's that bad right now for some of these Dogbear cars. That's the black car rather that's being reeled in.
And we didn't quite expect this to happen. We thought they'd be comfortably fine and then both the Dogbear cars could work their way up the order, but it'll be interesting to see if we can have a chat with them to realize what's going on, because clearly the far car is closing up right now with some velocity.
That's what happens right when you finally take fresh tires, I guess, and they have the 1 lap difference on the car. And this is a team name where we've commentated with them a lot in the past, or rather with them in the field, where if it is the Nordschleife or if it's, say, Spa or anything like that, they're there.
Yeah, they've been consistent participants. Not quite having the best results all the time, but it's good to see them be thereabout, always challenging. I think at the end of the day, endurance racing, more than winning, is just about finishing. And especially if it's as a part of a group like this one. Certain sense of pride when you end up a race that I'm yet to achieve, I beg your pardon, but I've heard it's quite gratifying to finish a 24-hour race. Even more so when you're in the top 5.
Of note, a couple driver board changes for the drivers who were pitting out. Alexander Trudeau just jumped back into the race car for a stint with Can-Am. Then Swaby's currently now in the race car. Finnegan Racing now in is Mark Torres, you see, jumping in the 83. Also coming in is Roberto Pancaldi. And for their scheduled stop, Dick Moore also coming in for the respective pit stop. Bob Beltrami also expected to come in this time to wrap up this window right on the 3-hour to go mark for some of these teams, right on the money. They'll also have a couple TCRs in the lane. Torque Freak Racing currently in the midst of a driver swap at the moment. Jack Weddle is currently in the car now for Miss Hit Missed Apex F1 podcast. It's It's a very busy pit paddock right now.
Yep, the hour mark is here. Most of the GT drivers coming into pit lane towards the end of the stint. It'll be interesting to see how everyone's cycles are towards the end, of course.
We got the official answer, by the way, for the dog bear name. Came for the origins. It was named by one of the founders, his friends, his kids. Were named by one of them. So, again, it's a cool name, especially if you're someone up and coming or young. Off and away goes most of the cars, though, from this pit window. So everyone else coming in for their scheduled service just passed 3 hours into this race. Should also note that the Duty Black car had just prior to that made the pass round with 311, but they're going to be now tight once more because, well, there's going to be not so much tightness. Another call to double stint for Roberto this time.
Maybe they realized that as the temperature dips, this could be a better time to go for a double stint. They lost a lot of time the last time out, but they've given it another shot, let's go that way.
Indeed. Last time it didn't work. We'll have to see if this works. It's only about a 15-20 second gap they build up from this, and around the most. Track temp, keep in mind, has actually dropped a ton. Samil. It's 73 degrees Fahrenheit right now. We started about 78, 79 degrees in qualifying.
Clearly, double stinting does look like a good idea. Again, the exact benefit will be known after everything's done, but man, they certainly decided to roll the dice and give it a shot right now.
See if this time the gamble plays out. Let's go through a top 8 rundown now as we're done our pit stops for the time being. Metal Sim Racing Green has been, well, Metal Sim Racing. Currently, Juan Lopez screaming his way at the top of the pylon. Currently, the gap is 32 seconds. Where Texans 50 Motorsports Aries after pit stops. Currently, they try and hold on to the gap after a minute and 34 second pit stop. The longest of the day in the class. That's what happens though when you have a cushion, right? If something happens in the pit lane, use that cushion to fix any problem. Grizzly Motorsports by TFR Lab is in third. Texans' Hades Guns in fourth. Can-Am, Kinetic Racing Surge, Bombshell, Dog Bear Black round out the current top 8. Rather, Total Tech Sim Racing with the double stint past Dog Bear Black for that spot in the pit stops. Then it's Kinetic Racing Force and Kinetic Racing Motion in the midst of pit stop services and driver swaps at the moment. You can see on screen with the 102 and 101, 50 seconds the gap amongst them with Elite West Racing. In P3, they have dropped back in third to 2 minutes and 51 seconds back. Hanson Brothers Racing had passed them at one point. They've since dropped 9 seconds behind them, falling apart in the second half of this run, similar to what we've seen in some other races for the BMW this year in that respective class. No Mission Motorsports' Sportsman car is currently almost a full lap behind. It's the pack in fifth. Forge Endurance and No Mission Motorsports, the former class leaders, before we round up the 7 entrants in the class. Then for your Audis, it is Kinetic Racing Velocity, currently leading by 3+ minutes or miss, hit, missed. That's F1 Podcast, the Sector 5 TCR, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, and the Verpaston Spikes F1 Podcast car, rounding out the current top 5 in the division. With that, it's time for Race Spot Fan Immersion. Why don't we follow along with Matthias Magnussen as he tries to continue to build up that buffer for Kinetic Racing. You're watching RaceSpotTV for coverage of the major series, 24 hours, the Nurburgring. fans is wondering, where's the big boom? Well, as everything went on for the fan immersion, there were at least 3 big booms that struck. 2 of them on the racetrack, 1 in iRacing in general. Here is the first big boom. This was 3rd overall on the racetrack at the time. Remember the Grizzly Motorsports car? Travis Henderson behind the wheel. Hard smack to the Armco after overcooking the corner. His car went off to the grass. Significant damage, forced to tow. There was a second big boom moments around that time. Same lap, where Dog Bear GT Red crashed a sector prior to that, where he got absolutely demolished in an incident on his own. So his car is now demolished. Here's a look once more what happened to the 48 machine after his car cut and lost grip in the middle of the section and went against the Armco. Here's the specific incident with the number 4 car, where it would be about at least 5-10 turns after this where he'd get a massive boom. And keep in mind, Samil, this is a car that was struggling in the first place for the past 2 laps.
Indeed, they just had real trouble. They ended up losing so much of time. And this incident, man, it just worsens it out. And also, what about the number 48 Grizzly Motorsports car? They were doing such an excellent job. Then the crash happened for Travis Henderson. All the hard work gone in a flash.
You can just see how much that car had been struggling in the terms. It was 10th at the time. But as you can tell, as soon as it got towards one of these tighter sections, things went kaboom. when it comes to this car. It was already taking it careful. Beltrami's already out of the race car as a result of this incident, by the way. And this might likely mean at least a 30-plus minute repair after what was a disastrous segment with the Dog Bear red car. Coming up towards that section in particular, again, it's an incident that happened for this respective team in Sector 2. Same sector as the 48, but a couple turns prior after jumping off the ground a couple times as a result of the elevation changes.
Just amazing, isn't it, that the crashes and all the drama could just happen when you least expect it to.
Yep, following along, and it's going to be around this section where things went kaboom. You can just see again how much I was going through the laps, and I know that one fan is looking to watch for the big boom right now on the YouTube feed of things. This approached it the big boom, essentially, where you hit the wall a ton. It can really demolish you. Of note, UDocs is also now in for several minutes of repairs after they had to come down this window. We're approaching that big boom right now. Apologies again for the delay. This is after they passed the TCR, by the way. It'd be 3 corners after this, going through Kellenhard to try and get the run past the TCR. Once they get through the TCR, not a factor in this incident. They get through clean. In fact, they pull away by 5 seconds from the TCR. Then once they work their way around towards this section of the track, it's near identical, the section. Now that I think about it here, you can already see the grooves from the 48, where it just built up and went wrong for them. Still looking like it's going to be a part moment, but still, you can tell this thing was hopping around. Refresh after contact with several cars before. It was struggling in some of the corners, had been losing tons of time on the racetrack before it had its massive incident. And it almost looks like here, Samil, that he started getting some confidence prior to this. You've seen how quickly he's taking one of those corners there right before this, before that. Right there. There's your boom.
The grass. It does not forgive anyone. We saw the Dog Bear car having some dogged issues early on. Then he started to pick up the confidence, as you mentioned there, Justin, and then in a flash, the scene changed rather horribly for them. And it's all down to the grass. That section, it's coming after a corner called Mute Curve. The Bravery corner. Ironic.
That's a way to put it, absolutely. How about this for a third boom? As Vendefall continues to lead in their Audi, a majority of the class, remember, has been running in BMWs today, Samir. But for those who do not know, today was BMW Sim Live, where there was a massive announcement just about 10 minutes ago. This has been confirmed by Kevin Bombett through iRacing, through official forum channels and press releases, where an early release version of the BMW M4 GT3 will be available to the public in the weeks following the upcoming build. That will in turn be the second BMW to join the GT3 offerings. The interesting mark is its early release, meaning as the car is updated to match its rear-world form, it will see several different updates and changes before the label's officially removed. Just to explain a little bit, essentially, it's a chance for drivers to get a preview of what it may feel like until it gets to exactly what's expected to be towards the end of the campaign.
The new generation of the BMW M4 coming into production earlier on this year with its, let's be honest, rather hideous front nose. There is no dispute, there is no disputing, it just looks terrible to everyone. And they've really lost the plot with the design of it. But to be honest, it's good to see iRacing making the move. There are rumblings of the Huracan also coming in, so the GT3 field clearly being focused on by iRacing. They're getting new cars in, they're getting everything in. It's essentially like a test track, like Long Beach, but for a car in this case.
The interesting thing when it comes to Long Beach, in terms of that mentioning, keep in mind Long Beach was a drivable track. It just had no buildings. It had a bunch of the scan marbles floating in the sky. Now it's to where you can race it with the full detail and as well some more updated specs essentially for the racetrack to be able to hit your marks. By the way, speaking of hitting your marks, Bombshell Racing Team has been hitting their marks to try and get back to a podium position after they had that early incident. Eric Mickey behind the wheel, pushing the car forward.
It's always tricky to recover from an incident like that one, getting off cycle, damaging your car and coming back, but of course you've got to remember time is on your side. You've got to be calm, got to be patient. And they are closing up to the Texans Fitzy Motorsport Hades machine, but remember, out of cycle Bombshell. They'll be pitting far earlier than a Texans car, but it's still good to see them closing up nevertheless.
It's not impossible for them to still try and come away with a solo finish. They could probably even get up to second if they build it up over hours. The tough part's going to be building it up over hours because keep in mind, these drivers in this class have been running about 8 minutes, 24-second lap times. Second place last time ran the fastest lap on the racetrack. The Aries car, 2 minute or 8 minute, 13 seconds for comparison's sake, which is already about 7-8 seconds quicker than the car Bombshell's reeling in here.
The pace is in there. The drivers are hiding something rather special in the Aries machine. But for Bombshell, it does seem like they can close up a little bit. They do have somewhat of a pace advantage right now, but seriously, the top two have just been in a league of their own. Mike Tunison has just clocked in the fastest lap right now, and man, the 8 minute 30.033, that is an incredible lap time. Bombshell have done 8 minute 22.1. Just to put things into perspective, that is jaw-dropping.
Of note, the UDOC's car is back on the racetrack after Ross Banfield jumped into the machine after a pit stop about 5+ minutes. All the other cars we've seen in trouble are still either getting repairs or currently trying to shuffle the respective organizational pieces. Or rather, I should say, Henderson back going in the past couple of moments. Torch and Wagon, keep in mind, since their incident early in this race, to where they had to pit early, they are still off cycle, just pit from 11th. It's the tale of two different types of races and types of mistakes, right, it seems, Samil? Where if you do it at the right time, and you don't want to, of course, make a mistake at the right time, you don't want to make a mistake, you can recover from it. If you do it where it puts you in the back foot the whole race, it puts a lot of pressure on you. And especially if you do if you have a mistake, you're too late or too early. By the way, Banfield has just nearly crashed his car.
Oh. Now, what's happened here?
Yeah.
What?
Still following along with the grouping for third. Bombshell car, the UDOC's car is going to be okay. Go ahead.
Well, the perfect time to make a mistake would be towards the very end of your stint at this particular part of the track, where you could just dive in for a pit stop as if nothing ever happened, much like we saw early on in the GT3 class with everyone losing fuel. Of course, Bombshell Motorsport pitting, they were out of cycle, so nothing to worry about for them. But the worst case, the worst time and the worst place of making a mistake, considering how big of a track the Nurburgring is and how long the stints are, would be, say, at the GP circuit right after you're done with the pit stop. It would just throw things out of cycle. It's a long track. It's not like a Silverstone where you make a mistake in the first sector, you can reel your way back in and not lose too much time. Here, if you make a mistake in the early parts of the circuit, you're going to be going for a long ride. Stay a bit of a hill climb in certain cases as well. It's not the most. It's a generous of circuits in terms of making mistakes, let's be honest, in certain parts.
Taking a look back at your overall leader, and we haven't quite talked too much. Again, this was a guest organization invited to today's event, and for this grouping of drivers, it's just been unbelievable. If you are any of these organizations, you have to, I think, really just take notes and say, not only what marks they're hitting, but also just try and tell what the philosophy of their setup is, because the best can look at your car within 30 seconds and know how it's built up, especially on the oval side. If you can figure out at least some of that, especially the markings, it can be a big difference for the future and for you as team development and driver development.
I think just in more than setup in an endurance race like this one, it's more down to the driver capabilities. Now, all the other teams, of course, they have done quite a bit of major series, and importantly in the major series, they've gone from one car to the other, one discipline to the other, one vertical of the sport to the other. Whereas when they all have stayed true to their roots in terms of GT3 endurance racing, driver competence can be a big thing in that. Not just the way they set up the car, but also how they prepare for an endurance race of this sort, how much time they put in, what kind of run plan do they have before the preparations go in, and also just the amount of time each of their drivers have done such competitive races. Because when we've seen them consistently in GT3 endurance races like this one for quite a while, perhaps the notes could just go out to consistently being there year after year, practicing, understanding how it goes on, and then just chip away as time passes by.
Mark Torres here on board. And it's been quiet in the camp of Connect Racing Surge because, well, we talked about them looking to surge forward on the board. You only surge forward 2 positions as the drop of the green flag. And it's at least 10 seconds to get up to bombshell. And they, even then, for the pit stop, were 4 seconds slower. At this mark here, Samil, what do you think's going through their mind to try and get themselves to where they can pounce for positions, say, during 12 hours to go, etc.? Especially knowing, for some of these teams, they may have built their cars to be more prepared for the nighttime. Some have talked about that in the past, remember?
The key, of course, in this case is to stay consistent, stay calm, and just realize that you're building up towards the later part of the race. So right now, it's all about ironing out all the creases, is making sure that you're being as regular as possible, as consistent in terms of your marks and your breaking points and your lines. And as cliche and as repetitive as it may sound, that's about it. That's what you can do at this stage. Just be cautious, just be conservative. Hit your numbers, conserve your tires, lift and coast when you need to. Because towards the very end, when it gets in the night, that's where your car is the strongest. And just don't get too distracted, I'll be honest, Justin.
Yeah.
Because sometimes teams and drivers can shift their focus off to different places, different cars. Oh, this is what they're doing better. Maybe I should swap my strategy around early on. Some days it works, but other times it's what you've practiced, tried and tested that eventually gives you the advantage.
Take a look back at Jack Weddle as well, and it's got to be kind of that mindset for everyone at this point. Because we are approaching already 5 p.m. in sim time. Starting to get dark potentially in about 2-3 hours from now. Towards our closing stages, in fact. Pardon me, we'll start moving towards that direction. The nighttime could be crazy to say the very least.
Just driving on the Nordschleife alone and keeping it on the track in the broad daylight is a bit of a challenge. Nothing a bit of a challenge is an understatement. Driving it with other cars on track, including faster and slower cars, depending on what category you're racing in, and doing it deep in the night with so many sections, and the real tricky sections of the track, not even properly illuminated. Now that is a challenge for the ages. In the sim, it's quite something, knowing that you have the protection of not being hit in real life, not wasting thousands and thousands worth of dollars of money. But imagine doing this in real life, Justin, especially in the rain, because that's what really tends to happen in the Nurburgring at this part of the year. In the sim, of course, they are a little bit at the mercy of weather, but still, spotting the apexes can be so hard. We saw that in the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup that we had at RaceSpotTV. Of course, that was at Interlagos, deep into the night, barely any lighting. Drivers properly struggled to find their apexes.
Keep in mind, if rain, and this is a mighty if rain ever comes to iRacing, I'm kind of curious where for the first race that does it officially for a major broadcast, will it be like the first time under night where there are people who are nervous about it, terrified because they weren't used to the change, or where drivers had to learn how to adapt to changing track conditions, or we just see everybody brake and then slide off into the middle of the sand trap, similar to some of the Formula One races in the past.
I'll go after you.
I was gonna say, it's not easy as it sounds, let's put it that way. Because while you're racing on rain, and it's hard to drive on rain, especially if you start hydroplaning. Imagine trying to race in rain at 190 miles an hour or 300 kilometers an hour.
Exactly. Well, let's just hope that the first broadcasted iRacing race with rain happens at least a couple of months or 3 months after the rain is launched. Because till then, it'll, I think, put a really bad mark on sim racing and sim racing drivers in general, that they can't manage the rain. Oh, they're so terrible. Oh, it's just a video game. They can't even do this, that. But no, all the sim racing drivers competing, and the ones that you're watching right now, they know exactly what they're doing. They've got years and years of practice in this particular aspect, in this element. Getting used to rain will take time for sure.
Yeah.
But you've got to give them that time. You just can't bounce on them.
Again, nothing has been announced for that. It has been a talking point, though, so. But still, just in theory. Just in theory. Approaching 4 hours. And the clouds are now starting to cycle over part of the racetrack now. And interesting tagline for the Missed Apex podcast there. For whatever reason, they decided to put on the hood today, wrong but first. The car's not first, by the way. It's in second, but close enough. They've done a really respectful job, and one of their drivers, mind you, one of their cars is supposed to celebrate a birthday today. If you notice in the back end, specifically the 296, there is a happy birthday Gary. In particular, one of the drivers who is expected to drive in this race car today, Gary Thomas, will be celebrating his birthday today. We'll celebrate that with a good birthday message.
It's quite the way to celebrate a birthday, isn't it? Racing in a 24-hour race at the circuit that is the Nurburgring, the Green Hill, in an RC TCR, which personally is one of my favorite cars on the service. And then to be second in class, and not to dampen their spirits, it's a rather small grid size, but nevertheless, second is a sizable result, isn't it? That's quite a way to celebrate a birthday.
Absolutely. Of course, Missed Apex, many different popular media outlets keep an eye on them for their podcasting skills. They've done interviews with various drivers. They've done a solid job. Kinetic Racing, they've done kinetic racing things today. And it shouldn't be surprised that Kinetic Racing's doing kinetic racing things today with what we've seen in the past for them do. They know how to race at every single level. And it helps when they had people in the past like Christian Schauder and several others, and several people part of the Majors Garage, mind you, a part of this organization over the past 3-4 years.
Yeah, quite a few teams have stuck by the Major Series, and they've been here for a long time. They know the regulations, the series, how everything works out, and they've been mainstays, and Kinetic Racing have been somewhat of that. And this season they were really on fire, weren't they? Kinetic and Bombshell, that battle really kept us hooked on towards the very end.
By the way, Gary Thomas chiming in on the YouTube version of today's broadcast saying, he's famous. Yes, Gary, you're now famous. Congratulations. Your car now has to try and BMW who just lapped you. Once again, happy birthday, as this is continuous being a recovery drive. Racing was expected to be one of the contenders today. Since that first lap incident, it's been a disaster for Maximilian. Maximilian qualified the race car, handed the car off at one point for a little while ago to Thomas Ladman. They haven't even really gained too much progress since then.
It's just been torrid for them all along from the beginning.
So as a team, knowing that it's been like this early on, what's going through your head now, especially if you're the driver who was the car involved, like you are here, or the one involved right now?
It's hard not to get too discouraged. I mean, you could be thinking, oh man, I've lost it in the early stages of the race. There's 24 more hours to go. Do I really want to drive my way through? And finding that motivation can be the key thing towards the end. Of course, at the back of a field like this one with not major prize money involved, unless you finish in the top 5, one would be compelled to leave the race, but... Oh boy.
That was the Udox car. This was in the battle for 13th, believe, yes, where Udox was getting reeled in. That was Ross Banfield, who, remember, missed his early stint for the race as he slept on his snooze button, going wide there and letting by Travis Henderson as a result. And both of these cars, mind you, absolutely demolished on the sides.
One of the very few places we can actually go off track without hitting the wall. He just got saved there, Ross Banfield. Could have been far worse, let's be honest.
Could have been 110% times worse. As a result, though, lost a drafting buddy and Henderson running away a little bit. The Dottinger Ho up to the final chicanes once more. And you can just see how much that car's wheel hopping under braking. That thing is not handling well.
To make things worse, they've got 20 minutes before their first cycle pit stop. Ross Banfield will have to make sure that he just handles this grasshopper of a car properly well, because that gravel trap really has put some damage on that car. And he'll be losing time, big time. Udox, nevertheless, were not even in a good place anyway. This will just dampen their spirits even more.
Currently, the last car running on track in the class. Currently scored 14th position. For Banfield was one of our championship competitors for the Euro Series this year.
Yep, Banfield, a top driver, very adaptable, very quick, very smart, I must say, in terms of his race ability. But yeah, unfortunately missing his first stint and then coming up to make this mistake at the gravel trap. It's been a bit of a torrid one for him. And at this stage, it's really hard to find the motivation deep down inside to continue on. With 20 hours to go and your pace not even looking anywhere close to the other cars, how do you drag yourself in and finish the race?
It's going to be interesting. And going to be where that's where these support systems are so good, right? Or so important. Especially, say, for battles like this, right? Where it's, you don't want to fall into the mindset of, oh, it's an air car, I gotta let him go, I gotta let him go. Sometimes you need to be reminded some motivation. Paulison, he's not giving up here. He knows the situation for Maximilian. Yes, he was a second place qualifier, but knows this car's had to scratch and claw this entire race. He's not making it easy here.
Paulison knowing his lines, blocking things off, but not quite for too long, it seems. Maximilian moves ahead with some ease.
Yeah, just has that difference in pace with that BMW compared to the Mercedes. And that seems to be the differential, right? For the BMWs, it's been a very quick race car. It's been second on down for much of the board. The Mercedes, if you are not a road course ace, drivers have chosen that for the comfortability to be able to properly turn around the racetrack.
If you can work it well, the BMW has quite a few significant advantages. Down the Dottinger, it will be quite clearly the fastest machine around. But also, there is a school of thought that says that, the Audi with its more frisky nature that we are supposed to have in competition here, but nobody's quite chosen it, is going to be superb. Because the Audi, of course, recently with all the BOP changes, it did seem to be quite a competitive machine, this one. But of course, most of the teams here have gone for the stability of the BMW or the comfort of the Mercedes. Big boys, both of them, let's be honest.
Looking at that second place car specifically, they're actually closing in right now. They actually are closing in a little bit. They're only 31 seconds back. Remember, the lead was massive before. wonder if that has something to do with that minute 34 second pit stop, really, in part, yes, but it's been shrinking a bit since then. They're about a second and a half off since Lopez jumped in the car. No offense to Lopez, the leader.
Yeah, the Aries machine has been chipping in. Fenderwald Sim Racing League, perhaps taking it a bit lighter. Wani Lopez could potentially be sent in with the idea of conserving and making the stint as long as he possibly can, because who knows? The gap is far too much at this stage. Maybe they can just conserve right now and reap the benefits later on, or it could just be a case of Wani Lopez not quite able to extract all the pace from the car that he wants to. Tricky times nevertheless, heading from the afternoon to the evening. They call it golden hour, this one, as the temperatures fall down and drivers find it far, far easier to drive. But then again, as everyone pushes, mistakes are often right there. Man, I've said this 20 odd times here today, but
yeah,
never is it more relevant.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, the headlight's already turning on. Okay. I think you can see with the sun, but I guess you can turn on the lights.
Well, technically, these headlights cost you real money turning them on, in a way, because they're...
I mean, how often do you have to replace a headlight, though, in your car?
In sim racing, not very often. In real life, man, it can be huge. Literally, I remember at Le Mans, one of the Porsche LMP1 cars had to be drafted and made to sit in the garage for a long, long time just to replace the headlights.
Here's the interesting thing, is we're taking a look at Stefan Overgaard, one of the top drivers for the Nordic region for Kinetic Racing. That car doesn't have its lights on. Now, I know it's just lights, but how do lights turn on for 2 of the 3 classes, but not for the Porsches here in the GT4s?
My answer to this question reminds me of a scene in Shrek, where the donkey is asked a question by Shrek, and he replies by saying, "Good question. I have no idea." Well, endurance racers are supposed to have the headlights on all the time, and you literally can never, ever shut them off. They'll always stay on. But what's going on here?
I think the car lights will eventually turn on. The BMW has the lights on, but for some reason they appear to be, at least that manufacturer, the only people without lights on at the moment on the racetrack. Even the cars in the pit lane have the lights on. It's just the Porsches. Welcome to 2020, everybody. Eventually the lights will turn on. Eventually the lights will turn on. Let's not panic.
And if they don't turn on, that's a one-way trip to the pit lane. Crash Mania.
It's been that type of a race, approaching 4 hours into the action so far. Juan Lopez is now going back the advantage since we last talked about him, by the way. He picked up another second plus after losing some time, and now this mark, we are about a lap and a half away from more pit stops for the 1 hour mark even, or the hour even mark.
You know, what's really been interesting in this race is to see the differential between the BMWs and the Porsches, I'll be honest. And that sort of a thing has been going on since the M4 GT4 came onto the iRacing service, I think around 4 or 5 months ago. Initially, the BMW was ailing. Nobody had an idea. Nobody had a clue of how to make that thing work. But then as the weeks and as the months went on, the BMW naturally started to pick up. The BOP came to its aid. And now the BMW is the one compromised to the BOP. It is being shut down to make it slower. And teams and drivers really have capitalized on that. They've learned a lot about the BMW. And all of a sudden, in all the big championships, SCO, 24H Series, you are seeing the BMW get ever so better. And the teams are learning how to make it faster now. They're learning how to use the car, essentially. And I think the same can be said for the M4 GT3 that's going to come in as well. It's going to take a few months, but everyone's going to realize beyond the point out how to turn this car on, how to make sure to get the performance levels to the way that you really want to. But until then, it'll look really embarrassing. But once the teams realize, bang.
Take a look at Dog Bear Black. Meanwhile, this is Nick Kuhn, the 103 machine. It's been a very quiet day. It's a +6 though for his car. That right now is your second biggest mover overall. The biggest mover, Sector 5 TCR. Even though one of their cars crashed, this one seems to have been having a solid day, and it is starting to reel in some more traffic. You can tell just by how some of the jumps are being taken here that this car is truly flying as they pass by Richie Hearn here on the left side. Make by cleanly here. It's now one more car through the traffic before they make their way on board. By the way, the pit crew for the respective sister cars currently in the midst of knocking the back wing off the race car as the 175 is reached now by the 103.
It's fascinating what kind of a difference confidence can make, can't it? Dog Bear Black, they have all the confidence in the world in their car. They're just flying over the jumps, using all the correct racing lines, flying past. You can see them gaining time all the time. The lights are on as well, in fact. And there's a certain aura about their body language, the way they're taking each corner. And then you compare 30 minutes ago to what the Dog Bear Red team was facing. Just having the confidence in your car can make a world of difference in terms of how you can approach an endurance race.
And in turn, they just kept on chugging along, and there's one car against the fence. That was No Emission Motorsports Sportsman who was up against the wall there, the 157.
Again.
And mistake on their own. Just wide of the racetrack, right to the Armco.
Ooh, I've done that. I have done that on the sim, and it feels excruciatingly bad. It is so easy. Commitment, you just try to commit, you try to go over the top. Take a look at this onboard once again. It's a downhill descending left-hand corner. Miss your braking marker. Oh boy, prepare for impact. And here it comes then. The grass, well, it just does not relent at all. That honestly feels like the worst place to crash on the circuit. You can see it coming from a long, long way back, but there's nothing, absolutely nothing you can do about it once you're outside.
I think there's a potential possibility with the angle of that hit too. They may have busted part of the suspension to the right. Because down the straights, they are about currently 5-10 degrees more in the steering column for Kenneth Tier currently in that car. So that hit not only looked painful, it is painful for the car as bye-bye goes Richie Hearn to lap him.
There goes a half an hour pit stop.
And that's if they're willing to take the half an hour.
Well, they certainly have to. Because beyond a point, that half an hour will essentially translate to around an hour. An hour's worth of time lost it could end up being, because you're losing so much of time in terms of your cornering speed. Could be, what, 5-6 seconds a lap? For how many laps? For 20 odd hours.
And you can just see how much that toe's knocked out as well, a little bit possibly. Compared to some of the other sides of the cars, you can see a little bit more toe on the right front compared to the left front. You can adjust some of that depending on your class, but looks a little bit more cambered, let's put it that way, than before. Once again, No Emission Motorsports Sportsman currently running 25th overall on the racetrack, 4 laps down to your over race leader. Stephen Wayne, we've seen a few times this year. He's driven that car throughout the day. Simon Thorns, we've seen a little bit while ago. And Kenneth here currently behind the wheel at the moment for this respective machine. If they do want to pit, by the way, it's still at least another quarter of the racetrack plus. Or makes it that way. So this is a lot more time being lost. Currently, they're racing against Forge Endurance GT4, who is on their same lap technically, and Maurice Gomillion, who was involved in some of the incidents before after being a class leader. That car, by the way, is closing in on this respective wounded machine. Here it is right there. And while the front end isn't necessarily getting closer to the ground now for the contact, you can see they put in all the work to massage that front nose as much as it could. Well, the virtual pit crew can, at least. There's the no-emission car you seen up in the sunset.
Two battered and bruised Porsches going against each other at the home of Porsches, essentially, to try and vie for a top 5 slot. Both these teams have been through their fair share of drama, but no emission motorsport, of course. They will have to make their way in the pit lane and stop and go for half an hour to prepare that car into a condition where it can actually be maneuvered properly once again. Talk about having to wait. Ford Endurance GT4 had to do that early on. Now it's no emission motorsport's turn. The no emission motorsport at the early on, it did seem like they would have such a big edge and such a big advantage. And look at what's happening right now then.
Yep, their main car had a dominant start, then had incidents with lap traffic door checking them essentially. Chuck Show is currently the last car running on track after that. You have their sportsman car that's been having a rough race now, especially in the past hour, and then you have this, where Forge Endurance is ready to try and put them essentially last and second to last on circuit. The only car off track at the moment is Dog Bear GT Red, where Wayne Hutchinson we've seen crashed hard with a big bang to the wall. And the telling sign on the difference in speed a little bit, you see that interval going down. This is all down the Dodger Ho. Already a couple tenths difference in straight line speed.
You can see with the damaged front end how much of an impact it has on the aerodynamics of a car. Not just cosmetic, it really is huge.
See if they come into the pits as expected, potentially. They are only 2 laps into a stint. That's going to be the heartbreaking point of it. Yes, they have to. No emissions in. They sacrifice the position, and no emissions. Good start to the day has turned into a nightmare. From having one of their cars in the class lead to being second to last in the class. What a disastrous past 2 hours for no emission.
No emission and absolutely no respite from the circuit. It's bitten back, and here they are then preparing for a long, and it'll feel like a really, really tough stint, this one, just to sit back and wait for that car to repair. What kind of a comeback will they need? This will be mentally fatiguing for them. Just to realize that they have to fight back from this one while being in such a good position.
Absolutely. And that's, again, one of the tough parts and why there's the importance of rotations. And it almost is helpful to have at least a backup in place, you know?
Oh my goodness me. Sorry to comment on that, but the Verpastin Spitzer F1 podcast team really pushing their luck today. Heading on the grass, trying to see what they can do with that. Again, rear tires of a TCR car, unless you're braking, they won't quite do much damage. But then again, don't try your luck, Mr. Apex team. Just don't do that. Not the way forward at this circuit, mind you.
And there's a possibility that 311 has parked their car after they pit 6 laps into their stint. Elvis Benello has had to jump out of the race car. Roberto Pancaldi has not gone in after more than 2 minutes. That car, remember, was off cycle, was trying to reel back into the top 5. The double stints had not been working for them. They likely may potentially be off track for the next while, to say the very least. As a result of that, this is all well. The rest of the GT3s are expected to pit this time by, and it's to the point where the lead is only separated by 32 seconds amongst those competitors. Vendaval Sim Racing Green expected this time. Another 8:12 last time by, as now they come in for the scheduled pit stop service.
Last meet in the lap times, everybody, 28 laps done, 7 laps apiece for GT3, so everything seems to be alright. Even though they're pitting around 4-5 minutes out before the hour mark, they are very well on their fuel targets. I got confused with that in the last stint, but they are seemingly alright. And look at this. Man, Lego Man will always make me crack up then. It's just the best helmet.
Oh, and they overran the pit box.
Oh.
He overran the pit box by about a couple inches maybe at the very tail end of this box. In the driver's viewpoint, they have something we'd like to call the lollipop man, where he holds a sign saying stop here. You cross that sign to a certain point, it says too far forward. It can get to where you're within a couple inches of that, and that may have just cost Lopez about half a second to a second on the track.
Not that it'll damage them big time, but hey-ho, it takes small efforts and small victories to chip into some big gaps. That is only a plus for the next Aries team, who have just ended the pit lane as well right now.
Can confirm the 311 is officially into the race in their class. Their competitors on track have also just gone into the boxes for 25 seconds of service. It's a double stint though for Lopez. So they're trying something different here. We'll see if this cushion sticks. They might be trying to make sure their cushion is safe and then some. Will Texans match? No. Texans is going to take the tires.
Now then, you could see that Vendeval gap being chipped in. The question is by how much? How much can the Aries team chip into their gap with the fresher tires? What kind of an advantage can they develop? We saw them consistently put in faster lap times in the Vendeval car. Now is the time where the 10X Aries team really starts to claw their way back in and starts to make this a really big competition.
Absolutely. It's continuing to be very intriguing how this all is played out today in terms of the race. By the way, the rest of the cars coming in. See that no emission machine we were talking about, and also still getting repairs. Yeah, just look at that angle on the right front tire compared to the left front. That is about maybe a degree difference in camber knocked out.
The important bit is it's not done by choice.
And that's why it's so significant to get that in. You can even see some of the axle rods underneath, maybe a little bit there if I'm looking correctly, right underneath that right front.
Man, that Porsche has been completely beaten off, and it's just sad to see mistakes like this one quite often, where no team can do extremely well, and they were doing a good job too, but just, it's the track. It catches so many people out. Now, again, I remember Joshua Wolf coming in and telling that attrition is going to be quite the factor, and honestly, it is turning out to be that way. This stint, however, into the sunset, with the lights fading, with the headlights coming back up, and the temperatures on the track falling, that should be fun the next couple of hours. I think this is going to be one to watch out for in terms of how things can work out. Double stinting, remember, for the Aries team. But what have the Hades team done? Are they double stinting too in the GT3 category?
Don't believe so. They've already had a minute plus. So a bigger difference than some of the air cars we've seen, by the way, for the double stint. Before it was about 20-25 seconds, about 15 to 20 seconds rather. It's a difference of 40 seconds in the box for Vendeval and 1 minute and 8 seconds for the BMWs. That is massive, to put it into perspective. They're also, mind you, going to have to potentially deal with some of these cars with Bombshell Racing Team, who is now within 6 seconds of those cars on the off cycle. In about an hour or so, they might be jumped in front of them. They might have jumped in front of them at the rate they're going.
I think we just have to take a look at how it plans out for them. Different approaches, different strategies. That's what we all love about endurance racing, isn't it?
Exactly. Just the thrill of the hunt and the thrill of strategy to see which teams can come out on top, plus the mix of skill. It's Marcus Niskanen, by the way, behind the wheel. He's closed in about 4/10 or so, give or take, since we started looking at this car. And just as soon as we mention the time, they lose the 10.
commentator's curse. I wouldn't say it's the most heavy commentator's curse in the world, but still, it's something. We just coming into perspective. But no, on an honest note, that's why insurance racing is so loved by the community.
Something just happened to a couple drivers towards the back of the field where there was some trouble in the main section of the racetrack. 25th, 26th. Those were the no-emission cars.
Oh.
I think both of them may have crashed heading to one of the chicanes, maybe, because Kenneth Tier went off the track, and then Kim Johansson, who jumped in the 109 car, also went off track in the same complex after he spun on the tires. Two separate incidents for the same team's cars. Let's take a look at this, because you have this one, which has trouble right here out of the chicane into the tire barrier hard again after repairs are all done. The point where they bring up smoke. Then their main car crashes on the other end of the complex at the same time after they got loose heading towards the braking zone. Just when you think things are going bad, they get absolutely worse.
No respite, motorsports. Ouch. Kim Johansson. Oh my goodness me. That Porsche, as balanced as it may sound, as much as we commentators may end up praising it by saying, oh, it's so balanced around the corners, it's perfect, it's beautiful. But then, on the throttle, it can be just such a huge, problematic car, just to keep it clean. Goodness me, that was heavy.
Yeah, that was a little interesting and adds even more insult to injury to the struggles today. By the way, Marcus Diskin's found clean track, so there's that. And he is closing in once again on Simon Mazzomo. The Hades car has been trying to tame its namesake today. The Bombshell car, well, they haven't really been shell-shocked today in terms of damage. Just a little bit of bodywork damage here and there since their incident.
Still out of cycle. May not be concerning right now. Later it could be quite something.
Yeah, it is slowly but surely reeling on in. Here's the gap now. Well, rather I should say it's reeling back the other direction to the point where the fishing pole may be breaking in half, but it's still a 6.5 second gap now. So all of a sudden, Marcus Niskanen's pace has completely fallen off, just like that. Commentator's Curse strikes once more. Commentator's Curse, presented by, I don't know.
Well, let's not say RaceSpotTV, because if you had the RaceSpotTV on the back of your car, RaceSpotTV logo, you do get a couple of tenths off a lap. But if it's the Nurburgring, it's a couple of seconds, I guess.
It's been that type of an interesting race so far. 4 hours on clock down. 20 to go. Let's take a look at your top 8 rundown where Venable Sim Racing Green continues to scream its way to the top of the board still. It's now 55 seconds with the doubles tire stint call. It is slowly stabilizing. Texans cars, who are second and third, Bombshell Racing Team, had been within 5 seconds moments ago. It's now almost 7 seconds between third and fourth. Cannon Racing, Kinetic Racing Surge, Don Bear Black, and Forge Gold round out your top 8. For the GT4s, it's Kinetic Racing Central, where both Force and Motion are currently seeing them dominate. Can they hold on? Still a long ways out until we find out that answer. Elite West Racing's recovered from an incident early on to P3, where Hanson Brothers, they've fallen back from as far forward as third back to fourth by a good 4+ minutes. Whoa. Forge Endurance and the No Emission cars, who have been having a disastrous day, rounding out 6th and 7th. Then your TCRs are Kinetic Racing Velocity, followed by the Missed Apex F1 podcast. They've been able to miss and not hit anything throughout the day. Sector 5, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, and then Aston spits a Formula 1 podcast. Round out the top 5 in the entries there. With that, let's go to a Race Spot fan immersion as Why don't we go to Juan Lopez, who looks to continue to scream his way higher up on the timing sheets. You're watching RaceSpotTV for the virtual Major Series 24 hours at the Nurburgring. Lopez as he continues to lead. Right now, 53 seconds flat and slowly decreasing on double stinted tires for the Major Series 24 hours at the Nurburgring. RaceSpotTV's coverage continues. Justin Prince Emil Roar with us is Hugo Weeks in director's seat. This one will be provider of your cameras throughout this evening. And it's been the race where if you're on the track, it's been very calm, so to speak, almost too calm at some points. In some marks, it seems, once everything looks like it's calmed down, things get very intense. It's almost starting to become that sense for the battles starting around the track where it's gone into where one moment you're really in a battle, about to get within reach, and then all of a sudden you're 10 seconds back.
It's been completely that way, Justin. There have been so many instances of the racing that's been completely calm, and then in a flash all the drama comes up all together. It's absolutely amazing to see what's been going on. It's not been dull by any means whatsoever. If anything, it's been very lively in certain parts of the race, with all the drama, all the speculation about strategy, how certain teams will play it out. Man, that's been very, very fun. And coming back to strategy, coming up to realize how teams are playing out, the 10X Fitzy Motorsport Aries and Hades car, both of them went for new stints. They went for fresher tires, and interestingly enough, yeah, they haven't quite had the best of early laps, let's put it that way, but when they're clocking in much faster ones.
Yeah, right now especially. Still fairly early into that window. There is a couple cars who would like to come in who we talked about who are off cycle due to damage. Outside of that, everyone else for the most part has stayed in sync throughout this race today. Now, one of the other storylines trying to keep an eye on right now is the essentially want to hit upon a little bit actually about the TCRs a little bit. We haven't given them too much love in times being they're approaching their pit stop times right now in the next couple laps or so. That's currently at the moment where Connect Racing's Thomas O'Leary leads, but give credit to him and that group for what they've been able to do in that race car to be able to pull off that gap at the moment. Here's a look at them right now. They actually just got lapped by Venable. This is not an easy car to drive in the first place, mind you. Again, front wheel drive, very heavy on the steering. When I tried it for the first time, there were several top competitors racing at the time where I asked, are you supposed to feel your wrist cracking when you turn the wheel? Essentially is what I asked. Every single driver, including several World Championship qualifiers in the past, said yes. In other words, it's not easy.
It's not. It's not by any means whatsoever. It is a properly understeery beast, this one. A front wheel drive, everything. In fact, I'll be honest, it fascinates me to see just how much speed you can carry in a front wheel drive race car like this one. It's too fast for its own being. It's not supposed to be this fast. But that's what makes it so amazing about these TCR machines. They're just pushing the limits of front wheel drive cars above and beyond. But now when you consider that the front wheel is doing literally everything, you're putting it under some real pressure. So you often have to end up changing your rear tires way later on. There's no need to change your rear tires. And just the amount of understeer that you can have in certain corners, just mentally adapting your mind to the earlier turn-in points and the later exits, it just takes a lot. It's not the easiest car to adapt to early on, let's be honest with you. And even in terms of the braking, the TCR as well, they just have touch and approach, but if you bang the brakes a bit too hard, and if you slam on them, the rear end of the car will just snap on you and the car will turn a full 360. And that sort of a thing is, let's say, it happens with certain machines, but never as big as in a TCR machine. So you've got to modulate your braking style. Your braking approach is completely different. How you brake, how you manage everything, how you turn in, and how you even feel safe for that matter. It's a bizarre beast, this one. And whenever they go sprint racing together, they always produce some totally chaotic racing. That's why the moniker TCRs. Well, let's be honest, they had a real other reason for that, but fits in perfectly well.
100%. And again, just shows the versatile, or really the adaptability of this group as a whole, as we talked about a little bit tonight. Now, keep in mind as well, when it comes to road course racing, say there's a new viewer watching, or someone who is learning about iRacing. There's been many cases in the past I've seen some fans follow along and then ask, how do I get into this? I want to try this. As a driver yourself, what would you recommend? I know you're more than newer side, than pardon me, on that side.
In terms of getting into iRacing?
Yes.
Of course. So initially everyone starts out with a Mazda MX-5. That's the one basic thing that everyone does in. And of course that is, wouldn't exactly call it a touring car of sorts. It's just a fun sprint car. Let's put it that way. It's a really small and tiny machine where you get to learn the basics of racing. And the basics of road course racing in particular. Then, depends on how you want to go about with it. Some people decide that they want to go the single-seater racing route, the way that most people do in Formula 1 machinery. So they go for Formula 3 cars. Then they move up to the... it depends whether they go to the FW31, that is, or the McLaren, the latest 2016 McLaren car on iRacing. That could be one approach. Then you could go to the approach of quite a few other drivers who tend to go for endurance racing. That could mean starting off with the TCRs or maybe even GT4s and then moving up to GT3s and realizing what you can do over there. Or, if you're too good in GT3s, maybe you can move on to GTEs in that case. Lots of options. With the advent of the LMP2, the Dallara LMP2 car recently coming onto the iRacing service, the usage of the LMP1 cars, the Porsche and the Audi, has fallen down a little bit, with other people realizing that, oh, we could have a one-make LMP2 category, which is quite fast and quite fun to drive. But yes, there are different options. You of course begin with the MX-5, and then depending on what discipline and what approach of road course racing you want to go in, you end up choosing your next car. I personally am pretty confused. I have no clue about where to go next.
Yeah, on the oval side, keep in mind it's changed over years for those tuning in and learning about the service. Where as some of these drivers cycle around, many who may try oval, it's depending on how old their accounts are and how old they are. There used to be the fact you used to run the Legends cars as your rookie class machine. Up until about 2010, 2011-ish. That's where they unveiled the street stock, and eventually it all crossed over to that car within a year because the popularity of those respective cars. And it's now to where that's the rookie machine. You can go open wheel route, which is on the road course side, absolutely, but also on the oval side. You can also, for many drivers, go through the stock car route, and it's so critical to learn the short track maneuvering, Samil, with that, because really, guess where a majority of your pro drivers are for the oval side come from? Short track backgrounds in real life, as well as on the sim. That's where a lot of them built their reputation and built their brand to where they could try and qualify.
I remember in preparation for our major series dirt track races, I had no clue about what oval racing was all about, so I decided to go and do some research. Quite a few of the big names that we see in top line oval racing have come from the dirt side. They have polished themselves up and they have learned quite a bit from there. And so quite clearly dirt track racing is also quite a popular one on the iRacing service. So many drivers started to realize the basics and understand everything right there. And honestly, from the looks of things, the races are amazing. The way the drivers are consistently just slipping and sliding about all the time, never in control, and always going side by side. But I think it's quite fun. I was actually considering, but then again, let's see where we go next. I have no clue which car to take.
Well, here's a car. You may have noticed Kinetic Racing fairly close behind some of these cars. This is the Miss Hit Mist car. Again, for Apex F1 podcast, rather. Slowly just creeping its way down the racetrack for Elaine, for Harper, and Jack Weddle. It's been, again, a clean race. No scratches in the car compared to the rare competitor, really, at all. Except maybe a crinkle or two around the rear wheel hubs. That's it. For Gary, he's going to have a very clean race car for his birthday in that touring car.
Yeah, not everyone has been fortunate enough to make sure that every single one of their cars have been extremely clean, but for them in the TCRs, one thing that's worked in their favor is that everyone has gapped out quite a bit, so there's not really a major battle per se in the TCRs, and when they do get together, it's touring cars, of course. Naturally, you do expect them to bang against each other and rub, because that's what touring cars are born to do. Rubbing's racing in touring car racing.
Yeah.
But because they've been so spread out with each other, it does give them the chance to come back home with a very clean car without any bumps.
Yeah. And the reason you mentioned the bump in Bainet is when these cars first came to the service themselves, they were some of the most intriguing races to call because in the sprint race format, they'd be side by side, back and forth, several rows deep when drivers were first learning them.
And then when you come to endurance racing, they have a completely different approach with everyone sticking behind in the draft, everyone staying behind in the fuel train, and conserving like an absolute madman because you have to be a complete miser with the TCR car. You've got to do some extreme fuel saving to make sure that you properly meet your numbers, A, and end up having a fuel advantage, B, because you just do not want to be staying for longer in the pit lane. That TCR car takes a long time to fill up.
And we've seen it with their pit stop times throughout the race. For those who may have noticed, towards a minute 30, a minute plus rather, for some. Others who've had damage have had 3 minutes of stops in some of these cases today. Again, approaching an hour and a half towards the end of this portion of coverage. We'd like to remind you at this time that the final 6 hours of this event, you can catch the action live at GSRC. Be able to keep an eye on how these drivers will be in. Right now, it's still way down the line, of course, from the 6 hours in mark. But this is also looking like the type of race where by the time they get to the final 6 hour portion, it's going to be really interesting how the drivers hold up for the night. Because for the most part, it's been where everyone's looking comfortable now in the daytime. For now.
Yeah, everyone's looking fine. We could see a few major changes towards the night with drivers struggling with visibility and understanding what's going on. And the Nurburgring, being the Nurburgring, it could very well claim quite a few other drivers and teams as well. So, yeah, definitely that could be a major factor. But towards the end, I'm afraid I don't quite expect a lot of competition as we are seeing right now. The gap already is so big. Towards the end, I'm afraid it'll be even bigger. Now, of course, we do have a little bit of intrigue in terms of the GT3 category and how the double stints work out, who has the advantage, and just how much of a gap does Vendeval have. And, of course, what kind of a thing that can we see between Bombshell and 10X Fiesta Motorsports Hades. With Bombshell, of course, due to be coming in the pit lane in around 10 odd minutes after this one.
They are starting to close back up about 3 seconds, but I almost wonder if it's with traffic or different sectors. So there's a lot of lead lap cars mixed in and interclass traffic in some of these cases. In their case, they have the track clear for now, pardon. But it's still nice and calm. And for others, they're asking for wheel discos, so there's that. That's involving the 358, by the way, with their problem. In particular, that's the Schnitzelwagen car we talked about, who was having a recovery, who is now no longer in that. I think the term wheel disco may mean their wheel had a problem.
Took me a couple of seconds to realize, but
let's see. This is going to be here, and let's see where the disco starts. Starting the little warm-up music through the section, driving nice and calm. The different sections. And eventually the wheel decides, you know what? I want to disconnect and have a disco party. Look for the onboard. Take a listen. Yep, that's a disconnect and a half.
subtle won't be the first word in the mind.
Yeah, there's been cases where I've seen the wheel completely cut to the left within a split second. Usually it's an oval issue. I haven't seen it on the road like that before. Or at least that often.
And at that speed of a corner like that, Schnitzelwagen Motorsport, they must really be sitting down and considering what even is the point anymore.
There's still 19 hours and 35 minutes. There's a point. By the way, Bombshell is in for their stop. You can see, and didn't you say you expect them in 10 minutes before? This is the 7-minute mark, rather. So yes, this is their scheduled stop. So it's been decent so far, the recovery drop from earlier on today.
Still, of course,
Go ahead.
still, of course, not in cycle. They'll be wanting to iron that out, but eventually, too much time for that. That'll eventually happen.
Yes, indeed. By the way, that there's often a way through the checks, as Heiko Kruger will jump to the race car once the repairs are done, it appears, for the 358 machine, rather, as Isaac Snyder has gone from comment section to the car. See how Snyder does now. And they've been more liberal in their driver rotation. They started with Mayer, then went to Kirk Crum, then to Mickey, and now from Niskin to Snyder. That is already 5 drivers in the span of 5 pit stops.
Well, if anything, it reduces the chances of each of their drivers going in for an extremely long stint and getting too tired. But there's another thing of that. All the drivers, I mean, each of them have to be on the edge of their toes.
Trouble.
They can't really...
157 has just crashed again. The No Emission Motorsports car continues to have a disaster. This is the second time this sector they slammed the wall. That car may be done. We may have another DNF coming.
Oh, that was a bit of a bizarre one. Did they just lose concentration?
And it continues because of that hit. Look at the steering column.
Demolished.
They're currently in the midst of trying to get that car back to the pit lane. It's going to take a while, and that may be a DNF possibly. Dog Bear GT Red is currently the only car off track at the moment. Or rather, I should rather say, pardon me, I take that back. Fox Autotech in the 311 is the one team off track. They're in the pit lane. We're also hearing for the issue we've seen with the steering disconnection. 25 minutes. 25 minutes for that hard hit we've seen from the 358. And I don't blame them for the time, because that left front is not even touching the ground, by the way.
And you can't even fault them for getting in the pit lane, otherwise they'll be end up losing so much of time on the track, so it's better to take it off in one go, swallow the pill.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned Dog Bear GT Red. Wayne Hutchinson just crashed the car. Right now. He just got back going. So that's why the car's even more demolished than the last time seen on the front side. Let's take a look at this one, as that team is just having something go on.
Well, it's only fair that I was listening to another one bites the dust right before coming back from this fan immersion. Because since then, 3 cars have bitten the dust. What has this stint resulted in? This is absolutely crazy. This, I thought drivers would be far faster and far more safer with the increased grip on the track. But this has just proven to be quite the opposite, with drivers on their own, essentially on the circuits with nobody around, making all these unforced errors, all of them unforced.
Yeah, there really hasn't, even outside of 1 or 2 times, been an incident involving a second car today.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely incredible for an endurance race of any size of field. Tell just how slow that car is down the straightaway. They might have to come in after how hard that hit the front end once again. By the way, the overall race lead for that respective class, 50 seconds in closing. 51 seconds rather, between Texans held on with Vendeval. Vendeval running 214s to 215s. The Texans cars 213s to 214s. A moment. The Dog Bear car you see on your screen last time by had been running around the 8-minute and 42-second bracket with the damage. And surprisingly, going to keep it going.
Why? That's... Oh. It already seems like the car is veering towards the left a little bit, or that's just my eyes being slightly deceptive.
They are the last car running on the track, but you have to wonder, are they trying to... I think they might be trying to get to the 311 first and then think about the damage. As in, to them on the pilot, because it's a position in the class. At least that's the way I would have interpreted that. Your thoughts on that?
Still trying to comprehend the sense of it, because with that huge damage, you would naturally be compelled to come in the pit lane as soon as possible, but... I don't know. I'm not quite sure about this.
We'll see how it all plays out, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, but... Well, they'll be able to make up that position later on, because the far car, I think, they're still, what? I think they're done, aren't they?
Yeah, their car's completely off the path. They're done.
So, it doesn't make sense, because if they can come back in the pit lane, if they can repair and go back and do a few more laps, they'll be up ahead of the far car. Just a couple of laps more, and they'll be classified up ahead of them. So, what's the need for staying out there?
Curious what the thoughts are going to be from the team. Believe they have people watching along throughout today's action. Curious for that. Have to say, though, that some of the drivers have been mentioning this throughout the Major Series Discord, is that they feel like it's been a fun race. It's looked calm, of course, Emil, but the thing is the drivers are enjoying themselves on the racetrack. Because here's the thing, there's been a good level racing. There's only been a single car incident. There has been major pileups with 25 cars flying up into the sky and joining the iRacing space program. And outside of 2 incidents I think of in particular, there hasn't been really any major incidents with lap traffic.
Yeah.
It's been a clean race for the most part today.
Which is excellent. It's good to see it be that way. We expected a bit of drama, but a few teams and drivers obviously enjoyed racing Nurburgring, really tight and twisty circuit, so of course you could expect a few crashes between some of the teams and drivers here and there, but no, they have been excellent. They have been really good. In traffic racing, that is. That said, unforced errors have really put somewhat of a dampening cloud here today. And it's not like there have been a couple of unforced errors. There have been a couple of unforced errors per hour.
So how do you try and limit them in the future, especially?
I would be the last person to ask this question, Justin, honestly. I make 1 unforced error per lap, but at least from what I've heard from all the top drivers, it would be just being focused. Just knowing your markers regularly. Just blocking yourself up in the room so that nobody comes up and tells you, hey, the dinner is ready, or the breakfast ready, or XYZ. Just being extremely focused. Not having any music playing in the background and just consistently hitting your braking markers. Now, 154 corners at Nurburgring. Knowing your lines and knowing your lengths and knowing where to brake and everything is incredibly hard, but just going with the flow and knowing your markers, I guess. Just being very true and very consistent to it. And it's a classic commentator cliche line, easier said than done, but it is what it is, I guess, at the end of the day.
Taking a look at Mark Torres, you see 7 seconds back. One of the drivers are clean space, and that's one of the main things is we talked about usually you have a grouping of cars. The problem is the groupings have completely collapsed on one another. As in, they've broken apart every time they've gotten close, it seems. Which is a strange part.
They've barely stuck together for the first couple of laps of the race, and all of a sudden, here we have a multi-split class TCR category. All of them have just suddenly decided that social distancing is the way forward.
I guess that's a way to phrase that?
On the track, at least.
Yeah. On that note, the interesting thing is 2020, of course, with the craziness, also had the underlines of several different team houses come into play. It's been talked about for VMS Coandis, for example. Coandis M Sport, rather, the importance of that side. There are several different groups where you have drivers comfortable with racing with one another, and they race in as roommates. Your thoughts on that and the growth of that, especially where it might be bigger and bigger as time goes on? We see more of those types of groupings for teams, even such as Richie Hearns here.
Well, it has grown. Red Bull Esports are already planning a house of their own, and they're already making sure that they're finding the property, assembling the people. It is a tried and tested method. We're a kind of sim sporter. Now, I'm not saying this just because I got the chance to dominate on their broadcast of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, but they generally have been very impressive. Their driver Josh Rogers also winning the BMW 120 Sim Cup today. They've brilliant in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Again, with Sebastian Job who ended up winning with Rogers, even with all the bad luck and all the couple of crashes he had with Maximilian Benecke, ended up finishing second. Then you've got all the top drivers in their lineup like Mac Backham. You've got other big names, Jeremy Bootloop. Bootloop, of course, not in the house as such, but still Anshin Guven as well. They really have proven that if you stay together, if you work consistently, it's not just the gains in terms of on track, in terms of how you can find the right setup and everything, but it's just the amount of respect that you have for each other and how it really changes things, because you know the person, you lived with them. So you get to respect them a lot more on the track. Now you might be asking, is that a price worth paying? Just to respect another person more on the track and just to know them better, just to have a better companionship, and just to work on better setups. But on the broader perspective, it's so important to consider how and where, in which direction these sim racing teams are going and what they want to achieve. They want to achieve big results, big wins and championships like the PESC and the iRacing World Championships. And a coalition of this sort, really, it can pay off big time. And as much as you can say that, yeah, meetings and platforms like Zoom can make it done as much to a degree where it's almost realistic, staying with the person, meeting in real life, having your own house, in terms of the brand as well, it pays off big time. And it's only normal, it's only natural that Red Bull Racing Esports are also following in their path. Of course, with different teams, it's their different philosophies how it works out. Certain teams, of course, have a more individualistic approach, like Team Redline, for example. I doubt that they will go for an approach like this one. But Coanda have, and Red Bull Esports think is the way forward.
Essentially, it immerses you in a permanent sim racing environment, if that makes sense. At least for the outside. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite. They only end up practicing together. It's not like a forced practice session where you have to do these many hours. Instead, they have to make sure, and I was chatting with Pash Girk as the manager of the Coanda team. He said, more than making sure that the drivers drive on the sim, we have to make sure that they stay away. So they have a set limit, so you only have to drive for X amount of time on the sim. And then you have your own team building activities, you go out there, have a couple of drinks outside with the friends, you have your house activities, you do all your stuff, you do things apart from sim racing, media training as well. And that kind of thing is really important to make superstars in the world of sim racing, because, let's be honest, we can't really lack them at this stage in relation to other big esports leagues like Valorant or Counter-Strike or other games for that matter, where they have clear defined names with superstars with proper media training and a proper brand and hype behind them.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams, mind you, that weigh that importance of being able to make social media posts. You have, in real world racing, there's even been mentions of contracts where you have to post X amount of times a day. It's vital, because social presence is everything now.
Absolutely. And I was just having a chat with Martin Manluzano, the driver for RAG Esports. He got recently signed up, and of course he competes in the Sports Car Open Championship with them. And Martin, as soon as he signed up with RAG Esports, and of course they are run by AAA, and AAA have been around in the sim racing business for years and years, they had an approach saying, okay, you don't have to manage your own logos and your social media posts and XYZ, whatever. You just have to stream, which is a part of your practice procedure, because you're going to be practicing a couple of hours every night. If you are to be a part of such a big and prestigious team, all you've got to do is make sure you're wearing the sponsor t-shirts, make sure you're putting a post out to promote the sponsors and the stream, make sure you have the sponsor names and the brand placements, and that's it. Focus on your driving. We manage all the rest for you. We market the brands, we make sure that you're a recognizable brand, we have homogeneous social media IDs, you focus on the driving, and we try to promote the team and the sponsors concurrently without having any extra time devoted to social media, so that you can spend your time learning and simultaneously the brand grows. And I think that's a rather epic approach of going forward, because the driver can then focus on what they're supposed to do, which is drive.
There's a reason so many, even teams say on the oval side, is where they're hiring social media managers to manage the brand, and that's the key thing. Trying to make sure they know they're out there, because the sponsorship, it may sound like something like, why sponsors for out of the pro stuff? Here's the thing, that can cover costs for entering a series such as this, or Sports Car Open, or anything like that along those lines, or entering major events. That is all critical, as well as, say there's something that happens equipment-wise or something. It's important to have that at least that line of connection from sponsorship to team.
100%. 100%. No. A lot of people say that your equipment does not make a difference, but when you're competing in a championship like the Sports Car Open, like the 24H Series, like Neo Endurance, like the Porsche Esports Super Cup, that's for road courses at least. You do need the top equipment, you do need the best simulator, you need the Hursingham pedals or XYZ, however the Coma Sim Industries one, both of them extremely good. And you can't buy them on your own, let's be honest. Not everyone has that sort of money. So you need the sponsors to help you out. But that just reminds me of a very good question that I had in mind for you, Justin, because you, of course, are more involved in the oval side of things. Getting into sim racing, everyone has the perception that you need good equipment. You need your Fanatic wheels, you need your 3 monitors and everything. And we saw this year in the NASCAR Esports Coca-Cola Series that really isn't the case. So what's it like in the oval racing side of things? Of course, in road racing it makes a difference, but I've heard it's quite the opposite back there on the ovals.
Yeah. It depends. Like, there's a lot, and I mean a lot, I can't really say on how some of the drivers set up, because the way some of the stuff would surprise a few people on what they do and to find speed. But put this in perspective, some drivers are still running G27s. Some people just switched their pedals this year who are pro drivers, mind you. So it's not like it's an urgent part, but it's of course important to have it at the same time. Say it also is by preference. As drivers will say, they race with G29s, for example. Perfect example. For some, that's perfect, and there's ways to have software that helps you pump in direct drive, so to speak, like tendencies. If you don't have a direct drive, I'm kind of pointing at the one to my right now, so not to brag, but say you're the type puts me where you need that feeling, it's absolutely huge. If you're a driver who, say, prefers not to feel as much, let's put it that phrasing, then you can run with basically anything as long as it's a wheel. It just depends, but the pedals, I think, are more important, too, to be able to have proper braking and gas inputs, as well as being able to properly heel and toe.
Not much in terms of performance, isn't it? It's just a case of preference, let's put it that way, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And for some, a G29 is perfect in terms of that. For others, they need to go more of the higher end to be able to get used to the differences, maybe. Like, I'm one, again, like I said, I'm one by feel. So, and what do you run? Again, you said, sorry?
A G29.
Yes. There's a reason people like that wheel.
Well, I haven't quite run any sim racing race for the last 7 weeks. But G29 it is, yeah. It's been sitting there waiting.
I think it's calling for...
Well, let's just say
this.
that...
Can-Am Racing, Lonnie Finch into the fence. Lonnie Finch has pinned it. And he has turtled his car. Out of nowhere, Lonnie Finch with a major mistake in the 62. And all of a sudden, from calm to kabam.
That has just been the nature of this race. How on earth did that happen? Clear one-step answer.
Yeah, right here. Look at this.
The grass. Oh, the grass. The grass is a bit like the Terminator. It will come in and terminate your race if you get on it. In a flash, the Can-Am racing car is just seeing its entire race disappear in a cloud of its own tire smoke, and it's not going to recover so easily from that.
It took them a full minute plus to get going because of the awkward position of where they were at. You can see how many cars are passing by. It's a blind corner too that they had to try and cross. They actually crossed the road and stopped in the middle of the track trying to turn it around. They only lost 1 spot somehow from that.
Well, it goes to show how big the gaps have been. But if live race control was in, they'll be taking a little bit of a dim view of that, but live race control is in here, so they can't take a dim view of that.
Still back and going. He's 6 now. Kinetic Racing was closing in. Well, that's a way to make a pass. An air crash at the area of the racetrack. 12th on circuit. U-Dogs just got into an air incident. Ross Banfield's nightmarish day continues as the U-Dogs 190 is back rolling after a crash to the Armco again. Even more damage on that car.
What in the world is happening today? Ross Banfield, is that? Now correct me if I'm wrong. It could be either of two things. It could be either him carrying too much speed or equipment failure. We get to know from this onboard if the wheel will just get stuck on it's not an equipment failure. It's just carrying far too much speed.
And you know, I think with the way it's steering, that suspension may be busted. Because when it jitters around like that, I've noticed, it means, oh, you got a loose wheel. I think Banfield, early in the lap, may have got himself a loose wheel, just snapped it around, and look at this. He's struggling to keep in a straight line down the straightaway.
Had to happen. That rear wing, man, it looks in horrible, horrible shape. Banfield would just have to nurse his car back in. If anything, it's the best possible time to crash, if there is any best possible time to crash. Because now it's just, what, 5 odd minutes away from the pit window, so... Eek, that is a badly bent car, Justin. Now, that is a badly bent car. He'll be lucky that it happened in the final particular part of the circuit, because had it happened early on, he just would have lost too much time. Look at this, he can barely just keep it on the track. Banfield, full credits, my man. That is some brave driving.
And it's also turtling, by the way, you can tell a little bit for Banfield. Does make it to the pit lane. Oh, by the way, for those wondering, why did the crazy sign just start going crazy? Or, well, the crazy siren go off? Well, there's a reason that that we've talked about in the past for endurance races, especially 2019's races. The first 10 minutes and the last 10 minutes of a stint are the most chaotic. It's the last 10 minutes of the stint, so it's crazy old clock time. Looking at the battle for second, or rather the second place car. Meanwhile, they get to say hello to one of the Audis. Touring car moves off and to the side to let him on go. They have not been able to chip into the gap as much as they think they wanted here, Samir. They've kept it at 50 seconds. Vendeval has.
Vendeval are only lapping a couple of seconds behind the fastest car of the 10X Fitzy Motorsport Aries team. And that is considering that Vendeval do not have fresh tyres, but the Aries team does. So damage limitation done well.
Yeah. Well, that's, I think, exactly what Vendeval wanted, right?
Yeah.
And as much time as they can on the racetrack with the double stint, feel like they can get it done with the track cooling down. Keep in mind, it is already under 70 degrees Fahrenheit track temp. It couldn't have played any better for Juan Lopez for that call. And keep in mind, this is before you have to factor in eventually Mike has to come out of the race car. He's been in that machine much of the day so far. In fact, the entire day, Ethan Bass is in the garage area watching along. So in other words, they can't double stint. They can't double stint and put the new driver on old tires unless they really want to risk it.
Exactly. A new driver on own tyres on the Notch Lifer sounds like a bit of a bad idea, if anything.
I mean, drivers have seen it as a last resort in the past, and because, well, you don't know what you're going to react to or get when you get on those tires compared to, say, a fresh set.
But it's especially harder to get into the car for the first time with a used set of tires. It can just dampen your spirits as a driver far too much.
Speaking of dampening their spirits, their third place car, the Hades car, just had an incident and lost some time. So just like that, the second place car has one of their teammates just loop it around. They are back going, by the way. They kept it off the wall. But you were saying?
No, nothing too serious. There was just leading up to.
Yeah. Approaching 19 hours to go in this one. Pace gained by this car about a second and a half last time. Compare that to where Venevo is in the racetrack, though. They are a good 20 turns or something on up the circuit. It was 48.6 seconds at the stripe line start.
Well, that gap is pretty safe and secure on the bag, isn't it? Just nice and clean for Vendevel. That is how you run an endurance race.
Those wondering where the middle portion of their name is, the Fits in the Sty, essentially. It's, if I remember correctly, some combination of two names of the two founders, essentially, of the team. To where they have that part of the branding. Texans, of course, coming on board along with the rest of their branding over the years. A lot of growth for this organization since we first started seeing them and calling their name back last year.
Not quite sure, but usually that doesn't happen with multiple founders coming in. They do tend to mash up their names and come up with one good one. I remember Maniti Racing was one, and I was wondering, what is a Maniti? What is it all about? And then I spoke to Tim Matska, one of their founders, and he told me it was a mixture of the three names of the three founders of the team. So quite often that does tend to happen, yes.
Yes, indeed. Pit stop lane is opened up. Lonnie Finch has found his way to the pit lane with that damage, by the way. Sad to see how long Lonnie Finch stays in pit lane. There's also a couple drivers who have also had some big hits still in the midst of driver changes. Oh wow, the rest of the field who has not had trouble this lap expected to come in. Well, this lap. You can see already Lonnie Finch's car up on the jacks, trying to at least change the tires here after the hard hit that car took it. They were able to make it 6 laps on the distance. Let's talk a little bit about this car. We haven't mentioned Robert Gambill's been in the car for the past little while. He's one of the new up-and-comers for iRacing, where he's getting himself into a rhythm. He's been racing some oval races, as well as these road course races, where he's coming into his own, essentially, if you follow along with the Northwest Racing Series and its competitions. He's been able to wheel that car to 10th for now.
Of course, always harder to grow quicker when you're competing in two different categories at the same time, because essentially you have to manage two different approaches of driving and try to work out how it goes out. But it's good to see drivers like Robert coming in and trying different things at the same time, and sometimes it works for him. Certainly does seem to.
Car behind them, by the way, yes, that is Kruger behind the wheel. So we'll have to see how these two react if there is a close margin between them. We mentioned that drivers, if they felt like they have the pace, will allow essentially to do so to lap themselves. We'll have to see. They elect to do it. Again, that would be a separation of 3 laps, though, of the track. Your top 2, by the way, are in the pit lane right now for the GT3s. Dylan Burks will now drive behind the wheel. He's been winning a lot more races across the platform recently, while Mike has also rolled his way into the lane, expecting a potential driver swap, with Ethan Bass expected to be in the wings. after a stint that's now lasted 4 hours. Yes, indeed, driver swap coming for second place.
Now, this should be interesting. Mike Thiessen has done an excellent job behind the wheel of that number 76 car. The 10X Fitzy Motorsport Aries machine. He's been in there for a long, long time, and he's really anchored that stint through. Now, of course, time for a different chance, different driver. And Ethan Bass has a lot to do in this case. Venimal Sim Racing Green with Dylan Burst behind the wheel. Dylan Burst, of course, we've seen a lot of him on RaceSpotTV do an excellent job in so many different championships, in Porsche qualifiers, Porsche Sport Carrera Cup. Now, of course, he's in Audi. Let's see what he can make of this particular one. He's clearly got a big gap to his advantage, if anything. Quite a good cushion to go ahead with.
And you can see how big that cushion got with how they played it out. They had to have known there had to be a driver swap coming for them to say, you know what, let's just double stint it, because it essentially put Texans into an origami box. Amazed where they couldn't get out. Ethan Bass, though, has just stalled his car in the pit lane. The 76 has just stalled on the pit lane, and he cannot get going.
Oh my goodness.
What in the world? Something just happened there. That is 10-15 seconds minimum.
Of all the things that could happen to him, this is how he loses time.
Yep, well, that's a good way, I guess, to lose another 15 seconds.
If there ever is a good way of losing time.
See if we can get an answer on that in the coming stages. But P9, Robert Campbell, he's been reeled in somewhat quickly by Dog Bear Euro. Or rather, they flipped spots this time, I should say. Dog Bear Euro trying to keep up, rather. You can see the differential starting to grow already as Scott Lucas trying to wheel his Dog Bear Euro car around and sending it hard into these sections under the brakes. Too hard to the point where you see the interval group 2 tenths from the send. Of note as well, by the way, Philip Norton has also come in for his scheduled stop just now. The number 69 car. Approaching 5 hours into the action so far, and as we approach the final hour of our stint here, Samil, your thoughts so far?
It's been a lot of fun. Periods of calm followed by periods of exceptional drama like the one that we just saw right now. We're still guessing, we're still trying to understand how things are going about its strategy. If it keeps you on your toes, it's fun, and it certainly has this one.
And with still a few cars left to pit in the GT3 class, I want to ask, who are some of the teams you feel like, for the final hour especially, and for really, as the night goes on, fans should be keeping an eye on throughout their timing and scoring for this evening?
Well, apart from the 10X Fitzy Motorsport Aries team, who just ended up losing time in the pit lane right now, Bombshell Motorsports must be kept an eye on, because Bombshell are running a different strategy. Bombshell are, of course, outside. They're not quite in the pit cycle. So they are going to be very interesting to see how things play out for them. Dog Bear Black have been alright, but their teammates have had a bit of a torrid one, so maybe they can be ones to watch out for. But in the GD4s, I'm afraid I have to say, the Hansen Racing Brothers team, they've been in P number 4 in the category. They've been good early on,
Dog
but...
Bear Euro just smacked the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. Just as we took a look away from them, the Euro car in the 38 just smacked the wall, and they are now, with a broken suspension, wobbling over.
Crikey.
Literally the second we looked away, they crash. They did have a car closing in, but still, I believe it was self-inflicted.
It was. That is so excruciating to watch. Yet again. Man. What has this race been like? Seriously. We've seen so many good periods of strategy, so many good periods where drivers have been trying to push extremely hard and get the maximum from their cars, and then incidents like this. Hard to wrap your head around it, to be honest.
I mean, I believe one of the Kinetic Racing drivers, if I'm reading correctly, puts it perfectly. We cursed it. Well, see the results. 130 estimated laps to go, by the way, in this action, just past that 5 hours to go mark. One of the final cars here expected to pit now as well. This machine, along with Kinetic Racing, who's already gone in with Eric Ludwig jumping in. Nick Kuhn, he's expected to come in right in front of this car this time by. And then that's about it, or rather behind. They're close either way. The only other car who is yet to make service, essentially, is Forge Gold. We haven't mentioned Forge Gold in about 4 hours, with Robert DeLoach behind the wheel at the moment. They're also coming in. This time, they're selling on track. Very, very clean race car, to say the very least. Again, that's part of the reason, again, some of these drivers chose stability for this race, as they take that stability into the pit lane.
Pit window well and truly open for the GT3 cars, properly reaching the marks right now. Everyone, well, at least some people, are managing to keep their car in and make sure that they stick by the strategy, but the others, well, it's been quite the opposite for some.
Kind of has, and who do you feel have got the worst brakes? Because, well, there's a lot of damaged cars there right now for the past hour alone.
Well, apart from no emission, I've got to go for Dog Bear. Both of their cars, the red and the Euro machine now.
Yes, indeed. But why don't we take a look at your top 8 rundown as these drivers try and figure out some way to climb on top of the board. It's going to take a lot of luck, and then some, and then some, and then some again. Preventable Sim Racing Green, it's been a race of perfection. Little damage on the front end. They've gotten to the point where they were able to fix some of the damage and still keep a 50-second cushion, nearly 30-second line. Then double stinted, they've now gone to 1 minute and 22 seconds because of what happened to Ethan off his hit exit. Bombshell Racing Team is already up to 3rd on the off-cycle chances, 8 seconds ahead of the Hades car. Then it's Kinetic Racing Surge, Dog Bear Black, Forge Gold, and Can-Am Racing. Your top 10 at the moment. Can-Am Racing back going 6 minutes back after smacking the wall just about 10 minutes ago. Then for the GT4s, Kinetic Racing, they've been dominant. Their top 2 cars, in that respective class, are still 1-2. Separated by 23 seconds. Then it's a 3-minute cushion to Richie Hearn and Elite West Racing in the 70 car. Hanson Brothers Racing in 4th is a lap down, 2 laps down at Forge Endurance. The No Emission Motorsports going from heroes to, well, horrific luck zeros. 3 laps down their main car, 6 laps down their sportsman car. Then you have the touring cars, where Kinetic Racing Velocity is currently leading that class by a whopping 4+ minutes, believe. As Miss Apex F1 podcast and Sector 5 TCR round out the top 3. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab is currently a lap down with David Barraclough, one of the top drivers, mind you, for that car. Right now behind the wheel with Verpasten Spitzy F1 podcast, rounding out the 5 entrants there. It's time to go to a Race Spot fan immersion. As where do you want to go, Samil, this time?
We've seen a TCR immersion the last time on. We saw... Oh, no. We'll go to the immersion later on. In a minute, that is.
That? Oh boy, there is Robert Gambill. Robert Gambill, P9, making a mistake. He was trying to lap one of the TCRs.
But yet again, Justin, unforced error.
Yep.
That corner has got so many people out, honestly. It's just such a tricky braking zone. And Section 8 are in the wall again.
Yep. Pardon me there. I was going to say Kinetic Racing Velocity with an absolute scare here. Just missed his braking mark by about 10 feet.
And the nature of the Nurburgring is it'll catch you out with that.
And it's racing is an art of inches, right?
It
you
is.
miss your mark by 1 inch, you're off into the wall like that.
It's so outstanding, isn't it? It's a sport often measured by kilometers and miles, and so often it is literally determined by inches, millimeters in certain cases as well. The fine margins that define the sport, essentially. And in that case, the margins were pushed far beyond they were supposed to be. Another crashed car.
Ben's getting entertained by the commentator's curse. Why don't we follow along with the fan immersion with Robert Gambill and see if the curse sticks to the immersion? You're watching RaceSpotTV, the major series, 24 hours at the Nurburgring. Well, Robert Gambill, pressure is on you. That makes it 2 for 5, believe, when drivers with fan immersions decide, you know what, let's hit this lap. Once again, that was Robert Gambo at the moment for Sector 8, currently scored in 9th last time by at the stripe, and currently +6. In the Major Series, 24 hours of the Nurburgring. It's the final hour of RaceSpot's coverage of the Major Series in 2020. Justin Prince, Emil Romer with you with Eagle Racing Director Seat. Cameras brought by Esteban Bertolu, which have been beautiful throughout the day. Some beautiful sights, and now a beautiful sunset. This place, even when you have cars jumping about 5 feet in the air and others like Forge Gold crashing, very beautiful. Forge Gold just getting back going after an incident that sees them with their first scrape to the car. Or really their second, as you see with the front hood. That was pretty straight before.
And now the damage, quite visible. They'll be feeling that on the straights. The car clearly lagging behind, but almost every other team has faced incidents of their own. So even Forge Gold, who were literally all on their own throughout the race, have now seen some damage on their car. Well, the bodywork is feeling quite the bumps and bruises here, isn't it, today?
Yeah, it's been a race of attrition in some cases, and that's kind of the tail of the tape when it comes to endurance racing, whether it's 25 cars, 5 cars, or 50 cars. Eventually, someone's going to have a major mistake that costs them a ton of time and has to get repairs done. And we see in real life, especially with a lot of the broadcasts for endurance races such as these, where you're basically scrambling in the pit paddock to be able to get every part fixed as quick as you can to get your team back on the track.
Exactly. Because, of course, it may be a 24-hour race, but it's defined by such minor margins in this particular case. And yes, it's been a bit of a spread out grid with a big gap between each other, but you always want to make sure the gap is as minimal as possible. And to make sure that the race is pretty efficient, you've got to avoid mistakes like this one. It's probably stating the obvious, but still a week. It is. Here's
the gap. Yes, indeed. I was just going to say, remember Bombshell is currently holding on to 3rd. They are on off-cycle call. At the rate they're going, they might be in this spot comfortably because they've been getting faster each stint of the race. It's a mill.
Yeah, they have been doing a bit of a good job, Bombshell, in this particular stint. And Bombshell, we have noticed that they are, of course, quite quick midway through their stint. After all the GT3 cars are done with their regular stops, they just have a surge of pace to look up ahead because they haven't made their stop. And then, of course, to cycle back in. There's certainly a bit of promise in that Bombshell car. Let's see what they can deliver once they are back on the main stints towards the end.
Absolutely. Stabilized down for 3 seconds now as we started showing them once again. I don't know what it is about this race today. The second the car is seen on camera, it seems like they lose pace all of a sudden. It's been like that for 5 of them today. I don't get it.
How about not featuring anyone on camera? That's what they'll be hoping for.
We can always feature Barney the Flagman, but they'd probably throw the yellow.
If it was Ivra, you could probably expect that to happen too.
Anywho, it's now 2.8 seconds. Isaac Snyder had a very solid campaign whenever we've seen him in the race car, but if you think back to the 2020 European Major schedule. Your thoughts on his 2020?
It's been a while since the last Major Series race. It's hard to remember all that's happened, but Snyder, as far as I can remember, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't quite have the best of 2020s, did he? Correct me if I'm wrong, I've totally forgotten that.
Well, we know he's competitive. We know he's got the knowledge when it comes to driving tracks such as these. His road course racing skills are very competitive. But in regards to his campaign, Snyder ran 9 entries, couldn't break into the top 5 grouping this year, but finished 32nd overall in the point standings. So, still a solid total out of what was on the European side alone an entry list that featured more than 100 drivers. Among them of note, drivers who were part-time scheduled drivers. Frank Scurry, who was very quick for his race, we've seen before troubles struck. We've seen total downforce racing Nurburgring, Eric Luco onto the racetrack at one point, David E. Baker competed once more, Jamie Hall, who's been noteworthy of a name lately, and several others all made starts throughout the year. Lonnie Finch, who's in this race, made 5 starts, for example. This driver, in turn, did outscore him in the points on that regard. Heck, even the Global Sim Racing Channel announcer Stefan Schlacker started with the DACH racing team this year. And he's going to be one of the people watching along intently for the GSRC stint at the end of the race today.
Well, the major series was fun this year. I mean, it was quite interesting with all the different categories and different races that were going on, but almost for a couple of seconds forgot what exactly happened in that series.
Well, you have to keep in mind there was everything from stock car racing to open wheel racing. Exactly. And there's the bombshell car. Isaac Snyder has binned it. The second you look away, they start making mistakes now. What in the world happened this time? There goes that cushion we were talking about.
Another one bites the dust. Bombshell were doing such a good job in the middle of this stint.
Ethan Bass has also crashed in live action. Here's a look at the bombshell incident. Just lost the back end too quick on the apex. Locked it down to be able to avoid the wall. That lost him the spot. But Ethan Bass from second, as we showed that just as he got back going, crashed his car, and now he's towed it. So now this is a battle for second on the track instead of for third. Here's a look at the 76. Again, Bass, remember, stalled it out, had a tech issue, and bye-bye.
What in the world has this race turned out to be? All the drama, I'm literally on the edge of my seat. I can't comprehend what's going on. That all of a sudden, that bombshell car, even though it's lost a position, it's not lost a position per se. It's... Wow.
Wow. And they're still in the hunt for this battle, too. But the main thing is they have to pit this lap. So they have to push to make sure they cycle in front still after the car in front pits in about 40 minutes or so. Wow. Biggest mistakes of the race for some of these teams taking place at the same time.
It's almost as if they planned it to be together.
I don't think they planned to be together. It's just coincidental.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's just bizarre that both of these teams standing so high, I beg your pardon, in the standings, just make mistakes at the same time.
I think Nicholas Gates is probably licking his chops and saying, "This is my kind of race, baby." I believe he's the one watching along intently in this one. By the way, the Kinetic Racing cars in P4. The biggest movers now +9, Dog Bear Black, and Ethan Bass is out of the race car in the 76. So Mike is now on his own. The question's going to be, will the 76 make it back on the racetrack after a massive, massive mistake like they just had? We'll have to keep an eye on that one.
That was a hefty, hefty impact right there. They're currently in the pits right now. Goodness me, what else is this race going to throw up now?
Well, traffic costing Bombshell a second and a half. One of the missed Apex cars. Worst time for them to reach that type of traffic too. So now Bombshell's got to somehow, on the outlap, gain an extra bit of time. They've done it a couple times, Seville. If they don't exit in clean space though, then it gets even more intriguing.
Of course, traffic can make you lose such a huge amount of time, but so far everyone has been pretty clean in terms of traffic management and everything, but it can go wrong in a matter of seconds, and it won't even take far too long for that. But right now, still fine. Bombshell are closing up. They will be heading in the pit lane ideally, though, at this stage.
Yes, indeed. They're at 7 laps into their stint this time. What an eventful final lap of their stint, mind you. They crash nearly into the fence, able to keep it off the fence. Their car in second spot crashes, and they basically stay standing still in the pylon. They could be in second spot. They mentioned a couple times I had a couple thoughts at the back of my head, Samil, that they might get to second somehow. I didn't think it would be that way. As Snyder coming in.
This race has thrown up all the surprises up in the air, hasn't it? It's thrown up so many of them. And the best part is there's still 18 odd hours more to go. Isaac Snyder in the pit lane to repair the damage that his synchronized spin had. Let's see how long he's going to be in there. No, actually, it's a scheduled stop for them too, isn't it?
Yes, yes. It's 7 laps in, yes. Remember, they're off cycle by about 4 laps. And they're going for the driver swap too. And this has been a theme for them today. Every time you see that pop out, that means an air driver's popping in like a Pez machine. That's Kurt Crum popping into the driver's seat. Kurt Crum throughout his stint, his fastest lap was an 8:16.9. That was on lap 15 of this race. Right now, drivers are on lap 39 for the GT3 class. Also, breaking news. One of the cars that was broken has Jeff Schmeier in the car. That's Dog Bear GT Red you just seen pass by, finally back on circuit after smacking the back wing for several minutes. They're now 8 laps down with that machine.
And still that wing as tilted as it ever was. Not quite the fastest thing in the world. Let's track their lap times to see what kind of performance they're getting, but I'm afraid I think that's going to take 10 more minutes to find out.
Have to see.
Such a pity, isn't it?
Yes.
Such a pity to see all these top teams, all these brilliant drivers just getting caught up with tiny errors like that, and
it's so easy to do.
It is indeed. Slip on the grass, just miss your braking point by 10 odd meters here and there. Poof, off you go. I think of course, it goes down to the basic point that it's far easier to get in the negative light than in the positive one, and fortunately most drivers have been in the negative side of things with unfortunate mistakes. Let's hope we get far less of that later on, because these are really quality individuals.
I have to give again the credit to the fact that this car is still running, too. They haven't had any incidents with the drivers. That's the main key. It's where you get to the point where you fix all the damage and the suspension is still busted is where you have a problem. They haven't reached that mark yet.
It's possible. I hope not.
Ethan Bass, by the way, has jumped back into the paddock, so he might try and get back in the car, or at least is back in the paddock as in not in the car, I should rather phrase yet. So I think once that's repaired, they might try and get going. They still were top 10 with how crazy this race has been. They're still in the top 10.
How?
9th and 10th are 2 laps down.
Oh.
Some of these cars getting some cool, very good brake cooling, though, you have to say. No, probably not, but still. Grizzly Motorsports is rounding out that top 10 right now with Cordell Cologne.
If ever there was any evidence of the gaps being big.
Hearing that the 358 is done for the race, this is per their team manager through YouTube feed, that they feel their car is too bent up in the Switcherwagon machine. 15 kilometers less top speed. We've seen that down the straights. Some of the cars today have had even less speed down the straightaways as a result of some of their crashes, up to 20 to 25 kilometers. it's so critical to make sure you don't do that to be able to keep up, and it really has destroyed so many drivers' speed down the Dodger Road today.
Yeah, all the damage that you accumulate eventually does tend to fire back out, and it's just the nature of the iRacing service, how good it is, that it will quite clearly have a clear impact on the way you drive and the amount of straight line speed you have.
Bit of a crash for Christopher Reagan just now. He had an excursion in the grass just about 10 seconds ago, where he bounced off 2 walls, Samil, with the technical issue, believe, because his wheel cut straight to the right. He's still trying to get back going. He broke something fierce. Look at this. Flip the grass. Everything else comes apart.
How much more punishment will all the barriers at the track be taking?
He hit 3 more barriers after this. So right there, the clip. Bye-bye, the suspension. Then this car crashes for 3 corners straight.
I'm going to start a petition to save the barriers of the Nurburgring. They've been through some real brutality here today, as have been... Oh my goodness me. That Porsche was almost about to become a flip turtle right there. And Christopher Reagan just keeping it on all 4 wheels. That is a big, mighty accident. How has it spilled over to a case where the Porsche almost got flipped over after crashing big time at Schwartenkreuz? And it's still not over and done yet. The suspension is, let's face it, dead and buried.
Yep, you see right there, they realize it, where they're trying to get it to go straight somehow, smack the Armcos, and then right here is where they say, let's tow it. Christopher Reagan, out of the race car, was 14th. That was overall on the pylon. At the very least, he's waiting to see what the damage is going to be once the tow is done. Problem is, the tow is going to be very long, as we've seen from that area, up to 12 minutes. Tough break for Elite West, who is top 3 on the race. That puts Henson Brothers in position to jump them on the pylon. This is Corbin Solmonson behind the wheel. And they are still with a clean race car. They fell off for a good bit. They might sneak onto the podium positions now, with still plenty of time to go, with just about every other car in their class demolished.
Hanson Brothers Racing had a great deal of pace early on, Justin. They're climbing back up now.
Yeah. This has been a really quiet, but, well, designed race, and now they crash!
What? Come on. Okay, how about we just take a look at the beautiful map of the Nurburgring, enjoy the Ardennes Mountains, just the greenery, just the grass. Let's not even focus any single car, because the moment we do, this happens.
I've got nothing.
Same.
I've never seen so many, well, commentators' curses in a long while. Robert Gambill, please stay on the track this time. Ninth overall.
We commentated on that dirt oval race, remember, didn't we? We had around, what, 20 odd cautions in 2 hours? Make it turn into a 4-hour race, that?
Give or take. That and Lucas Oil Racing.
Yes.
Yeah, the Silver Crown's very big in Indiana. What were some of your favorite races this year from European majors?
It's gonna be a tricky one. I think the Coke 600 was epic. I always, before the race, had a perception that, oh, NASCAR is just... I understood the challenges of it in terms of setting up the car, but what's it like, but I always thought it's only interesting in the 3rd stage of the race. It's only fun where everything comes down, and in the first part there's nothing. But that race really changed it for me. And I've been watching a fair bit more NASCAR after that one. The Coke 600 was there. Not the Silver Crown races by any means whatsoever, I'll be honest. But the Indy 500 was awesome this time out. And this was one that I missed, but the Belgian Grand Prix and the 2.4 hours of Le Mans. 2.4 hours of Le Mans I was able to commentate, of course, with you guys, but I missed the Belgian GP because of an Ivor race, and man, that was awesome.
Yeah, that Belgian Grand Prix was really exciting for some points as well. The Le Mans 2.4 had to agree with you on that one. I like to throw in the mix, though, one of the driver tracks that went under the radar. Remember? I think it was Road America.
Ah,
yes. Yes. That was one of the most intriguing races in open wheel this year, combined for every series, because you had several favorites taking part. You had several series favorites running up front as well. And it all came down to strategy at the end. It was a race where the entire open wheel community, I think, was keeping an eye on, because it was basically down to who played the pit calls right and who saved the push to passes right.
IndyCar racing on iRacing is really awesome, isn't it? I just love watching it, just the way strategies can play out, and that really was a fun race, that one.
Kinetic Racing continuing to have some fun. Keep in mind, a couple of their drivers are supposed to be taking part in several different series today, not just this one, where there's stuff like the Jeddah Masters today in about an hour or so. There are some drivers taking part in various other endurance racing series. There's the Target Virginia today that's actually happening. That's went on radar today. There's a lot going on, and it's hard to manage if you have a big team like Kinetic to keep all the pieces together.
Resource management is often something that comes to mind about deciding which drivers race where, how much effort, how much practice. You could compete in so many championships, but it's all about putting in the right effort, because when you're a team this big, your brand image is at stake every time you go and compete. Now, you could compete everywhere, but are you good there?
Exactly. By the way, some of the fans are saying, please focus on Vendaval because of the stuff going on curse-wise today. No, we are not cursing the class leader yet. Keyword yet. Maybe the GSRC crew will. Who knows? They're currently at a dominant pace still of more than 3 minutes now because of all the carnage. More than 3 minutes for Vendaval Sim Racing for the overall lead.
Now, imagine if they end up lapping the other cars. Only 5 odd minutes to gain, not much.
You can tell that the Kinetic Racing machines, they're looking for 2 of the 3 podiums on top of that. And knowing the way this race goes, they might be 3 for 3 by 6 hours to go that they might be in range of. Missed Apex, keep in mind, is still keeping a bit at bay, and they now have a 4th driver behind the wheel. The birthday boy still not yet in the car. It's Garen Bodden driving behind the wheel now. Overall, when thinking back to 2020, especially with teams such as this, which teams you feel grew the most this year in the majors?
Bombshell Kinetic, their battles were brilliant to watch. Went down towards the very end, and it was really, really so much fun to watch both their drivers go out against each other. Grizzly TFR were interesting. Grizzly TFR came in and popped up a few times, and they had a bit of a fun run, but man, really, it was all about Bombshell and Kinetic towards the very end, wasn't it? And wow, Valverde eventually winning over. Intriguing all along. Got you thinking about what's going to happen in the next one, even more so when the car on the track was different every time.
By the way, an interesting battle I want to keep in note of. Can-Am Racing just got bump drafted from behind by the Grizzly Motorsports car to help Grizzly get by Section 8 down the Dodger Ho. So there is strategy being played around this track. Here's a look at that now with these cars. Yes, you heard that right. Bump drafting down the Dodger Ho for the first time today. That is also a way to feel safe. Normally, your bumpers aren't demolished. Still though, might be a smart call. Take the energy somewhere else instead of 3 wide. to 0.
Exciting moments in the race. You want to go 3 wide. You want to bring out the racing driver in you. Of course, that sort of thing happens where you just want to be involved in fights on your own. And it's always duller, it's always more boring to fuel save, but I guess that's what wins you the race at this part of the race. Going 3 wide, it puts you in unnecessary risk. And there's this line from a recent Indian web series that really came in and rocked all the IMDb skin. It said, it roughly translates to, there's only love if there's risk. Now, of course, it's interesting, it's always fun to take risks, puts you in a fun scenario, but when we've seen so many crashes, so much damage happening, I'm not sure that risk is the most lovely thing to be having at this stage.
Oh, trouble for Scott Corbin. He's now lost some luck. That's the Kinetic Racing motion car. They have broken the suspension on the BMW and the GT4, and they're crashing again.
There goes.
And just like that, another one bites the suspension dust. This is why. Huge jumps beforehand. Bit of a cooked corner coming up. And bye-bye goes your 2019 HPD winners.
Just the flowy nature of the Nurburgring once again catching out Scott Corbin. And that's perhaps even the sunlight in his eyes, so he couldn't quite judge the braking point correctly. Ends up in the wall.
And that is again huge for the running order for the classes yet again. Keep in mind, he is still crashing in live action. He is trying to floor it down the straights. He's crashed at the end of the Donninger Ho to the point where he's done more damage than I think they had combined. They've demolished the car now.
Yeah, it's virtually done trying to bring it back up in here. That particular car is, oh my goodness me. When you see it do that, you know, time's up. 30-minute stop-go waiting, essentially.
Yeah, this has been the craziest hour of the race, by the way, for those tuning in. The first hour was the calmest. Usually it's the first 30 minutes, which are the craziest, not 5 hours into the race.
Instead, this particular hour has just seen some proper, I don't know, I won't call it a commentator's curse, but just some proper bizarre action. Whichever team we focus on, it's just, they've gone wild.
So what does that mean for the class? Well, Kinetic Racing Force up front as, yes, by the way, that's still the 76 in the pit lane, who's also significantly marred, with Ethan Bass now behind the wheel, once more to potentially jump forward. Essentially, that means Elite West Racing would jump to second for, well, never mind, they were in the pit lane. Hanson Brothers Racing is still chugging along, so I guess they move into the second spot. A lot's going on, as Grizzly Motorsports is now 8th overall on the racetrack, as we talked about, and trying to run away, and they have a chance to pass the 76 on track this time with the repairs.
Section 8 Motorsport recently having a spin around 20 odd minutes ago. They're back on track pretty well. Closing up, trying to fight out against the Grizzly Motorsports by TFR and Labcar, who were exceptional in this year's major series. But again, that kind of a gap has to be built up over time, and with damage recently, momentum isn't quite on the Section 8 car side as well. So let's see what they can do from this particular situation with 10 odd minutes left in their stint.
Take, yes. Right now, these drivers, well, they can go a little bit further with the repairs. Keep in mind that Cordell Cologne behind the wheel of that car, and Robert Gambill, for always his credit, has done fairly well since that incident. He had to get some repairs done, but after spending more than a minute and a half of the pit lane, that car seems to be driving pretty much straight. He's still, I think it looks like, trying to make sure the gearing, though, you can see with that flickering of the dashboard. He's maxing out a lot of the gears. Is it normal to stay in 4th gear like that, in your opinion, throughout that entire straight?
Not quite.
Yeah. And this is something drivers have to figure out as well with the practice rights mill, is where you can shift gears and what costs you time, what gains you time.
It's a very good point, because some drivers, they prefer to go down a gear on certain corners in relation to going a gear higher. Now, when I used to drive quite a bit, and that was just, I think a few months ago. Now, of course, I've slowed down my activity. I discussed it quite a bit with my racing driver friends about certain corners, certain tracks. Should I be going down a gear? Should I be staying up a gear? And honestly, you'll be surprised to know how much of an impact it can really have about getting down to the wrong gear. Easily a couple of tenths per corner. And there's 154 corners here. Not that you need to shift every single one of them, but it's still a lot.
And for some, it's preference on how they want to shift to Samil, where some may prefer paddles for road courses, some still use their sequential or H pattern shifters.
I think mostly for GT racing, it's become the paddle shifters. Edge patterns have been long gone, just because the downshifts are a lot trickier, and the amount of time you can save on the paddle shifters throughout an endurance race like this one, outrageous. When naturally, paddle shifters have become more the common norm these days in terms of how manufacturers are selling them too. So
there are still some cars to keep in mind in classes today, which if you look at on the onboards, they do have the actual gear shift up the middle. What is going on up the road here? That's traffic management going on, by the way, with Can-Am Racing, and that's Kinetic Racing Philosophies. Christopher M's having a bit of a scare in a side-by-side moment there.
Crikey, they're putting us all on the edge, aren't they? Not again.
If you're keeping track at home, in the past hour, 7 cars have had terminal damage, give or take, or significant damage to their suspensions. Drivers trying to stay out of that grouping, as there goes Section 8 right on by down the Dodger Ho. Approaching 15 minutes on the hour, or to go till the hour, with Robert Gambill. You can see preferring the right side of the racetrack and all this to prepare for some bit more space to arc it right here.
And even turning at the right time can save you so much of time here. I think, what, half a tenth or something? Just making sure the turn-in spot is correct. Makes a huge difference.
But there's a saying, right, where for a lot of racing before, you were trying to find tenths. Today, you're basically trying to find 100s and 1000s, because every single time matters.
Exactly.
By the way, Can-Am Racing pit with only 5 laps on their stint this time. So Lonnie Finch is now in. That's why you see this car now up another position to P9. And I think it's because Lonnie Finch is having a driver swap for the rotation. Alexander Trudeau will now jump into the car for their BMW. The interesting mark's going to be with the current pace, keep in mind. Could dictate how many laps you have to calculate for Vendaval's pace. They're at the rate where they may force an extra lap or two for some of these drivers on the fuel that they may need to recalculate for, including teams like this.
Now, Vendaval pushing the limit. 7 laps, ideally, the stint for each of the cars. Let's see if they're able to fuel save properly. That's the case. They should be coming in right about now at the end of this one, shouldn't they?
I believe so, yes. For many of the drivers, for Vendaval rather, they're approaching their 7th lap. For some, they're approaching their 6th still, with how big the gap is. Off and away goes Can-Am. About 12 minutes to go for the first 6 hours, the Major Series, and it's 24 hours of the Nurburgring. It's been one of entertainment, it's been one of craziness so far. And as we continue this final hour of coverage for 2020 on Race Spot for the Major Series, and trying to go down memory lane. We talked about some of the teams and some of the battles. We talked about some of the events. What about some of the individual performances, in your opinion, Samil?
I think Vendaval have stood out, basically, the way they've gone on. And Vendaval have just been really strong as a whole unit.
Yeah.
It's hard to pick out individual drivers the way they've driven, but I think that you've got to have a look at their performance and say, wow, they've been awesome. Not making any mistakes whatsoever, just being about fine. But all the others, every other team has made major errors, haven't they?
In this race in particular, yes. What about throughout the season, especially from your perspective on some of the performances you've seen from the European side?
Valverde, of course. You have to consider what he's done in this championship and the way he went out, the way he drove. Quite a few big victories. Sometimes, of course, it did play out towards his hand. Sometimes luck was on his side, but eventually it just had to go up ahead and fight all the big competitors, and eventually did pay off big time. But of course, Ross Banfield was always there towards the very end. Joshua Wolf, who we had. And in certain oval races, Dallas Pataska was really impressive to me. So I think these were the few names that really intrigued me quite a bit. Pataska wasn't quite able to do the same on the road courses, but when it came to the ovals, boy, he was fast.
What shouldn't be surprised with Dallas Pataska on the ovals and his speed, the big surprise was he had winning race cars, but just couldn't get the job done. That led to one of them, as more so as a group, but the performances of the Ford Esport cars in the World 600 and the win in that race. They played it right as the group in total to be able to find their way to victory lane in one of the first major races as a group. As crazy as it is, the performance and the win really springboarded that organization for part of the summertime. But the main thing I also remember is kind of that battle with the Le Mans 2.4, especially where Riley Thompson, remember, had to really scrap and hold on for his HPD lead. One of the last major races of 2020 for that car, for the LMP2 race.
That Le Mans 2.4 race was quite incredible, wasn't it? Cyandra of the Satellite Racing team making a last lap pass. And the way strategy played on that was quite epic as well. And I guess it's just the nature of the major series that it often ends up springing up races like this one.
Now, right now, still following Philip Morton, who's in second, fastest car on the track last time by 1.2 seconds. Of course, it's no secret that there is changes afoot with PSRC taking over the broadcast rights to the European Pro Splits come next season. They've been in partnership for a few years with the Major Series, and it's something that both parties feel will help really grow that side of things. And of course, there's a lot of memories with Race Spot, right? With the Major Series, because it's been on this for the Major Series for years, to say the very least. Especially when they started breaking from the Pacific Majors to what it is now, back around 2017, 2018. It helps springboard some of the top broadcasters for the network, for one. For two, there's been some of the best battles in the history of Race Spot's broadcasts that have taken place in this series.
Absolutely. Some classic fights towards the very end of the championship. Some amazing side-by-side racing as well. I mean, I honestly got my first big break for RaceSpotTV through the Major Series, and it's really sad to see it no longer the RaceSpotTV network anymore, but I guess it's for the better of the Major Series, I guess, towards the very end. So let's hope there is a comeback somewhere down the line, but honestly, good memories, always.
There always is, and keep in mind, GSRC has been a very, very well-respected broadcast group. I do work with them as well, for full disclosure's sake. And they've covered this series from its inception, too. So it's going to the right hand, Samil, as well.
Yeah. It is indeed. And now, as a competitor, you could always come up and say, oh no, Race Spot's better, this is that, whatever, X, Y, Z. But I think it's for the broader sim racing community that we need to speak about, with the championship like the Major Series with so many different classes. And the major key thing is that whoever it goes to, that's a secondary matter. The main thing is we get more people to come in and watch sim racing at this stage, because after the global health crisis, we've really seen a surge in viewers, and that surge in viewers needs to be sustained. And championships like the Major Series have honestly attracted quite a bit of external interest. I mean, I've literally got friends of mine who have come up and say, wow, this dirt racing is fun, man. This IndyCar racing is fun. Oh, next week we're going to have Formula 1 racing going on. That kind of a thing really shows you the full capacity of sim racing, and the Major Series does just that. So whether it be with RaceSpot, with GSRC, hell, even SimSpeed somewhere down the line, it's just all about the series going on and attracting viewers, and more importantly casual viewers, because the hardcore sim racing community, we end up watching more or less everything. But the nature of sim racing is such that, and the nature of the Major Series is such that it can really attract a wider audience because of the diversified nature. I honestly love this championship.
Exactly. That's what some people sometimes forget, is all the series essentially are tied together with regions. There's sometimes we've seen crossover between the various time zone slots where drivers elect to run one race or another and go back and forth depending on the year, depending on the availability. It's been at the type of series as well where for some drivers, I know this is a lot for some of the American drivers who run some of the sportsman races this year, it allows them to try different cars in a non-official race format. Yes, for official iRating I mean, but also in an environment where they can be truly tested.
Exactly, and the competition has always been incredibly fierce. There's only a couple of races here and there where attrition has been a major problem. This one, of course, a special event, so let's keep this one aside. But otherwise, it's been fairly clean, with drivers pushing their hardest, teams working extremely hard in terms of developing the right setup. So it's always, whenever you get in, you're expecting a good fight. And as much as you may be thinking, oh, it's always fun to drive a new car, whatever, you only enjoy it when you're having a good fight. And with the Major Series, you always get a good fight. And also, one thing apart from the racing was the Major Series' commitment to charity, which really caught my eye out. So, although we're changing broadcasters, I think the essence of what we can support with sim racing Major Series is more or less the same, if anything.
Absolutely. About 4 minutes to go until the top of the hour. And again, to touch upon this race one last time, it's been dominance for Venable Sim Racing. It's been amazing to see their performance today. They might lap the field at this current pace. But for Kinetic, they still are holding on to 2 of the 3 positions at the top of the boards, whether it's in the touring cars or whether it's been in the GT4s. Do you think they can get the job done with the way this race is played out? Not to jinx it.
I think it's literally anyone's game at this stage. It's all about surviving and ironing out the key mistakes. And as it stands, they are in the prime position. Their car seems to be the least damaged out of all the other GT4 cars around. So, seems to be a good omen at this stage. But again, never say never. It's a long race, this one.
Interestingly enough, a position change just now for Dog Bear Black and Kinetic Racing Surge of all cars. Ernie Ludwig has fallen off the pace. And the Dog Bear Black car, after putting Dick behind the wheel again, has picked up said pace that it had earlier today before Kuhn was in it, where he ran 8-minute 27-second lap times, 10-second difference from the drivers for the 103.
That's a lot. That is a huge one. It's amazing how many places you can actually lose time in at this circuit. But 10 seconds is still mighty, mighty huge.
And this may be one of the storylines to keep an eye on too, because there are several drivers who are scheduled to be in these cars who haven't taken part in this event yet, who might be difference makers. So this could be also something to keep an eye on some of the recovery drives, especially with Dog Bear Black now plus 10 positions to mill closing stages today.
Yeah, quite a few drivers coming in and potentially changing the game, as they always do tend to. And some teams might keep their specialist drivers for the tougher parts of the night, who they know are bound to not make any major mistakes. In this part of the night, Well, we've seen time and again, it can catch so many people out. This is where the focus comes into mind. And remember, Justin, we had a chat with Joshua Wolf about them having an All-American team. Now, imagine the outrageous hours at which certain teams and drivers will have to be driving on. I mean, right now, here in India, not that anyone's racing from here, it's 1 o'clock in the night. Soon, for quite a few of the European teams, it's going to be deep into the night. Then the Americans will come up to that particular stage of the race. It's going to be a hard one. It's going to be a physically brutal one. But the game could very well be changed in the next 18 hours.
It's been an intriguing race and an intriguing 2020 campaign. Let's look at your top rundown with 24 hours of the Nurburgring for the Major Series, the final broadcast and race spot for 2020 for Major Series competition. Currently, it's Vendaval Sim Racing in the lead after a pit stop by more than 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes, over Texans, Bitsy Motorsports Hades. Bombshell Racing Team, Dog Bear Black up to 4th after a pass on Kinetic Racing Surge, Canam Racing Forge Gold. Racing Motorsports currently the top 8 there. For the GT4s at the moment, it is Kinetic Racing Forge on the top of the board by a full lap. Yes, you're reading that right. Over Hanson Brothers Racing and Kinetic Racing Motion. Forge Endurance, No Emission Motorsports, the former class leaders 3 laps down. Elite West Racing's 4 laps down with repairs at the moment after being as high as 3rd. Sportsman car for No Emission is 7th. Then for the touring cars, at the moment it is Kinetic Racing Velocity leading by almost 6 minutes with Sector 5, Torque Freak Racing, and Verpasten Spitze F1 Podcast rounding out the current top 5 positions. I should rather say missed Apex F1 Podcast in 2nd. But still, as we've now passed 18 hours to go in the clock, it's time to say goodbye for one final time for 2020. It's been a stellar year with many thrills, chills, and spills, some of the most historic wins in all of iRacing, and some dominant performances. Later on this evening at 2 a.m. Eastern Time, it'll be Adam Lindgren, along with Gary Weaver and Ryan Jones, bringing you into the morning sunset and sunrise for today's action. But we'd like to thank you for the ride for the Major Series on RaceSpotTV. And until we meet again, I'm Justin Prince. For Samir Aurora, for Nolan Rempel, for the many others who have been a part of these broadcasts over the past few years, for director Hugo Ruiz, for Esteban Durlu, and for everyone from RaceSpot. Enjoy the rest of your 2020, and we hope to see you again.